I stepped off the last bus at Midnight Station in the small town of Crestwood, Oregon, the same station I'd used countless times when I lived here growing up. The neon sign flickered gently overhead, casting pale bluish-green shadows across the deserted platform. It was late, past midnight on a Tuesday, and I had only my suitcase and a few dollars in my jeans pocket. I was returning home for the first time in 5 years, chasing a vague memory, a hope I'd left behind, something that felt unfinished. The platform's single bench held no one. The air smelled faintly of rain and mildew, though the drizzle had already passed. A distant bar's neon glow blinked from a side street. Last call. I slid off the platform and headed up the stairs to the parking lot, rolling my suitcase behind me. My sneakers clicked against the concrete steps. The echo sounded too loud. I looked behind me automatically, but the stairs were empty, just a lanky shadow cast by a lone streetlight. I breathed deeply. I hadn't been afraid since I was a kid, but something felt off. Maybe it was the silence. Maybe it was being back at home when it wasn't really home anymore. At the lot, there were only 3 cars parked. One near the entrance, another by the telephone booth, which looked unused, and a third with its engine still running, headlights illuminating the empty spaces. I approached the one with the engine running. A young man sat behind the wheel, dark curly hair, navy jacket, earphones dangling. But he wasn't looking at me. The headlights were shining straight ahead, pointed at nothing. I wondered what he was doing. His presence made the place feel less deserted, but strangely more tense. "Hey," I called. "Excuse me, sir." He glanced at me over the wheel, startled. "Everything okay?" He nodded slowly, eyes shifting from my face to the back seat. The door there was open, and I could see a black backpack sitting unzipped. He tapped the steering wheel, just waiting for someone. "Got it," I said, and walked past him, suitcase in hand, toward the exit. My phone buzzed. 1 bar of signal. I ignored it. As I stepped onto the sidewalk, the wind picked up, cold for this late summer evening. The streetlights were fewer now, houses clustered along the road, but dark, all windows shuttered. I checked my watch. 12:10 a.m. I wasn't planning to walk far. My parents' house was maybe a half-mile away, but the road was long, flanked with trees and little lighting. I started walking, suitcase rolling behind. My mind wandered back to what brought me here. I'd received a letter from my mother saying she was ill. I'd promised to come back. But now, with each step, I realized my promise had awakened something else, something unexpected. The town looked the same, but smaller. The road ahead was a long, straight stretch lined with tall Douglas firs whose branches rustled in the breeze. The streetlights cast pools of yellow light at uneven intervals, leaving pockets of darkness between. I passed the young man's car behind me. The engine was still running. I resisted the urge to look back too often. The hum of that engine felt like a tether to something uneasy. Halfway down the road, I noticed the outline of a figure standing beneath a tree ahead, just beyond the light. The figure was still. At first, I thought it was just a road sign or a friend of mine playing jokes, but as I drew nearer, I saw the silhouette of a tall woman in a long, dark coat, her head tilted. She was gazing toward me. Instantly, the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I paused. She didn't move when I did. I could feel my suitcase roll forward a bit on its own momentum. I glanced behind me again. The parking lot was out of sight. The young man's headlights still glowed faintly at the far corner. Forward, the woman stood motionless, her coat fluttering in the wind. It made the darkness around her shift. I swallowed. "Hi," I said, softly. No answer. The figure was unmoving, and the darkness swallowed her features. The streetlight flickered. I advanced a few steps, feeling like my heartbeat echoing in my ears. "Sorry," I added. "I didn't mean to startle you." Just then the figure took a step backward, then like stepping into the darker patch between trees. My flashlight app on my phone betrayed me. 2 bars of battery remaining. I considered turning back, but something told me I shouldn't. I kept going. As I passed the spot where she stood, I turned my head quickly, just to glance back. The woman was gone. No sound. No movement. There were faint animal noises from the woods, an owl perhaps, but nothing human. My suitcase wheels felt unsteady when I resumed walking. I exhaled. Turning my attention forward, I noticed a car parked on the side of the road ahead, its bonnet open, headlights off. The hazard lights flickered. It looked broken down. The scene put me on edge. I slowed my pace to pass it, suitcase dragging quietly. When I got closer, I realized the car was empty. No driver. The open bonnet revealed a dark engine compartment. I approached and looked inside, knowing I shouldn't. Part of me ready to see nothing, part expecting something. Inside the engine compartment was empty, except I noticed something odd. A rag draped over a hose, soaked in oil. I pulled my jacket tighter. I knew I should walk quickly past, but curiosity and dread danced. I marched forward after a second, glancing at my phone, still 2 bars. I reached the house numbers. 1247. My parents' house, number 1249, was 2 doors down. I paused at 1247. The door was open just a crack, a faint yellow light inside. What? I didn't expect someone awake. I rolled my suitcase softly and walked to 1249. I fumbled with the key, but then I heard footsteps behind me. A soft crunch on the gravel sidewalk. I froze. Every muscle tightened. The footsteps stopped. I avoided turning around. My heart pounded loud enough to be audible. I locked the door behind me and switched the porch light on. Inside, the living room was dark. I flicked the switch. Only one overhead bulb lit. Mom must have been upstairs resting. I rolled down my suitcase and unloaded a few things quietly. The house smelled like the old times. Lavender air freshener, my dad's aftershave faintly in the hall. I tapped the phone. 1 bar. I decided to plug into Wi-Fi once upstairs. I quietly went upstairs and found Mom's door slightly open. I nodded softly. She must be watching TV. I saw her silhouette, then heard her cough. I leaned against the doorframe. Mom? She looked up. Pale, thin. You came, she murmured. I nodded. Here I am. How are you feeling? Better now that you're here. She sat up straighter. But are you sure you didn't see her? No, saw who? I asked. She leaned in, voice low. That woman. The one I told you about. My heart sank. Back when I was 14, I'd heard about a woman who wandered the roads late at night, seen by children going to buses, seen by drivers, always dissolving into darkness. Mom had told me then. I dismissed it as a ghost story. She had warned me. If ever you see a woman standing in the road at night, keep walking. I felt exposed. I said nothing and just watched. She closed her eyes. I got her a glass of water, sat next to her, held her hand. I told myself I was safe now, inside. But part of me still felt the road outside watching. The next morning, I told Mom I'd walk into town for coffee. I thought fresh air, a short stroll, would clear my head. She nodded. Be back soon, she said. I locked the front door and made my way down to the main street, bag in hand. The sun was weak behind clouds. The bakery and cafe were nearly empty. I sat with my coffee and looked out the window at the people walking by. Normal life. I breathed easier. By midday, though, I decided to return to the house to rest. On the sidewalk, I passed the parking lot again where the bus station still stood. I looked around. Everything normal, but I still felt watched. I told myself it was just residual fear. I pushed it down. That night, I walked again. This time, I told myself to keep lights around. The street lamps weren't enough. I walked the well-lit main street until the woods ended, then turned south where the road got darker. I had to return home anyway. The suitcase was gone. I just carried a small backpack. The road was quiet. My footsteps were the only noise. The wind again rustled branches. I looked ahead at the tall firs and thought of Mom's warning. I started walking faster. Suddenly, I heard a soft humming, barely audible, coming from the woods to my left. I paused. The humming stopped. My phone's flashlight flickered. I turned it on and shone it into the trees. The beam touched branches, a deer maybe. But then I saw a dark figure bizarrely balanced on a fallen tree trunk, head tilted upward, humming again. The figure was wearing something long, flowing, like the coat I'd seen the night before. But this time I could see the face, a woman's face, pale, wide-eyed, expressionless. I gasped. The figure vanished in a snap, leaves rustling loudly. I dropped the phone's flashlight and it rolled onto the road. I fumbled, picked it up, my heart hammered. I looked at the woods and saw her again, standing in the road a little further ahead. She was blocking the path. I stopped dead. The streetlight above flickered and went out. For a moment I was completely in darkness except for my phone's beam. She didn't move. I tried to walk around her. The road was wide enough, and when I stepped to the left shoulder, she shifted silently. I took a step backward. My phone battery dropped to 1 bar. The air felt heavy, thick with cold. I felt her presence closer. I finally forced myself to move forward. My feet felt like lead. I looked at her. She blinked slowly, then smiled faintly, lips curling upward unnaturally. That smile made me stumble. I swallowed hard. "Please," I said, voice trembling. "I don't want any trouble." She didn't respond. She just stared. I ran past her, suitcase irrelevant now I was unburdened, sprinted down the road. The crunch of gravel and the wind's whispers filled my ears. I didn't look back. When I reached the parking lot, the young man's car was still running. That engine noise had returned, like the same prototype of unease. I reached for my phone to call someone. Signal dropped to 0. I looked up, the young man stepping out of his car. He was looking toward the woods. I waved at him. He didn't wave back, didn't notice me. He just shook his head as though saying, "Not good." I got into his car. "Excuse me," I said. "Can I use your phone? There's something out there." He looked at me with concern. "Better not. Let's leave." He turned the engine off, slid into the passenger seat, and pointed ahead. I looked. Where the woman had been earlier, now was a thick fog creeping across the road, shimmering in the pale light. The trees darkened, branches seeming to stretch. He pulled the door shut. "Let's go to the station," he said. I nodded. We drove slowly back to Midnight Station. I didn't say much. He parked, opened his door. "Go inside," he said. "I'll wait out here." I nodded again and rushed up the stairs. I looked back, the fog rolling, the engine silent this time, the man leaning against the car watching. Inside the station, the waiting room was empty, chairs aligned, the floor airy and cold. I sat in a chair, jittery. My phone vibrated. Odd. It wasn't receiving signal. Still it buzzed. I chuckled nervously. It was a text from my mother. "Everything okay?" I typed back quickly, "Yes, at station," but the phone refused to send. I frowned. The power dropped to 0%. The battery blinked off. The door behind me creaked. I turned. The woman was there. She stepped inside. She closed the door softly. The light overhead flickered, then darkened partially. She stood in the shadow between the chairs. I froze. She raised a hand, pointing at me. No expression. Then she spoke, voice hollow. "Why did you come back?" My throat closed. I couldn't answer. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't work. She took a step forward, the floorboard groaning. I saw her face clearly, eyes black, irises swirling faint silver, lips cracked. A rogue strand of dark hair moved across her face, though there was no breeze. I tried to whisper, but nothing came out. She leveled her stare. "You left," she said. "I waited." My mind whirled. The scratches on her coat I remembered from the night before when I passed her. Her coat had what looked like tear marks. Suddenly, the young man burst through the door. He had a flashlight now. "Hey!" he yelled. The beam cut through shadow. The woman turned her head, looked at him. Then she vanished, simply dissolved into mist. The flashlight beam passed through where she stood and nothing flickered. The man gripped my arm, pulling me up. "Let's go. Get to your car or stay here till morning. Don't walk alone." He'd been waiting outside. I nodded, breathing ragged. We walked out together. When we got into his car, he silently drove us to my parents' house. I thanked him. He didn't comment beyond, "Be safe." I went inside. Mom was awake, sitting in the living room. She looked worried. I told her about everything. She listened, then said, "You did the right thing. If she appears, don't look back." I thought I was safe now that I was back inside the warmth of home. I slept badly. Dreams of the woods, fog, the running engine, the woman's smile. In the early hours, I woke to a thump at the window. I sat upright. Outside the window, I saw a silhouette, the woman, pressed her face to the glass. I gasped and hid under the blanket. The window rattled. I held my breath till daylight. I woke in the morning to the sun shining weakly. I told Mom about the figure at the window. She didn't ask questions. She held me. I felt relief by day, but I couldn't leave it alone. I went into town, asked the locals about the woman in the road. They told me stories. A driver had hit a woman years ago in that area, late at night. Her body was never found. Her boyfriend died in the fog after his engine stalled. Their car left abandoned by the side of the road. I shivered, remembering the rag in the car's engine I saw the night before. One elder man said, "She stands out there between lights. You don't see her until you're close. If you stop, she comes closer. If you look away, you might not find your way back." Weirdly, I realized I'd been walking away when I saw her the first night. I chose to keep walking. But the second night, when I slowed, when I noticed the broken car, I'd paused. That maybe triggered something. I decided not to walk alone that night. Instead, my mother drove me to the station next morning. I caught an early bus. As I sat and watched the road heading out of town, I saw the stretch. The trees, the faint lights, the oil rag car parked on the side, fog creeping in the distance. I felt vulnerable. I'd left again, this time with eyes wide open. But I wondered, did I leave her behind, or did she follow? As the bus sped away, I looked out the window. In the reflection, I thought I saw her face behind me, pale, smiling. But when I turned my head, the seat behind was empty. I shivered. I thought of that cold night, the humming, the way the young man's engine was running without purpose. I thought of the rag. I thought of the warning. Don't stop. Keep walking. Don't look back. I settled in my seat and pulled my jacket close. The bus rattled on. Outside, the road passed and the lights blurred. My phone finally faded to 0% battery. I closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. The world outside felt too large now. The dark corners of memory reopened. I'd gone back home to help, but I came face to face with something I'd ignored as a child. I realized the town wasn't a safe place after midnight, not for someone walking alone. As we sped past the stretch where I almost walked into her, I looked hard out the window. The fog lifted for a moment just as the bus passed, and within that fleeting moment, I thought I saw a woman wearing a long coat, standing just at the tree line, watching the bus go by. I raised my hand, but the glass was cold, and I withdrew it quickly. She didn't move. The bus rounded a curve, and she vanished. My phone lit up in one bar again. I checked it. A message. Be careful. I had no idea who sent it. I didn't return to Crestwood for a while after that. When I did, I avoided walking outside after dusk, but always a nagging fear reminded me, sometimes what you left behind waits for you, and sometimes when you finally walk away, when you think you're safe, it watches from the shadows. Story the end. I walked out of the subway station at precisely 11:43 p.m., the kind of time when the city gives its last sigh of life before the darkness fully takes over. The street lamps flickered overhead like malfunctioning sentinels as I climbed the steps and emerged into the chill night air. My hands were in the pockets of my jacket, my breath coming in visible puffs because even late summer had some cooler nights when the wind sneaked around corners of the buildings. I didn't think much of it then. I thought I'd be home in 20 minutes. The street was quiet, much quieter than usual. The bars and restaurants were closed or emptying. A few late-night cars passed by with brief headlights cutting across the pavement. I tugged my headphones from my ears, turned off the music, and let the silence fill me. It was one of those noises that you barely notice until it begins to feel heavy. I headed west toward my apartment using the blocks I knew well. I crossed an intersection with no working traffic light. The amber bulbs had gone dead long ago and the light pole sagged. I checked the street signs to make sure I was going the right way. Cedar Street, then an alley, then 2 blocks to Maple. I'd kept this route for a year, after a late class at a local college. It felt safe enough, even at night. After about 5 minutes, I came to the alley, narrow, dark, the only illumination provided by a sodium lamp at the far end, which cast more shadow than light. A gust of wind rattled the trash can lid. I hesitated. The alley was not the most glamorous part of the city, but I knew it, and it was a shortcut. I thought about going the long way, but I was tired. I watched something move near the far end of the alley. Just a shape. I stopped. The smell of rotting cardboard and something damp rose in the air. My heartbeat picked up a fraction. I rolled my shoulders, told myself it was just a rat, or maybe a stray cat. I kept walking. The shape resolved into a silhouette of someone crouched near the bins. They were hunched, maybe rummaging. I couldn't tell if they were watching me or just busy. When I was halfway through the alley, the figure stood. I saw them clearly. A person, male maybe, wearing a dark hoodie, jeans. His face was hidden by shadow and the hood. He looked up at me momentarily, then turned and walked deeper into the alley in the same direction I was going, a pace slightly slower, as though adjusting to match mine. I felt a twitch of unease. I picked up my pace. My shoes made the familiar echo of scuffing on the concrete. Behind me, I heard a soft step, then another. I trudged through the alley until I reached the far end, light better there. I exited onto Maple Street and turned toward my apartment complex, but I kept looking over my shoulder. My heart was thumping a bit harder now. I told myself, it's nothing, just one more block. Maple Street was bordered by closed storefronts, a creaky fire escape, and a row of hedges in front of an apartment block. I focused on reaching the entrance, pressing the key fob to open the door. As it clicked open, I heard a faint shuffle behind me. I jabbed the door open, walked in, and pressed the button to hold it open. I leaned against the wall outside the lobby, heart bouncing. The corridor toward the elevator was lit but dim. I waited, passed inside. The elevator was empty. I rode up to the 5th floor. My keycard buzzed green. I entered the hallway. The door to my apartment was across from the stairwell door. I fumbled inside, locked it, flipped on the lights. I sank onto the sofa. My palms were slightly damp. I told myself aloud, just nerves. I turned on the TV to distract myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling. That's when my phone buzzed. A message. I flipped it open. Did you get home safe? It was from my friend Rachel. I typed, yeah, just got in. Seconds later, another message. That alley looks sketchy. Hope you kept your head up. I responded, yeah, it was fine, thanks. I turned off the TV and sat in silence, scanning my apartment, listening for strange sounds. Midnight approached. I tried brushing it off, but I couldn't sleep. The mental image of the hooded figure followed me. I considered calling Rachel or another friend, but stopped. I was home. Safe. Right? I told myself yes. At about 1:17 a.m., I heard a faint tapping at the window. My bedroom window faced the alley behind the building, where a narrow fire escape led to the roof. I froze. The tapping came again, soft but distinct, like someone's finger or maybe a thrown pebble. I hoped it was nothing. I crept to the window and peeked through the blinds. The fire escape ladder hung empty. I saw no one. A breeze rustled the leaves of a small tree near the wall. I leaned close and saw a small piece of paper stuck under the latch of the window. I pried it open and carefully pulled it out. It was blank. A wave of dread rolled over me. My mind conjured every possibility. Someone watching me, testing entrances, making contact. I slid the blinds up and pressed my face to the glass. Nothing. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? Someone threw a blank paper? I snapped the blinds down and returned to the living room. My thoughts raced. Sleep was gone. I decided I'd stay up until dawn. I turned on the lights, kept a baseball bat by the sofa. I opened my laptop and began writing something. Anything. To maintain focus. Every scratch or creak made me pause and listen. At 2:45 a.m., I heard footsteps in the stairwell outside my door. 2 steps. Pause. Another step. My door's chain lock was in place. The doorknob rattled. My heart battered against my ribs. I eased backward into the darkness of the sofa corner, gripping the bat. The knob turned slowly. My door creaked outward. I held my breath. A shadow fell across the threshold. I didn't see a person's body, just pale light from the stairwell illuminating a tall, thin figure in the doorway. They were wearing a mask or their face was covered in some way. I couldn't make it out. They spoke softly. I've been waiting. The voice sounded far off, like from underwater. I swung the bat up before I fully thought. The figure recoiled, paused a moment, then turned and vanished into the stairwell. I rushed to lock the door, pulled the chain, bolted it. My phone's light in hand, I scanned the floor. No sign anyone had broken in apart from the door being opened. I called 911. The operator arrived, say, in 10 minutes, they said. I waited in a room with the door locked, a towel rolled under it to block sound. The operator stayed on the line until police arrived. When officers arrived, they found no one in the stairwell, no prints or obvious signs of intrusion. They said maybe it was someone who got spooked, or maybe it was a prank. They advised I stay at a friend's place or change locks. I thanked them and closed the door after they left. The adrenaline drained. I sat unmoving, the bat on my lap. Morning came. I half slept, dozing with lights on. When sunrise seeped in, the fear lessened, but the memory remained. I decided I'd check the fire escape later. Outside, I found faint scuff marks on the top stair platform, subtle but there. I photographed them. Then I called my landlord, said I'd like better locks and camera cover for the hallway. He agreed, promised to act. Weeks passed. Life resumed. I avoided the alley. I changed my arrival time to earlier. I went home with friends, never by myself after dark. But the memory lingered. Empty paper on windowsill, footsteps in stairwell, door opening. I couldn't undo it. One night I was working late at the local coffee shop in the downtown area, cleaning up after closing. It was 11:50 p.m. when I locked the front door behind me and walked the few blocks to the station. The same route, but second thoughts swirling. As I left the shop, I zipped up my jacket and sliding earbuds in. The streetlights ahead flickered. I passed a cluster of trash bags near the alley, and the breeze stirred a flap of plastic. A scent, wet cardboard mildew hit me. I stopped. I looked into the alley. Darkness. I scanned the far end of the alley and saw a figure leaning against the far wall, hood up, hands in pockets. He was motionless. I held still. He stepped out into the street just as I began to open my mouth to greet him, or to tell him to move on. But he raised his arm toward me. A cell phone screen glowed briefly in his hand, his face looking at me but shaded. He said in a quiet voice, "You again." My breath stopped. My mind spun. "I don't know you," I said. I turned and walked away, fast. I heard footsteps behind me. I didn't dare look back. I broke into a jog, the station in sight. I reached the entrance, subway ad lights, the hum of the trains below. I dove into the station, slammed the door behind me, panting. I turned to look through the glass. No figure. Getting home, I took a different route. I called Rachel, talking fast and shaky. She told me I should stay with her for a while. I packed a bag and did just that. That night, I slept in her guest room. The next morning, I returned to my apartment to collect some things. I needed my own space, but the thought of someone watching me prevented me from staying there. In the apartment, I checked every window, every door. I found a tiny piece of tape stuck under the window frame, a faint black mark. I peeled it, a fingerprint smudge on the glass. My stomach churned. I called the police again. They came. They dusted and found a partial print that matched no hits in database. They set up extra patrols in the building. I hired a locksmith to add a deadbolt. For a little while, I felt more secure. But the narrator inside me remained alert, waiting for something else. And something else came. I got an email one afternoon from an address I didn't know. Subject line, "You were not safe." The body, "You think you are home. You think you are watched. You are both." No signature. I froze. I forwarded it to the local police cybercrime unit. They said they'd log it. They asked if there were other emails. I said yes, but only that one. I changed my passwords. I set up security cameras. I slept with the bat near the bed. Weeks again. Then one evening I returned to the apartment. My key fob failed at the door. I swiped it several times. Nothing. The door was ajar. I froze. Slowly, I pushed it open. Hallway lights were flickering. My deadbolt had been overridden. The deadbolt's strike plate twisted. My painter's tape on the inside was broken. The door was open from the inside, apparently. My heart slammed. I rushed inside. I flicked the lights. Everything seemed in its place, but not quite. The window in the living room was open a little. I got no memory of opening it. The papers on the coffee table rattled, a cold draft blowing across them. The back door to the balcony, which rarely I used, was unlocked. I bolted everything. I called 911. They arrived, found no one visible. They dusted for prints. None matched the earlier ones. They left after an hour or two, telling me I might want to consider moving. I said I'd think about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stayed in the living room with the lights on. In the early hours, I heard the elevator ding on my floor. The doors slid open. I saw no one. Then the doors closed. My heart jumped. I realized I never called the landlord about the security camera. I called him, he apologized and said the camera wasn't installed yet. I later found out he had delayed due to budgeting. The next weekend I spent at Rachel's again. While I was gone in my apartment, the unknown figure must have entered, left the paper, and used the balcony, perhaps. The week that followed, I decided if this happened again, I would move. My lease expired in 3 months, and then I'd relocate somewhere with no alley nearby, no fire escape behind. In the meantime, I started noticing other oddities. The television sometimes turned on by itself for 1 second, then off. The refrigerator light flickered, though I never was in kitchen. Doors I was sure I locked somehow seemed ajar in the morning. My mind may have been playing tricks, but a string of odd events. One rainy evening, I went out to buy groceries. I parked at a 24-hour convenience store a block away. I took a plastic bag of groceries, stepped into the rain, rushed to my car. My car's headlights were off. I popped the trunk to put bags in, the rain dripping from my jacket hood. I turned and saw the hooded figure standing by the driver's side door of my car. I froze. He didn't move. I couldn't tell if he had a weapon. He tilted his head. I avoided eye contact. My feet seemed glued. Finally, I backed away quietly and slipped into the store for a moment, watched from the glass as he leaned into the car, opened a door, rummaged. I called my phone from inside the store. I stared until he zipped away into the darkness. When I got home, I found the driver's side door open, my glove compartment rummaged through. I hadn't locked it. I reported it to the police again. They said theft attempt, took the car for forensics, fingerprints again non-matching. They said maybe he lived nearby. I told them, I'll move. They left. My lease ended and I moved to a downtown high-rise. No alley behind. A locked lobby, a card required for after hours. I thought I'd escaped. I settled in, turned off the alarm, feeling finally safe. Then early one Sunday morning, I awoke to the sound of heavy breathing. I sat upright in bed because it sounded right next to me, just beside the door. The door to my bedroom was closed. The window was shut. My blood froze. I didn't move. I listened. The breathing continued for nearly a minute. Then a sound of something being dragged across the carpet in the hallway just beyond the door. My heart hammered. I reached under the bed for the bat. I turned on the light. I cracked my door open slightly, peered out. The living room light flickered. On the floor, I saw 2 muddy footprints leading from the living room to the hallway. They weren't mine. The prints were large, boot-sized. I looked down. One was near the bedroom threshold. I swallowed. The footprints stopped at the door. I realized the person hadn't entered the bedroom. They stopped just outside. The living room light then cut out completely. The hallway dropped into darkness. I heard a gasp of air, then the thud of a body leaning against the wall, a sick squeal of floorboards. My mind screamed. I threw open the door and swung the bat. There was no one. The footprints were gone. The hallway empty. The only sound was the hum of the building's HVAC and the distant rumble of traffic. I ran outside my door, down 3 flights of stairs, out into the lobby. The card entry was locked. I pressed the buzzer for emergency. Security guard arrived minutes later. They found no one and no forced entry. They reviewed the hallway cameras. Nothing. The feed cut out for about 3 minutes, just when those prints appear. They later told me could be a malfunction. I didn't believe that. I moved again, out of the city near a quieter suburb, renting a house. I told myself no more weird noises, no windows without locks, no fire escape access. Nights passed. I started to relax. I thought I'd close the door on that chapter. Then one evening, I was awake very late, cleaning up the kitchen. It was midnight. I glanced out the kitchen window toward the backyard. I have large sliding glass doors. I mean to install curtains. In the faint ambient light, I saw a figure crouched near the fence. Hood up. He looked directly at me through the glass. I froze. He stood and turned to walk away. I shouted at him. I found the house phone and dialed 911. He was gone when police arrived. They found footprints in the soft earth in the garden, boot prints, a distinctive tread. They measured about size 11. I wore size 9. The previous prints, size 11 too. I realized this might be the same person, the same one who kept waiting, refusing to be seen until he wanted to be, the same one who haunted my nights. I asked the police, why me? Why now? They had no answer. They said it's stalking. I sold everything, ended the lease. I moved far away, changed my number, moved to a town 2 states away. I don't use that alley. I don't take shortcuts. I don't walk alone at night if I can help it. Still, sometimes in dreams, I relive the tapping on the window, the figure in the stairwell, the message in my inbox, the footprints, the heavy breathing outside the door. When I wake, I check the locks. I check the windows. I look over my shoulder, even when I'm safe and far away. Standing in the quiet of my new apartment, I realize how fragile the feeling of safety is, how easily someone can creep in, not through impossible feats of breaking and entering, but by patience, by being just at the threshold, watching, waiting, and I know I will never fully be alone at night again. Story the end. The streetlights had flickered once as I exited the 24-hour diner on the edge of town, and for a moment the entire city block felt frozen in black. My car sat a couple of blocks away, parked under a sodium lamp that glowed weakly. It was after 1 a.m, and I knew the ride home would have been smarter than walking. But I didn't want to wait. I pulled the collar of my jacket up, the cold November air biting at the edges of my neck, and set off down the sidewalk. The sidewalks echoed with the hollow steps of my boots. Stores that normally glowed with neon were either dark or shuttered. A few stray cars passed, their headlights reflecting off the wet pavement where drizzle had fallen earlier. My breath puffed out in short bursts. I tried to keep my pace steady, telling myself this walk would be okay. As I moved into the next block, a narrow alley opened up to my right, shadowed and dank. I noticed a figure step into the alley from behind a dumpster, head turned away. I glanced but kept walking. The figure retreated. I told myself it was nothing, a homeless person looking for a safe corner or someone taking a shortcut out of the main street. But my pulse ticked upward. I passed by a convenience store lit by its interior fluorescent glow, but no one inside looked up at me. I crossed the street and kept going. The glow of the sodium lamp under which I had parked seemed far behind now. The street stretched deeper into quieter neighborhoods. Streetlights were further apart, the shadows deeper. At one point, I heard the faint sound of footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate, on the cracked concrete. I paused, looked back. Nothing. Just darkness. I shook my head, tried to cast off the unease, and resumed walking. My mind ran through rationalizations. It's just another late-night pedestrian, or maybe the echo of my own footsteps against the empty street. The houses were old, two-story wooden frames painted long ago and barely touched since. Front porches sagged, some windows dark and sealed. I passed one house where a single light burned upstairs, and for a moment the silhouette of a figure leaned out of a window looking down at me. I noticed it and nearly froze. The figure drew back inside, and the light turned off. My senses sharpened. The wind carried something, maybe the whiff of stale smoke or something more organic. I kept going, clutching my phone in my pocket. My car should be around the next corner. I turned it, then another, but the quiet deepened. No passing cars, no lights, just the dim street lamps casting long, thin triangles of glow. I heard a low creaking, like wood straining, coming from the house with the dark porch. I glanced over. The porch swing slowly oscillated, though I saw no breeze. My heart thudded. Then I noticed the front door of that house was half open, the yellow porch light flickering. Inside, I saw movement, just at the edge of the hallway, something shifting. I slowed. I debated turning back. My car was supposed to be just 2 blocks ahead, but the houses hadn't looked like this earlier. I must have taken a wrong turn. I checked the street sign, Maple Street. The name sounded familiar, but I didn't recall it being part of my route. A shiver of fear ran through me. Then I heard the footsteps again, distinct behind me, and faster this time. My pace quickened, and I glanced behind. At the corner of my vision, a figure perched on a shadow, maybe 8 yards behind me, hidden by the gloom. It seemed too tall, maybe wearing a hood, and didn't move as I turned around. It simply stood, frozen, watching. I broke into a jog. The pavement cracked, water flicking up around my shoes. I didn't dare look back again. I told myself, keep going. There's a main road ahead. I'll hit it and be safe. I dodged past a parked car, its windows dark, polished with condensation. My phone buzzed, no notification, just a vibration. I looked, no new messages. I dared to glance behind once more. The figure had moved. Closer. Now maybe 6 yards away, I could just make out their shimmering eyes catching the faint street lamp glow. I swallowed hard, felt my throat clench. I jogged faster, straining my ears for any other sounds. Suddenly, the street ended in a dead end. I stopped short. There was a rusty chain-link fence across the path and a sign, no trespassing, private property. My heart hammered. The figure stood at the edge of the street behind me, cloaked in shadow, arms at their sides. There was no mask visible, but I sensed menace deeper than street crime. The kind of fear you get when your body tells you you're being watched. I backed up slowly, tried to retrace my steps, but when I turned around, the figure wasn't there. The street behind looked just as deserted. I took a deep breath and turned to go forward, maybe back to the main road, but something made me stop. On the fence stretched a path of trampled grass leading to a small gate. The gate was slightly ajar, as if someone had passed through. Inside the property, I saw an old, crumbling shed, windows broken, its door hanging open. I felt drawn to keep walking, to just get past this dead end, but my instinct screamed, "Go back, run." I turned again to retreat. That's when I heard a soft sound, almost a whisper, maybe the tapping of nails on wood from that shed. My feet froze. I looked around the fenced area and saw one of the floorboards in the shed's porch was lifted. A pale hand emerged, then immediately withdrew. The wood snapped back into place. I didn't stay to watch longer. I turned on my heel and ran down the street toward the main road, arms pumping, breath ragged. Behind me I heard something, long, measured footsteps on the pavement, following. I dared to look, and there, The figure emerged onto the sidewalk, face obscured in the hood, looming. I shouted, "Hey, stop!" But the person didn't turn. Instead, they quickened and mirrored my pace. I turned right onto a brighter street. I recognized the chain stores, the bus stop. The streetlight was brighter here. I could see the signs clearly. I ran toward the bus stop shelter, threw myself inside, and huddled behind the glass. I looked back, and the figure had stopped at the edge of the light, just outside the guard of the illumination, silent, watching. I pressed the emergency call button on my phone, hands shaking. 911 operator answered. I told them I was walking alone. Someone was following me. I was at the bus stop on Elm and 5th. The operator told me to stay put, keep in the light. Paramedics or police were on their way. I told the operator I would wait, but my eyes never left the figure. They didn't move an inch. 10 minutes passed, or maybe 5. I didn't care, felt every second stretch. The figure eventually stepped into the light, and to my horror I saw their face, pale, gaunt, hollow-eyed, like someone had been starving. No expression, just the hollows of cheeks and sunken eyes staring straight at me. They raised one hand in a slow, deliberate wave. My world stopped. I slumped. I couldn't breathe. The figure took one slow step back into the darkness and vanished. The police arrived, lights flashing. I gave them my statement, described the figure, the alley, the shed. They combed the area. We found no one. The shed was abandoned, no prints, no signs of recent occupancy except the trampled grass. The officers called it maybe someone playing a prank or a homeless person high on something, but I knew whatever it was, it had stared at me, and the face wasn't right. They drove me home. I sat in the back seat and watched every passing shadow in the rearview mirror. At home, I locked every door, the sound resonating shut. I stared out the front window long after I got into bed. Weeks passed. I tried to forget, but memories slinked in at night. I would wake and see that face behind the window in my dreams. I would hear the footsteps in hallways. Sometimes I thought I heard a whisper outside my bedroom window, a soft scratch like someone tapping. I would freeze, hold my breath, wait for nothing, but the fear would seep back. One night I decided to get closure. I drove back to the dead end and that shed at 3 a.m. The parking lot of the main road was bare. A full moon cast broad light. I walked down the cracked sidewalk again. I reached the chain link fence and peered inside. The gate was swinging wide. It hadn't changed. The shed door hung open. My flashlight beam hit the lifted floorboard where I'd seen the hand. I crouched and looked under. Nothing. No traces of footwear. No fresh mud. A thin layer of dust covered everything. But then I noticed footsteps pressed in the soil beside the shed. To small, narrow shoes, maybe size 6 or 7. Odd, because the figure looked tall. They led to the back of the shed and disappeared into the bushes. Heart pounding, I followed cautiously, the bushes scraping at my jacket. I stepped into a clearing behind the shed. The moon illuminated something, a small stone marker, half buried, with the words Evelyn Greer, 1970 to 1995, etched lightly. I stumbled back, mind racing. Who was Evelyn Greer? What did this have to do with the figure I had seen? I felt a chill. I looked around and found no other markers. The clearing was silent, untouched. I took a photo with my phone and left quickly. Back in my car, I glanced at the photo. The marker glowed faintly in moonlight. My phone pinged, message from an unknown number. It read, "You saw me. I saw you." I dropped the phone, engine revved. I stared at the screen. Another message, "Come back." I threw the phone onto the passenger seat and sped away. That night, I slept fitfully. In my dream, I walked again down the sidewalk, the figure behind me. I turned and they stood so close I saw the fine hairs on their face, the thin cracks in the skin like brittle porcelain. They whispered, "You shouldn't have come." I woke up gasping. In the following days, I searched for Evelyn Greer. I found a brief obituary in the archive of the local paper. She died under unclear circumstances in 1995, found in the same neighborhood abandoned, but no foul play confirmed. The house had been demolished years ago. The shed remained. The dead-end street had once been a row of houses, replaced by fencing and vacant lots. The article mentioned neighbors hearing footsteps at night, seeing someone walking alone, and then vanishing. It sounded like my story. Still, I tried to go about life. Work, friends, routine. Yet whenever I walked alone at dusk, or later I felt eyes on me, I changed my route. I no longer walked after midnight. I kept lights on at home. But the feeling returned. One evening, I glanced out at the empty street, and in the distance, I saw a figure standing beneath the sodium lamp where I had parked months earlier. I rubbed my eyes. They remained. I froze, fingers tightening on my phone. I watched, and the figure did not move. I stayed on my porch until morning. When dawn broke, they were gone. I kept vigilance. One night, I heard scratching at my front door. My heart jumped. I peeled back the curtain. It was the same narrow shoe prints imprinted on the wet sidewalk outside. I took my phone, called someone to stay over. I didn't move. I didn't open the door until morning. The prints were gone. Weeks later, I moved out of that neighborhood. I convinced myself the figure was gone too. Maybe I was imagining. Maybe the phone messages had been a prank, the obituary coincidence, an odd twist. One night, months after the move, I was driving back somewhere late and saw a figure in my rearview mirror, standing on the sidewalk, illuminated by headlights, watching the car pass. My stomach turned, reached the same type of alarmed state I'd felt before. But the figure didn't move as I passed. They watched, hands at their sides. My headlights faded, and the figure didn't step off the curb. I drove on. I thought maybe it was someone else. But I recognized the gait. Slow, deliberate, hovering at the edge of light. I called the police, not sure what they could do. They said they'd checked the area but found nothing. I realized then the figure wasn't just following me that night I walked. Maybe it related to the ground I walked. The old house, the marker, the dead end. Maybe it followed the route, the footsteps, the fear. And maybe it still watches. Late one evening, returning home across a quiet block, I waited for the traffic light to change. Across the street, beneath the single flickering lamp, I glimpsed movement at the corner of my vision. I turned to look and saw the figure standing beneath the lamp, looking at me. I looked away, heart racing, waited for the light to change, then walked faster, keys ready in hand. At home, I locked the door and looked out the peephole. Across the street, the lamp. Beneath it stood a person. 2 a.m. No one else around. The figure stood still, face blank. The lamp flickered and the figure didn't move with the change in light. I pressed against the door. I called my friend, told them to come over. I waited, watching the door, watching the street. I thought about leaving town. I thought about never walking alone again. But more than that, I thought about the figure itself. Obviously not human, or at least not alive in any sense I recognized. Their posture, their stare, they felt layered with old pain, old presence. The marker I found behind the shed said 1995. So what had happened? Was it bound to that place? Was it following me because I walked that route? Had I passed its old house? Walking alone at night had always had a risk, a stranger in the dark. But this, the thing I encountered, didn't feel like a stranger. It felt like something else, something that hovered at the margins of light, something that waited. Now, whenever I hear the wind catch a loose board or the street lamp flicker, I tense. I look over my shoulder. I avoid the dark. I've never seen the figure come close. I've never heard them speak. But the wave, just one slow, deliberate wave, haunts me. It said, "I saw you." It said, "You shouldn't have come." I go home early now. When I must walk, I walk in groups. I keep my phone ready. I keep the light on in my house, and I stare out until morning. Because I know the dark is still out there. And if you walk alone at night, maybe you will see it too. Story the end. The streetlights were weak, more flicker than glow, as I walked down the uneven sidewalk. The old houses lining the boulevard leaned into the night as if they were listening in. It was around 1:17 a.m. when I left the last bar, one I'd helped clean up after closing as part of a side job. My shift ended late. I didn't want to pay for a cab, and it was only a couple miles to my apartment. So I decided to walk. I kept the brakes in my heel, click moderate. Not too loud, but deliberate enough that I'd sense if someone was behind me. The heavy November air carried a breeze that felt colder than the temperature suggested. I pulled my jacket tighter, hands tucked in pockets, and watched the edges of the sidewalks for shadows. The bar parking lot had ended just moments ago, and I was in a stretch of residential area with low fences and dim porch lights, most turned off. I passed by a vacant lot where the grass had grown tall, brushing against a rusty chain-link fence. The fence swayed slightly in the breeze, squeaking a little. I stopped for a moment to glance down the lot. There was something dark at the far end, nearer the woods. My eyes adjusted slowly. I thought I saw a figure crouched behind the fence, maybe a person, maybe just a tree stump. I dismissed it, shook my head, and moved on. I passed the turn that would have taken me through the main road. Instead, I followed the quieter side street to avoid traffic. Up ahead, a street lamp's bulb flickered and died, and for a moment the world plunged into darkness. I slowed my pace. Under the blackness, I heard something faint, the rustle of leaves, then a dragging sound. I paused the heel click. The dragging stopped. I waited. Nothing. I started walking again, slower. The next porch had a door ajar, cracked by maybe 6 inches. The yellow light inside faded. I kept moving, not breaking my eyes from the door. The door didn't move further, but I felt an odd urge to turn around, to check behind me. I refused, reminding myself I was almost home. A car passed by, its headlights sweeping across the street, and I flicked my eyes to the side where the vacant lot was. In the sweep of light, I saw the crouched figure again, but now it seemed closer, as if it had stood up. It was tall, thin, shrouded in something dark like a long coat, and its head turned toward me. I couldn't see the face. The light passed, and when the headlights left, the figure was gone. I exhaled. I increased my pace a little, pushing past the uncertainty. My phone buzzed. It was a text from my mom asking if I was home yet. I typed a quick almost and put the phone away. The glow from the screen helped, but I forced myself not to stare at it too long. The street dipped down slightly. Ahead I could see where the sidewalk curved around a deserted gas station. The pumps were still standing, but the canopy was dark, and the convenience kiosk had its windows boarded up. I could see the large sign flickering, open 24 HRs. But the light was so dim it seemed more like a mocking echo of a business long closed. I kept walking, hearing the faint hum of the sign, but not any life. Then I heard footsteps behind me again. Light, but more rapid than my own pace. I turned my head just a little. I saw nothing. I quickened my step, but the footsteps matched each time, behind me, then beside me, then behind again. I glanced quickly over my shoulder. The street was empty, except for the row of houses and the vacant lot. My heart thumped. I told myself it must be someone walking their dog or taking a late smoke break, but the rhythm of the steps was wrong. They sounded deliberate, too close. I forced myself to slow again, removed my earbuds, and listened. The world was silent except for distant traffic and that faint dragging I thought I had heard. I reached the corner of the gas station lot. I bent to tie my shoelace, the kind of excuse you make when you feel watched. When I stood up, I looked toward the lot again. There it was, the figure now standing completely upright near the fence, about maybe 20 feet away. I swore it was looking right at me. I didn't want to move, but my body forced me forward. As I passed the gas station, I kept my back to the board-up windows, my eyes toward the figure. It remained motionless. The street curved, and after the curve, I knew the sidewalk would be better lit. The houses would be closer and welcoming. I let myself believe I was halfway home. Then I heard a whisper. Not a word, at least not one I could distinguish. Maybe it was carried by the wind. Maybe I imagine. It sounded like, "Go." I stopped. My blood froze cold. The whisper came again, "Go." The voice was low, dry, like breath through a cracked pipe. It came from the direction of the vacant lot. I turned and looked toward the fence. No figure. I took a hesitant step backward. My heel click echoed. I glanced behind. Nothing. I pulled my phone out again, just in case. I turned the flashlight on. The beam swept the lot, the tall grasses, the fence. Nothing. My breathing became loud inside my ears. I considered running, but I thought running might alert someone. So I moved briskly, walking, keeping my head high, phone flashlight still on. I reached the better lit portion of the street where I grew up, my old neighborhood. Familiar houses, front yards, now silent. I recognized one with a porch swing, another with a dog barking behind a gate. I relaxed slightly. Then the light in the dog's house went off. The dog stopped barking. The front yard became silent. I heard no footsteps behind me. But I felt something, like I was being followed. I quickened again. My phone flashed with a message from my roommate. "Don't forget to shut the door behind you." I typed back, "On my way." My keys were in my hand now. The sidewalk led me to a driveway and then to the side entrance of my apartment building. But before I reached the door, I heard a thump behind me, like someone bending down, shifting weight. I froze. The flashlight in my hand flickered. When the beam steadied, I turned completely around. Between two hedges near the house across the street, the figure was moving slowly from the shadows into the weak porch light. It stepped out, thin coat, head down, face still obscured. It moved silently, gliding more than walking. I raised my phone to record, but the light died. The phone shut off unexpectedly. I cursed. Dead battery, I thought. The figure stopped, stood still in the porch glow, maybe 30 feet away. It looked straight at me. My breath came out in hot puffs, though the air was cold. I stood there, frozen. The figure raised its head slightly, and I thought I saw hollow eye sockets. Then it raised one thin arm, pointed at me. Without a sound. I ran. My keys clattered. I stumbled down the steps of the building entry, trying to fumble the door. It was locked. I spun the knob roughly. The deadbolt slid. I yanked the door open and bolted inside. I slammed it shut, pressed my back against it, and held the knob as though I expected it to break. Inside the dim foyer, I braced my phone on the floor, trying to charge it, but there was no charge. I turned to the internal stairwell rather than the main elevator. The building creaked slightly from its old age. I ran up to the third-floor apartment, opened the door, turned the chain lock, and held it shut. I leaned my forehead on the door. From outside, I heard nothing, but inside I heard a drip, water dripping somewhere unknown. The sound amplified in the silence. I walked to the living room, turned on all lights. The apartment was quiet. My roommate wasn't home yet. I checked windows. Curtains drawn, sliding doors locked. I looked out through the peephole at the hallway. The light in the hallway flickered once. I sank on the sofa, the adrenaline pulsing in my arms and legs. I thought maybe I'd imagined the figure. My phone remained dead. I opened the front door just a crack, looked out into the hallway, empty, silent. I sat back down. After 10 minutes, I told myself I'd calm down and then sleep. But at around 2 a.m., the chain lock clicked. The sliding glass door in the living room rattled. My roommate entered, softly greeting me. I jumped up, startled. They had a bag with fast food. Relief and embarrassment fought inside me. I half laughed. "You about to freak me out," I said. They shrugged, turned the lights on. "No, hey, you okay? You look like you saw a ghost." I hesitated. "Maybe I did," I joked lightly. I didn't tell them everything. Later that night, I lay in bed trying to sleep, but the memory of the figure replayed. The pointing, the empty face, the whispered go. My phone, still dead. The thought that maybe it wasn't just someone watching, it was waiting. I got up to fetch water. As I passed the living room window, I saw something. A shadow moving on the blinds. I froze. Then the shadow pulled away. I stared at the blinds, no one visible outside. I closed the curtains. Sleep finally came. Weeks passed. I tried to put it behind me, but I started noticing little things. My phone would show low battery when it had been charging all night. Doors I had locked seemed slightly ajar in the morning. My car, parked in the lot behind the building, sometimes had frost on the door handle when I knew the air was above freezing. I told myself I was being paranoid. One evening, I was driving home from work, took the same side street. In the vacant lot, I saw the figure again, standing perfectly still beside the fence, long coat, head down. I stopped the car at the edge of the lot, thought I might honk, but then it lifted its head and looked right at me. I drove off immediately. That night, I locked everything, called my mom, talked until midnight, and when I closed the phone, I thought I heard the dragging sound behind my apartment building, common enough, maybe a garbage can being pulled. But I listened. It stopped. It stopped. Then the whisper again, "Go." It was so quiet I questioned if I heard it. The next morning, I found footprints in the snow behind the building. Fresh, long stride, heading toward the back fence, then disappearing. I took a photo. The prints were bare, no shoe tread, just depressions in the snow like long, thin legs. I sent it to my roommate. They said I should call the police. I told them I would. That afternoon, I called the non-emergency line for the city, gave them the location, asked about reports. The operator said there had been break-ins in the neighborhood, items missing, but no suspect description. I asked if anyone had reported a tall, thin figure. They paused, then said, "No specific description." I thanked them. That night I slept with a knife beside my bed. I left the lights on in the living room, closed the blinds. The refrigerator hummed. The air was still. At 3:23 a.m. I woke to my front door's deadbolt sliding. It clicked. I jolted up, grabbed the knife, heart racing. I listened. Silence. I darted to the peephole. Hallway empty, light flickering. I opened the door a crack. Nothing. I dared not step into the hallway. I backed away and closed the chain lock, tightened the deadbolt. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Go. I stared at the screen. I hadn't given my number to anyone. My roommate was out of town, house empty. I typed back, "Who is this?" And then the screen flickered off. The battery died instantly from full to zero. I looked out the window. The shadow of a figure moved across the sidewalk outside, then paused in the porch light. It held up an arm, pointing at my apartment. I screamed. I called 911. I stayed on the phone as an officer arrived. 2 came. They searched the perimeter, found fresh footprints in the snow like before, long stride, spaced wide. They found no one. When they left, one told me to stay with my roommate's friends until the case was resolved. I went away for a few nights, came back, changed locks, set up motion sensors. Still after midnight, the feeling returned. I'd hear the dragging behind the fence, the whisper at the window, the flicker of someone in the porch light. One night I drove past the vacant lot again. I stopped the car, stared at the fence. The figure was there. This time it waved. No face, just the dark coat. I exhaled and slowly drove off. Months later, I moved out of the building. I found a place in a better lit area, closer to campus, more people awake at night. I left behind the apartment, the door I locked, the footprints in the snow, the figure by the fence. But sometimes when I walk home late, I still see a dark shape at the edge of my vision. Across the street, behind a fence, I sense the eyes watching. I never got an answer about who or what it was. The police file remained open. My phone battery died more often than it ever did. I still carry a small flashlight and a pocket knife when I walk late. I don't take side streets anymore. I keep the main road lit and I make noise. Talk on the phone, headphones in one ear, steps deliberate. And some nights when the wind is light and the street is quiet, I swear I hear the whisper again. Go. Story the end. I walked out of my shift at the convenience store around 11:13 p.m., the clock beside the exit blinking steadily as if marking the moment I crossed over into another world. It was a cool, late October night in suburban Pennsylvania, the breeze gentle but carrying an unspoken chill. Rusty, weathered streetlights stretched their halos across the sidewalk, illuminating the empty road ahead. I locked the door behind me, the faint click echoing down the silent street, and headed toward my car parked under a tree, whose branches cast spindly shadows on the asphalt. I had just about 50 yards to go when I heard a soft shuffle from across the street, a sound like someone dragging steps slowly, uncertainly. I stopped cold. The hairs at the back of my neck prickled. I glanced left, then right. The houses were dark, their windows blank. Across the road, in the dim light, there was a man. He stood directly under a streetlight, though the light didn't seem to reach his face. His silhouette was hunched, arms hanging loosely, and I could not tell what he was wearing, only that his coat looked old, dark, heavy. I couldn't make out a face, but I felt him watching me. My car felt suddenly far away. I shouldered my bag and moved faster. The path felt longer. Branches overhead rustled, and the wind kicked up fallen leaves. I snapped out of my head and aimed for the car door. Then a siren in the distance wavered, and the man took a step forward, entering the blur of the streetlight's glow, then stopped. I paused, my hand resting on the door handle of my car. The man stayed motionless and still. I thought maybe he'd been waiting for me? The racing of my heart seemed loud in that quiet light. I unlocked the car, threw the bag on the passenger seat, climbed in, locked the doors. I stared at the man across the street. He was gone. There should have been a movement, maybe a retreat into the darkness, but nothing. Just the dark silhouette had vanished. I looked around frantically, the street empty. I exhaled deeply and told myself I must be imagining things. I pulled out of the lot and onto the road, turned the radio on low just to hear voices. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I drove down suburban roads, street lamps trailing by like silent judges. The radio crackled between stations, none of which had anything I listened to, but the turning of the dial gave some comfort. About 15 minutes later, the radio picked up a local station. An old rock ballad played, its melody comforting. I relaxed a little. The memory of the man lingered, though I told myself he was just a drunk wanderer or someone waiting for the bus at a weird hour. Then the station cut to static and the night sound took over inside the car. Headlights of an oncoming vehicle passed, and I exhaled, thinking I'd made it home. My street came up, quiet and narrow, lined with identical houses, porch lights off. As I turned into my driveway, I spotted someone standing outside my own front window, dressed in dark clothing and still. For a moment, I thought the light from the street lamp was playing tricks, but the figure was real, backlit by the glass window. I stopped the car, parked, mashed the lock button. My engine hummed. My breath came in sharp puffs visible in the cool night air. The figure did not move. I lowered my window a crack and tapped the horn gently twice. The figure flicked, just for a second, turned his head toward me and stared. I saw pale skin and eyes reflecting the street lamp's light. Dark hair, stringy, stuck to his scalp. The face was expressionless. The cool breeze tickled my neck from the open window, and I realized I'd left the car's interior light on. The glare from the dashboard showed him clearly. His coat was long, damp maybe, and I could almost smell the damp earth. I locked the doors again, pressed down on the horn rapidly 3 times, high-pitched echo in the silence. The figure took a step backward swiftly, disappeared into shadow. I sat there, heart pounding, head clearing. I grabbed my phone, dialed my roommate's number, but then hung up. No point waking him at midnight for some stranger at the window. I told myself I'd call the police in the morning if he was still there. I opened the car door, got out slowly, walked toward my front door. The air felt thick, heavy, like swimming through it. Before I reached the porch, I heard the window break, a small tink of glass. My body jolted. I froze. The storm door rattled. I turned and saw the man from across the street, now approaching the porch from the side yard, stepping over the low fence that separates the yards. The street lamp cast his shadow long onto neighbor's siding. He crouched, one hand on the fence, the other reaching for the porch railing. My mind froze. I didn't scream, didn't run, just froze. My phone dropped from my hand onto the asphalt with a sharp clack. The figure's head turned toward me, eyes shining with something ancient and dark. I saw the corner of his mouth curl upward. He slid off the fence into the shadows and vanished behind the bushes. I moved in decisive strides to the front door, juggling the bag, fumbling for my keys. Behind me, the bushes shook. I turned quickly. He stood 2 feet behind me now, in the shadows, no sound, just the faint rattle of leaves. I yanked the door open, slammed it behind me, locked it twice. My body shook, as if I'd plunged into cold water. Inside, the house was dark and quiet. I darted to the kitchen, turned on every light in the living room. My phone was on the floor by the door. I picked it up, checked the screen. It was still working. No missed calls. I sat on the couch, hugged my knees to my chest, and stared at the window through which he had disappeared. The porch light glowed softly, but it did nothing to warm the chill in my bones. I stayed up until dawn, keeping the TV on low volume, half watching old sitcom reruns while my adrenaline refused to rest. When the sky turned gray and the morning light crept in, I opened one eye and looked at the window. No figure, nothing moved. I got dressed, drove to a 24-hour diner, and ordered coffee by 7:15 a.m., telling the waitress I hadn't slept. She asked, "You okay?" I told her yes, just a rough night. I considered calling the police, but hesitated. What would I say? Hello, stranger stood outside my house after I parked in the driveway. He broke a window? It sounded absurd. Maybe someone drunk, someone homeless, maybe just in the bushes for a moment and gone. I pushed the thought away. Weeks passed. I returned to the convenience store job, closed up, and drove home. The night the event happened seemed isolated, until it didn't. It was about 3 weeks later, same shift, same hour. I clocked out, stepped into the cool night. I felt it the moment I left the building. The hush of the street, the absence of other people. The man stood across the street again, under that same streetlight. This time I didn't stop. I walked briskly, bag over shoulder, pulled the keys out early, heart hammering. But I glanced at him. He stood exactly the same stance as before, hunched, arms hanging, heavy coat. I got into the car and locked the doors. I looked back. He was gone. The radio played faintly. I exhaled. Then as I drove down the long road, I saw the reflection of something in the corner of my rearview mirror. A dark shape following, maybe 50 yards back. At first I convinced myself it was another car turning off, but no headlights. Then the shape moved closer. I pressed the pedals slightly, my palms slick on the leather steering wheel. The car behind followed. There was no risk of collision because it mirrored every curve, stayed constant. I changed lanes, but it changed. I sped up to 40 miles per hour, then 45, then 50. Still, it stayed behind me, silent. The engine sounded loud. I turned on the radio full blast, trying to drown the dread. The shape leaned at one turn, but kept pace. I turned into my neighborhood. The shape slowed momentarily as I turned the corner. I saw through the mirror that the shape didn't turn. It stopped. I exhaled. I pulled into my driveway and parked. The shape reappeared at the street entrance, headlight less. I scrambled with keys in the dark again, got into the house, locked the doors, hearing the engine of my own car still running in the driveway. I killed it, sat inside. I watched the front window. The street was empty. The neighbor's porch light flicked once. That night I could not sleep. I checked all the locks. I pulled the curtains. I sat by the window with a baseball bat from the garage, though I never used it. It felt wrong to sleep. Next morning, I found footprints on the walkway, muddy, large, boot-like, a size at least a men's 12, leading from the side fence to the front window. They were black where the moisture from dew had turned to grime. I followed them with a flashlight, and they ended in front of the window I so often watched. I called the police. They came and dusted for prints, said, "We'll keep an eye on things. That's odd, but maybe just someone surveying the house." They filed a report. Weeks later, I decided to move. I found an apartment in a complex just 10 minutes away. I told myself I'd be safe. Better lighting, more people. But the last night there changed everything again. I was moving the last of my boxes in around midnight. I placed the big box by the door, went out to my car for the dolly. When I returned, the hallway of the complex building was silent, empty. I rode the dull, blue-lit elevator to the ground floor and walked outside to where my car was parked. Streetlights stood at intervals. I loaded the box, closed the trunk. As I reached in for something else, I felt the air tighten. I turned and across the parking lot, there he was. Under one of the lot lights, coat-heavy, face still unreadable in the dim light. His eyes glinted. I froze. Our eyes locked. He nodded slightly as if acknowledging an appointment and then looked away toward the inner yard of the complex. I shut the trunk and got in the car. I locked the doors. My heartbeat climbed. I started the engine. As I drove out of the lot, I saw his figure emerge from behind the parked cars and begin following me, not by foot, but by another car, a black sedan with dark windows, headlights off. I switched on my hazard lights, slowed the car, then sped up when the lot entrance cleared. I turned onto the road and glimpsed the black sedan pulling out behind me. The dash clock said 12:09 a.m. I knew exactly how many minutes I had driven out. I kept going, internal voice yelling to turn around, to call for help. I dialed 911 and kept the phone to my ear, though I was the only one in the car. The operator's voice crackled through. 911, what is your emergency? I told her I was being followed. She asked for my location. I gave the road name. She told me to keep driving, lights on, be visible. She asked for a description of the car. Black sedan, dark windows, no headlights on yet. She said she would dispatch a unit to follow. I glanced in the side mirror. The black sedan was 20 yards behind. I drove faster. I blinked repeatedly to keep panic out of my voice. Shortly, I came to a police car, lights on ahead. I overtook it, then turned left quickly, hoping the sedan would overshoot the turn. It did not. For 2 seconds, it paused, then followed. I accelerated, turned right, triple-checked my GPS on my phone, and the operator told me to head to the nearest open store or police station. I broke into a sprint of driving, my senses screaming. Finally, I reached the brighter streets of the city, passing a gas station with lights on and people milling. I pulled in. The sedan slowed, drove past. I yelled at the attendant to call the police, pointed at the car creeping past. He nodded, stepped inside. Within minutes, a pair of police cars pulled in. The black sedan was gone. I handed over my phone to the attending officer, gave my statement. They monitored the area for hours, found the sedan parked 2 blocks away, but no one inside. They took its license plate, said they would investigate. That night, I didn't sleep until the sun was up. Morning came. I hatched a plan. I would not go back to night shift. I found a day job soon after, moved again, further away. I tried to forget, but some nights, when the wind picks up and leaves rustle under streetlights, and when I'm alone and think of the way the figure nodded, it wasn't fear, it was satisfaction. I remember. I'm never alone again. Not really. I drive with my doors locked, keep the windows shut when I walk at night. I see shadows in dark corners and wonder if it's him or someone else. During a jog early one morning, I glanced over my shoulder and imagined I saw him under a lamppost, his coat drenched, standing still. The last time was months ago. Halloween passed. I walked home from a friend's house around 11 p.m., like an idiot thinking I was okay now. I passed under a streetlight I hadn't used in a while during that first incident. I felt the familiar chill, glanced across the road. There he was. The same stooped man, same heavy coat, same darkness where his face should have been, watching. His eyes glimmered. I broke into a run. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know why he chose me. I don't know if he's gone now. Maybe he waits from shadow to streetlight, from witness to witness. And maybe he'll never attack. Maybe he just follows. Maybe he stands and acknowledges when someone notices. Maybe he marks the moment when someone realizes they are no longer safe walking alone at night. Sometimes when I'm in a lit room, I turn off the light and peek through the window at the yard. There's a street lamp 6 feet away. Darkness gathers beyond it. I can't help wondering if he's watching again. Waiting. Story the end. I trudged along the cracked sidewalk beneath the sodium yellow street lamps, the wind biting through my jacket as I made my way home. The night was quiet enough that I could hear my own shoes scrape against the pavement, the distant drone of a car racing down the boulevard, and the faint rustle of leaves drifting off an old oak tree. I glanced at every dark alley and unlit driveway as I passed each house, hands slowly reaching inside my jacket pocket to check my phone's GPS one more time. The city felt safe enough by day, bustling, full of life. But at 2 a.m., everyone had gone home, the streetlights flickered with age, and the real world became a little smaller. It felt like a film set with half the props missing. I'd left the bar earlier than usual. My friend had insisted on taking a cab, but I offered to walk the last half mile from the station. I was used to it. I'd grown up in this neighborhood in the northern edge of the city, and I knew the streets. Even by night, they were just streets. The only change was in how they felt. The houses looked the same, the fences the same, but the shadows stretched differently, and in those shadows the mind can play tricks. I passed an old white house with peeling paint, its porch light out, the windows dark. The front door was slightly ajar. I paused, heart kicking, half expecting someone to step out the door, but nothing. I shook it off, probably a careless tenant. The trees behind it shifted in the wind and made patterns on the siding like someone pacing inside. I kept walking. My breath made little clouds in the air. A light mist had begun to form. Up ahead, the street curved slightly to the right and rose toward a small hill. The kind you don't notice in daylight, but at night the incline made the sidewalk look steeper, the hill darker at the top. I approached that stretch and slowed, listening. A dog barked somewhere behind me, low and distant. Then silence. As I reached the top of the hill, I noticed a figure standing by the curb on the opposite side of the street. It was a man leaning against a lamppost, face turned down, hood pulled up. He didn't move, just stood there. I looked away briefly. My thoughts, maybe someone waiting for someone else's ride, waiting for a friend. But the posture felt wrong, too still. I glanced back. He hadn't shifted, hadn't taken a step. My throat tightened. I kept going, walking faster now, phone flashlight ready. When I passed the lamppost, I felt the glow behind me fade and looked over my shoulder. The man still there, but he had turned to look toward me, eyes glowing faintly in the lamplight, staring, frozen. I tried not to meet his gaze. I forced myself to keep moving, looking at the sidewalk ahead of me. My phone rang, a forgotten call from my friend checking I made it home okay, but I ignored it, letting it ring out. I didn't stop to answer. I reached the corner and turned left, heading down toward the park gate. I used the park path because it was shorter and somewhat lit by intermittent lights, though many were flickering or out. I'd cut through this park hundreds of times and never felt anything but peace. But tonight, everything felt twisted. As I entered the park, trees arched overhead, branches catching mist and making ghost shapes. The path was narrow, and the only sound was my shoes and the rustle of dead leaves. I kept imagining footsteps behind me, though I heard none. My pace quickened. The park's light poles were spaced out, one far ahead, two broken ones near me. One section of path was entirely dark, no overhead lights, no moonlight, just black. I passed that black section and hurried into the next light. My heart felt like a drum. I checked my phone. Battery had dipped below 30%. I cursed silently. If something happened, if I got stranded, the phone might not help. I thought of turning around and taking the longer street route instead, but I kept going, convincing myself I was being dramatic. I was being silly. Nothing would happen. Then I heard a snapping sound like a thin tree branch, somewhere ahead and to my right. I froze. Something in me told me to stop walking, to shine the flashlight there, to maybe call someone. My mind raced. Could be a raccoon, could be wind, could be nothing. But I listened and heard another small snap. I looked ahead. The path continued to a small bridge over a creek, the water dark and silent. The next lamp was already unlit. The wood planks of the bridge creaked slightly. I walked onto the bridge slowly. The flashlight beam danced across the wood, a faded brown, some planks warped by age. I felt vulnerable. Midway, I heard a whisper, not a shout, a low, indistinct murmur like someone talking to themselves. I stopped, struck still. I looked ahead. The path beyond the bridge was darker than usual. I heard it again. My name. Chris. The sound was faint, but I heard it. My name. I froze, chilled. I hadn't said anything aloud. I hadn't noted how I looked. Chris. A sigh, maybe laughter. I tightened my jacket and tried to focus on the beam of light ahead. I kept walking, faster. I crossed the bridge and didn't stop until I was fully on the other side. I didn't look back. The path wound upward from the creek. The mist had thickened, swirling like smoke near the ground. I could just make out the glow of a light up ahead, but I felt like I should avoid it, maybe take the side trail. But no, I kept straight on the main path. Then there was movement in the corner of my eye. A figure crouched at the side of the path near a tree. I tensed, ready to sprint, but the figure didn't move. I passed it. I didn't look. I didn't breathe. Still, I felt watched. My mind saw shapes in the bushes, heard laughter in the wind, imagined the figure rising behind me, stepping into the light. My steps quickened. I pushed past the final lamp and out of the wooded park section, back into the street of houses and fences. Relief mixed with paranoia. I was safe enough, I told myself. Just a bit spooked. Then the footsteps began. Soft behind me. I ignored them at first, maybe a car or someone walking a dog further back. But I paused at the curb, backpack strap sliding off my shoulder, and the footsteps stopped in sync. I looked behind, a shadow too vague to define. Then the footsteps started again, deliberate, matching my pace. I stared ahead. I broke into a faster walk. The shadows sped up. I broke into a jog. Nothing else except my breathing and the pounding of my shoes. I reached my street. My house came into view, lights still on in the living room. I dashed to the door, keys fumbled in my hand. As I inserted them, I glanced behind one last time. The shadow stood across the street, near a lamppost, facing me. I froze, key halfway in the lock. It raised its hand, finger pointed at me. No movement from it, just the gesture. My mind screamed. I slammed the door behind me, locked it. I leaned against it, sliding down until I sat on the wood floor, heart thundering. My phone fell from my hand, screen cracked as it hit the floor. I gasped. I reached for it, flicked it on. No new notifications. I called my friend, voice shaky. He told me to stay inside. I did. Hours passed. I sat in the corner of the couch, light on, door locked, windows shut. I heard something outside. A knock. Not at the door, but at the large window facing the street. I didn't want to look, but I did. The figure stood outside, visible in brief lamplight outside the window, leaning against the frame, hood up, face obscured. He didn't move, just stared. I backed away slowly, heart in my throat. Then the figure raised a phone, flash on, click. The flash lit my face through the window just for a half second, then off. He vanished. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed alert, listening for every sound. The next day I told the police. They came, took a look. The window glass had a small scratch on the frame, fresh. They said pass the molecular test, no fingerprints. I filed a report. They told me to change locks, maybe install cameras. Weeks passed. The moment of seeing the figure outside the window left me shaken. I avoided walking late. But then, one evening, I forgot. I went out to the grocery store. It was past midnight. I walked the same route. The streetlights were dim, the mist thick again. I kept my keys ready. I passed that same old White House. This time the front door was wide open, a silhouette inside, half hidden by darkness. I walked faster, eyes forward. As I neared the brush side of the house, I heard my name again. Chris. Chris. I looked up at the second floor window. There was a shape, someone looking down. Not waving, just watching. I shivered and kept walking. I didn't glance back. When I reached the lamppost from that hill, the man was there again. Same posture. He looked at me, just stared. The hairs at the back of my neck prickled. I passed quickly. I kept to the sidewalk, not daring to take shortcuts. Later, at home, I found my phone had 9 new photos. I had not heard a click. I opened the gallery. The last 9 images, each a blurry face, hooded, staring, dark background. The timestamp showed each photo had been taken on the walk. One at the bridge, one at the park path, one at the lamppost, one at the window. Each had my face in it, gasping or walking, lit by my phone flashlight. My heart froze. I never hit the shutter button. I showed the photos to the police. They were disturbed but said again, no fingerprints, no video footage. The city's street cameras were out in that neighborhood for maintenance, they said. I felt exposed. Night after night, I lay awake listening. The floorboards creaked, the wind pressed at the windows, and sometimes I thought I heard footsteps on the porch. I installed cameras. The first night, footage showed the figure outside the window again, lingering for about 30 seconds, then disappearing. I watched in horror. He raised his phone again. Click. Then he walked away into the darkness. I decided I had to move. My roommate also moved out. I found a place downtown with locked gates and security cameras. On the last night before I moved, I again walked home. I thought maybe I was just traumatized. I took the long route, well lit, busy, though at 2 a.m. still quiet. This time I stayed alert, phone gripped in my hand. Halfway home, I heard my phone click. I looked down. Photo taken. I glanced up. No one visible. My stomach dropped. I picked up speed. Then I felt tires behind me down the street. Silent, creeping. A car's headlights flickered behind me, engine idling. I turned a corner, looked back. Car still there. I ran the last few dozen yards. At my new place, I locked myself in, away from the neighborhood. Yet still the photos periodically appeared. Unknown face pointing, watching. The emails that came with attachments, camera shots looking through a window at me. The police followed up, but no leads. One night, months later, I woke to my camera phone screen going off. It showed a photo taken just seconds before, me asleep, the hallway behind me visible, and behind me, in the darkness, the faint outline of the figure leaning against the wall. I jolted upright. I turned on all lights. I called the police again and gave them the image, metadata showing the time, revealing the camera phone had been triggered, but I had been asleep, at home, in my locked apartment. Shortly after I left the city altogether. A job offer gave me reason, but mostly I needed to escape. The figure never caught up to me, never made contact, but the knowledge that he had access, that he could appear unannounced, untraceable, hid in the shadows while I walked alone at night, it haunted me more than any immediate threat ever did. Now when I pass streetlights late at night or walk a dim path, I feel that freeze in my chest. The turning of a head at the lamppost, the snap of a branch in the dark, a phone shutter echoing in the void. I know I'm not safe. And I know that sometimes the quietest roads, the ones we think we know, are the most dangerous when we walk them alone. Story: The end. I crossed the street one last time, checking my watch. 11:42 p.m. The pavement under my feet of old Baltimore echoed faintly, a rehearsal of my own breath and the shuffle of my shoes across the cracked concrete. I'd stayed late at the practice studio downtown, rehearsing lines for an indie film shoot early the next morning, and as the subway closed and cabs thinned out, I resorted to the long walk home. I had to. The bus stop had changed, and the only nearby cab service was scheduled to stop for the night. So I headed up Charles Street, past the shuttered storefronts and the occasional flicker of neon from a convenience store still open. The streetlights glowed sickly yellow, spaced too far apart, and the wind tasted of November's early chill. Damp, sharp, pressing. My phone buzzed. A text from my sister, "You call when you're home?" I typed back, "Yeah, soon." She didn't know how long it would take. I wasn't in any hurry. I turned the corner into a quieter residential zone, row houses, stoops, bare trees. The street lamps here flickered more. Some, not at all. I sighed, the unease already rising, that prickly feeling in the back of my neck you get when you're walking alone at night and you swear the shadows are moving. As I passed an alleyway between brownstones, something scraped behind me. A faint but sharp sound, like a branch hitting metal, or maybe a pipe shifting. I stopped. I turned slowly. Nothing. Just the alley, black and empty. I swallowed and thought maybe it was the wind. I started walking again, head lowered, arms crossed to ward off the cold. The houses on either side looked asleep. Windows dark, curtains drawn, cars parked silently along the curb. The next stretch of road was even worse. No sidewalk lighting. I walked closer to the houses, stepping on the grass edge rather than the street. My footsteps sounded too loud, echoing off the pavement. My breath pinged in my ears. I slowed, noticing a figure ahead on the sidewalk, a man in a dark coat. He stood motionless, facing away from me, under one of the better-lit street lamps. I counted. 2 houses ahead, half a block. His shoulders slumped. He wasn't walking, he was standing. I felt a jolt. He should have been moving. I told myself maybe he was waiting for a friend, maybe on his phone. I passed him, keeping my eyes on the ground at first, then glanced up. His head turned slowly toward me. The lamp glared on his face just long enough for me to see that his eyes were blank, distant, like he wasn't really there. My heart rattled. I quickened. He didn't move. I kept going. Suddenly I heard footsteps behind me, a brisk, heavy pace. I glanced back. The man had reversed direction and was following. I paused, then pretended to tie my shoe. He passed. I waited. Nothing. I resumed walking, cautious, still hearing that step behind me, distinct. It matched my pace now. I reached the next intersection, a small cross street, narrow and dim. I turned left. The footsteps grew louder. I turned again onto a path between 2 houses leading to another street. My phone buzzed again, my sister. I didn't answer. I didn't want her voice to distract me. I looked back. No one. Relief. But then that scraping sound, like metal dragging, came from somewhere behind a fence. I froze in place, pressed myself against a wall. My breath rose unsteadily. I waited. Nothing moved. After what maybe was a minute, I straightened, started walking faster, my pace rhythmic, purposeful. I kept checking behind me. I reached the main road that takes me toward the subway. Cars were rare this late. I kept to the sidewalk, but now walked with my head up, alert. A gust of wind rattled some dead leaves. A shadow crossed the road ahead, tall, slender. I couldn't make out details. I slowed as the shadow changed direction and crossed behind a parked car. My mind raced. Was that the man? Was that someone else? My hands clenched, phone in one hand, ready to dial. But I stopped. I told myself not to run. Running might draw attention. I heard an abrupt rustle behind me, like someone jumping down from a fence. I stopped dead in the street. I turned slowly again. 2 figures now, emerging from the darkness between a row of cars, their outlines vague. My instincts screamed run, but I turned and ran anyway, legs suddenly breaking into sprint across the street, breath ragged, phone forgotten in my hand. I reached the corner and darted into a brighter illuminated area, the entrance to a small convenience store still open. I slammed the door open. The bell dinged. The clerk looked up, a woman in her 20s. "Are you okay?" she asked. My voice trembled. "Someone's behind me." She gave me a concerned look and points behind the counter. "You can wait in here." I nodded, heart hammering. She locked the door behind me, flicked on all the lights. I leaned against the counter. My jacket soaked with adrenaline. I peered through the windows. No one in sight. Nothing. The street looked empty. She offered a bottle of water. I took it, trying to steady myself. "Did you see them clearly?" she asked. I shook my head. "Just figures." "You want me to call someone?" she said. I thought about my sister, about calling the police. But maybe it was emptiness. Maybe I'd imagined half of it. I thanked her quietly, waiting until I felt calm enough to leave. After 10 minutes, I stepped back out. The street looked the same. The figures gone. I walked the rest of the way briskly, skipping certain turns, staying on lit roads, head constantly turning. I reached the subway entrance, lights pouring from the stairs. The train was leaving. I pressed button to call one. While I waited, I looked back down the dark block I'd just passed. The shadows seemed deeper now, the silence heavier. Finally, the train pulled in, doors whooshing open. I boarded. The doors closed, and I exhaled with full force. My hands trembled. My mind replayed the footsteps, that blank stare, the rustle behind the fence. Days passed. I told friends what happened. Some shrugged, some said typical city night paranoia. But I couldn't shake it. At night when I walked the same route, I changed it. I avoided alleys, I kept to busy streets. I even paid more for a cab if I stayed at the studio too late, but the memory remained, lingering. 1 week later, I had to walk again. The rehearsal ran past midnight. The subway station nearby closed earlier than the main ones, so I took the new route. Avoid the alley, stay on the main drag, walk with purpose. I checked my phone. I told my sister when I left. The night was colder. A faint drizzle began, making the black asphalt glisten. I felt the solitude keenly. Halfway through, at a place where the lights were few, I noticed something odd. Someone had left a bike lying across the sidewalk in front of me. It looked like it had been thrown down. I stepped slightly wide around it. My phone in hand, I heard movement behind me, footsteps again. I quickened. The bike scraped again. I checked behind, 2 silhouettes rounding the corner of a building some distance behind. I couldn't see faces. They stopped as I stopped. I started walking again. They moved, my heart pounding. I reached a brightly lit bus stop. I considered waiting there, but the next bus wasn't for another 20 minutes. I decided to keep moving. I took a deep breath and headed on. I looked over my shoulder, silhouettes gone. Relief, but only temporary. Further along, I passed a vacant lot fenced in with chain link and old advertisement posters fluttering in the wind. A loud thump came from inside the lot. I held still. My eyes waited for movement. Nothing visible, but the sense of being watched climbed inside me. My phone buzzed again. My sister. "Tell me when you're home." I typed back, "Almost." My fingers were shaking. I bypassed the lot quickly, picking up my pace. Then I heard someone running behind me. Not fast, but a heavy tread. I dared not look back. My steps increased. My jacket flapped, the wind biting. I approached a street corner where 2 streets met and formed a T. The streetlight at the corner was flickering erratically. I hesitated but then resolved. Turn right instead of straight. Change the plan. I spun onto the new street, quickly, stepping off the sidewalk onto the grass just for a moment to be sure someone wasn't close. I could feel footsteps, but when I turned the corner, I saw no one. The street was empty, but the shadows between houses looked like deep holes. I broke into a jog, reaching a busier intersection where lights from a gas station illuminated the street. I paused under the gas station canopy, breathing heavily. I looked back. Nothing. I scanned the street again, a figure standing across the road in front of a row house. He began to walk toward me slowly. I froze. The person's gait was calm, deliberate. I couldn't make out features, face hidden in the hood of a dark jacket. My instinct told me to go the other way, but the main road was in the other direction, farther. My path home was now toward him. I weighed my options, fight or flight. I chose flight. I turned and ran, sprinting toward a group of lit shop fronts. The figure behind me accelerated. I burst into the lit zone, heart in my throat, bag bouncing. I looked back. He was closer now, about 20 yards behind. I dared not think of why he followed, what he wanted if I made a wrong turn. I dashed forward, past a bar whose side door I passed by without thinking. Patrons inside glanced out. I shouted as I ran, "Help! Someone's chasing me!" A man by the door stepped out. The figure paused across the street, hood pulled tight. Then he turned and vanished. The man ran toward me. "You okay?" he asked. I nodded, panting. He offered to call a cab. I accepted. 15 minutes later, I was inside the cab, doors locked, city lights fading behind me. I didn't tell the film crew I had been followed. I didn't tell my sister the full story either. I just told her I was safe. But insomnia came. I changed routes whenever I had to walk. I avoided the studio's late hours. I started taking rides instead of walking alone at night. The image of that hooded figure of the blank-eyed man standing under the lamp haunted me. Weeks later, I finally thought I might be okay. I had accepted that perhaps nothing overt happened, no assault, no overt danger. Maybe I imagined things. But then one night I got a call at 1:13 a.m. from an unknown number. I answered. Silence. Then a low breath. Then a voice. "Hello." My blood turned to ice. I quickly hung up. Call ended. I stared at the phone screen. I felt like someone just stood next to me in the dark and whispered. I glanced around the room in my apartment. City lights through the blinds, my phone on the nightstand, my legs splayed on the couch. I locked all the doors. Next morning, I checked the call. Unsaved number. Blocked. My heart still pounding. The police told me little could be done without more information. My sister urged me to stay with her when the studio ran late. I did for a while. Then, one evening, I got home from the studio again, later than usual. I took a different route. more lit, more open. But the feeling returned. I noticed shadows moving just at the edges of my vision. I heard a distant hiss, the sound of someone exhaling. I kept walking. Halfway home, I looked down a blind alleyway and saw the same figure. Hooded, dark coat, standing just inside the shadow. He was motionless. I stopped. So did he. I backed away slowly, phone to my ear, ready to dial. Then he stepped out. The street lamp flickered, and for a split second I saw his face. Pale, eyes dark hollows, mouth slightly open. I gasped. He moved toward me. I ran. Running the whole block, sliding open the door to my building, I fumbled with keys, slammed inside, locked it. I leaned against the door, shaking. I didn't go out for days. Then one morning, I got an email from the production coordinator. A meeting to plan the next shoot. They needed me at 9 a.m., an early start. I texted back I'd take a cab. They said, fine. That night, I booked a ride home ahead of time. The car dropped me off right at the doorstep of my building by 11:15 p.m. I got out and sensed something. The door to the stairwell was ajar. Usually it was locked. My building had a buzzer system. My heart froze. I stared at the open door. I didn't know what to do. I pulled out my phone. I should have called the property manager or 911. But the door creaked. Inside was dark except for the faint emergency hallway light. I stepped in anyway, forced myself forward, pressing the buzzer. I heard footsteps above on the landing. Someone was moving. I almost turned, but then the door slammed shut behind me. My blood thundered. I dialed 911. I thought I heard breathing behind me. I turned. A figure in a dark coat, hood pulled, came down the stairs slowly. His face hidden in shadow. My phone light shone on him. He reached the bottom of the stairs and stood there, listening, watching me. I couldn't tell. I held the phone ready. He's here, I whispered into the phone. The operator asked for my address. I gave it, trembling. He took a step forward. I took another step back. The hallway light flickered. I heard the figure exhale loudly. I backed up until I was pressed against the wall. At that moment, sirens echoed outside. The figure ducked his head, turned, and ran up the stairs. I collapsed against the wall, knees weak, phone still on. The operator told me officers were at the entrance. I walked down, doors open. 2 uniformed officers met me. They searched the building. I described the figure. They found his hooded coat in the stairwell. No one, but evidence. They told me they would increase patrols. I thanked them. I moved out of that building a month later. I changed the city. I changed jobs. I changed late-night walks into early rides, early nights, company. But sometimes I dream of that figure. Sometimes I smell damp pavement and street lamps flickering. Occasionally I feel footsteps behind me when I cross an empty street. Walking alone at night is something I used to underestimate. The hours when the city sleeps are the hours when shadow matters most. I learned that you are never truly alone. Not when darkness can walk beside you. Not when someone else's silhouette lingers just out of sight. Story the end. I walked out of the bar just after midnight, the neon signs hum fading behind me as I stepped into the street. The chill wind came off the asphalt, swirling fallen leaves in low spirals around my feet. It was late, nearly 3 hours past when I should have considered heading home, but I told myself I was fine. Just a long walk to clear my head, back down the block to my apartment. It was supposed to be peaceful, just the city at night and me. The alley turned from the brightly lit boulevard into a narrower street where the streetlights flickered and cast weak halos on the pavement. I passed a closed coffee shop with its chairs stacked inside, a window smudged with finger marks and a faint gleam of moonlight reflecting off the glass. I glanced in as I walked by, half expecting someone to look back at me through the darkness, but the cafe stood empty. I shifted the strap of my messenger bag higher on my shoulder and looked at my phone. 12:31 a.m. I'd told my sister I'd be home by midnight, but I hadn't counted on staying later than planned, talking with old friends, trying to laugh off the week. Now I felt the weight of each footstep, the echo of my boots on the concrete, the faint hum of traffic 2 blocks away. As I turned the next corner, a feeling flickered across the back of my mind. Someone watching. I glanced toward the side street, a narrow passage between old brick buildings, full of shadow. I didn't see anything, just a dark entryway with a broken wooden door hanging on its hinges. No movement. I told myself it was nothing, probably just some trash or an animal, but the hairs on my arms stood up. I kept walking. The air was colder here, a breeze pushing through the gap between buildings and making the door creak rhythmically. Creak. Pause. Creak. Unsteady, like someone shifting. I paused too. I stared at the door and strained my ears. The city's hum faded. I could suddenly hear my breath thumping in my ears and the door creak again. I took a step closer. The smell of old wood and damp brick came up. The door moved slightly outward as if pushed by air, then back inward. I froze. Then I heard a sound behind me, a footstep on gravel. I whipped around. Nothing. The sidewalk was empty, streetlights dull, leaves rustled near a dumpster. I swallowed. Maybe it was just me hearing things. I let out a breath and walked on. I felt the weight of the night differently now, like it pressed down on me. The streetlights were fewer as I progressed. I passed a park on my right, the gates closed and dark. Through the bars I glimpsed playground equipment, a rusted swing set gently swaying even without wind. Shadows cast odd shapes across the ground. I pulled my jacket tighter. I looked at my phone again. 12:38 a.m. I picked up the pace. The route I was taking was familiar, but at this hour, everything looked different. Shadows gathered where normally people sat, landscapes of possibility instead of safe solidity. Ahead I saw movement, a figure standing under a streetlight. I slowed. It was a man, tall, lanky silhouette, wearing a coat that swept the ground and a hat pulled low. He stood motionless. I squinted, but the light glowed off his face just enough for me to see that he wasn't looking at me. His head tilted slightly downward as if staring at his shoes or something on the ground. I considered crossing to the other side of the street. I did. I walked across and kept my bag strapped tight. When I reached the opposite curb, I looked back. The figure was gone. My heart skipped. I looked again. Empty. No one. The streetlight glowed over an empty patch of sidewalk, and only the distant sound of cars. I exhaled. "You're being silly," I muttered aloud. My voice sounded loud in the quiet night. The echo from the building surprised me. I started walking again, faster now. The last thing I wanted was to linger. My phone buzzed. It was a message from my sister. "Where are you? It's late. Be safe." I typed back, "On my way home." I didn't mention I was uneasy. The next block was darker. The streetlights were spaced farther apart. Between them, pools of darkness. I passed an old church and its side entrance door was open slightly, a sliver of light spilling onto the sidewalk. I looked in. Nothing obvious, but the interior looked long abandoned, pews covered with dust, and a faint smell of mildew floating out. I decided against going in. I hurried past. As I reached the end of the block, I felt that same sensation again. Watching. I looked behind me. The street was empty, but the shadows moved. A figure appeared at the far end of the block, partially lit by a single lamp. They stood at the corner where two alleys met, a black shape. I couldn't see details. I stopped, stunned. The figure lifted an arm and gestured weakly toward me, or perhaps just scratched their head, hard to tell. Then they turned and walked into the alley. I took a deep breath and kept going. Now I was half running. My feet slapped faster on the pavement. My bag bounced. The city was silent in comparison to earlier. I realized the music from the bar, the laughter, it all felt far away. Turning another corner, I went onto a quieter street, one I rarely used at night, but it cut the time in half. I told myself I'd be fine. I told myself if I saw something strange, I'd just cross back. But halfway down this street, I noticed a car parked under a broken lamp. The lamp's cover was shattered. The car was an old sedan, dark color, maybe blue, with tinted windows. The engine was off. It sat there, alone. I glanced at it. There was no one visible. The streetlight flickered and went off for a moment, then a dull glow baked back in. When the lamp went out, I saw the car's interior for a brief second. I thought I saw someone in the passenger seat, but when the light came back, it was empty. I swallowed, turned my face away, and kept walking quickly. I told myself it probably was just a leftover ride, an abandoned car. Then, a sound from behind. Soft, slow, deliberate. I hesitated. I didn't turn immediately. I kept walking. But the sound followed. Another footstep behind me, maybe on the gravel edging the sidewalk. I dared not look. I increased my pace. I reached the parked car again. The tint of the windows glowed where the streetlight hit. My heart hammered. I walked past the car as quickly as I could. Then I heard something in the car, a door closing quietly. My eyes shot to it. The sedan's driver's side door started to open slowly, barely making a sound. The moment froze. I stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and looked at it. The door creaked open fully and a tall figure slid out, wearing a hat and long coat. The lamplight hung over it. For a moment I thought I recognized the face, but the shadows swallowed it. The figure took a step forward. I turned and ran. My boots echoed. I passed storefronts closed for the night. I pounded past a convenience store and didn't look back. I got to the busy avenue again, where traffic hummed and the street was brighter. I slowed to a stop at a crosswalk, chest heaving, bag strap digging, eyes darting across lit windows. No one followed. I looked behind. The parked car was gone. The street where I had just been was empty. I didn't breathe normally for a few minutes. Then I walked the rest of the way home as fast as I could, staying on the lit roads. When I got inside my apartment, I locked the door, pulled the chain, and slid down it against the door, shaking. My phone buzzed again. "You there?" I replied, "Yeah, just got back." I sat on the couch, lights on, every window covered by curtains. My own room felt unfamiliar now, the night still lingering. I kept checking the locks. I listened for any sound outside, the wind, the hum of traffic, but nothing else. I should have thought it done. I told myself it was over. But 2 days later, I found myself walking again at night, forced by insomnia, unable to sleep. I told myself I'd take a different route, the main boulevard, well lit, lots of activity even at this hour. It started fine. Lights, cars, distant music, small crowds at a diner. That sense of unease returned somewhere along the way. The street I planned to cut across had a storefront with its lights off, but a light in the back room flickered. I glanced inside. Desks, chairs, papers on the floor, maybe old offices converted into apartments. I passed by. Then I saw the figure again. Lean, tall, coat and hat pulled low. Somewhere ahead, standing at the curb. He looked at me this time. I froze. He raised one arm. I stopped. He pointed slowly toward me. I took a step backward. My mind raced. The street noise seemed to vanish. He didn't move from his spot. I couldn't quite tell if his face was turned or not. The signal pointing was so deliberate. I think I yelled something, though I couldn't recall the sound. I started running again, sprinting down the sidewalk, lungs burning, city lights blurring. I turned a corner, heart fluttering like a trapped bird. I scanned behind me. No figure. The street signs spun. I slowed once I reached the more populated avenue. My hands were shaking. I leaned against a lamppost, bag dangling. I exhaled a long, shaky breath. Later that night, I sat up, able to sleep only in short intervals. I had dreams full of that hat and coat figure standing in the shadows, the slow pointing, the car, the door opening, footsteps behind. Over the next week, I avoided walking anywhere after 10. I took taxis when I could. But still, the feeling lingered, the sense that I was being observed. I even moved to a new route, longer but brighter. I changed my schedule. Still, at the same time each night, I'd sense something watching me from some hidden part of the street, in the doorway of the church, near the broken lamp behind the tinted car windows. One night, I paused outside my apartment building. I looked up at the exterior lights. Then I saw him, quiet, standing under the dim light of the entrance, hat and coat. I stopped mid-step. He didn't move. The street around me quiet. I swallowed. Temptation wanted me to address him, ask what he wanted. My rational self screamed not to. I backed away slowly, turned and walked around the building to a side entrance. I found the lobby, pushed the door closed behind me, heard the lock click. Inside I stayed for hours. I called my sister, told her I was staying at her place for a while. I didn't tell her why. I couldn't. The idea of the figure was so unreal, I didn't want to admit I was terrified. Days passed. I avoided being out late. I avoided the streets he could reach. But then my fear changed from, what if he's out there, to, why me? My mind churned. Was he random? Was he waiting for someone else? Did he pick me? That night I dreamt of the figure standing at the foot of my bed. The hat pulled low. I couldn't scream. He didn't speak, just pointed. Finally, I decided I wouldn't hide anymore. I had to see. I needed to walk. I arranged to walk with my friend at 11 p.m. downtown, well lit. We walked, laughed, lights buzzing, cars. The world looked normal. And yet as I slowed down to say goodnight to him and head home alone, I saw the figure again. Leaning against a tree in a little plaza we passed, coat and hat, still pointing. My blood froze. I looked at my friend, told him something urgent, turned and started walking faster. I didn't look behind me this time. I just ran. I ran all the way home and didn't stop until I reached my front door, keys messy in my hand. I locked myself in. After that, I didn't try walking at night anymore unless someone else was with me. The nights blended into patterns of safe indoor lights and heavy curtains. But then one evening, I went out for a late pizza, 2 a.m. I told myself being bold, safe, just a few blocks. I picked a pizzeria open late. I sat by the window, watched the empty street, the city hush. I packed up the pizza box and walked outside, the slice in hand. I headed home down the main road. Halfway, I heard a faint click, a tap of something on the pavement behind me. I stopped. The streetlight ahead flickered. The slice of pizza felt heavy in my hand. I looked to the left. The tinted car was parked again. Under the broken streetlight, I froze. I looked at the car door. It creaked open. The figure stepped out. Hat, coat, slow motion. He didn't chase. He simply stepped into the light and looked at me. We stood there, 40 yards apart. I didn't move. My legs felt locked. The slice in my hand drooped. He raised his hand, just like before, and pointed at me. I heard the wind rush in my ears. My brain screamed, "Run!" My body obeyed. I dropped the pizza, sprinted. The bag bounced off my shoulder. I darted into a side street, turned corners blind, ignoring lights. I finally reached a lit plaza and looked back. No figure. No car, just the hum of nightlife far away. The next day, I called building security at my apartment complex. I described a man in a long coat and hat appearing repeatedly in the same few streets. They told me they had no reports. The police told me unless I had more license plate description, they could do little. Night came. I didn't sleep well. I kept the lights on. I kept the curtains drawn. At 3 a.m. I got up, pacing the living room, window cracked only slightly. I heard nothing outside, yet the fear continued. Then one evening I got a ride to the grocery store and walked back with a friend. I told him some of what I'd seen. He told me we'd walk together back every night if I needed. For one night I felt more secure. The streetlights glowed. He chatted. We passed the broken lamp street. Nothing. The parked car not there. The church door closed. The figure nowhere. Relief. Maybe it was over. I thanked him and went home. I walked slowly, not running. The city tired. I reached the building entrance and saw him again, under the light above the door, coat and hat. I stopped. My friend wasn't with me. I texted him to stay at the lobby with me just 5 more minutes till I reached my apartment door. I advanced slowly. He lifted his arm, pointed again. I saw his face in that light, pale, drawn, eyes dark and hollow. Then he turned and walked away toward the dark street. I backed into the lobby, locked the door, and sat on the floor. My phone's light shaking in my hand. I waited. I texted my friend to come down. He did. We went up the stairs together. That night, I slept with the TV on low volume, arm wrapped around the comforter, every noise louder than before. Weeks passed. I began ignoring the sightings, telling myself maybe the mind plays tricks when alone at night. I walked earlier. I took main roads. I stayed with friends, but I never again walked those darker side streets alone. I never again felt the freedom I once had to stroll home in the night air. And then one night, 6 weeks later, I had a dream. I saw that figure in the coat and hat. He was standing in my room. He pointed at me. I woke up, heart hammering. I looked outside my window, the street below bathed in yellow lamplight, empty. The car wasn't there, but the feeling remained. I know I was stalked. I don't know why. I don't know what he wanted. But I know now, when you walk alone at night, the quiet is different. The shadows gather, and someone might be watching. Story the end. The streetlights cast a yellow glow over the sidewalk, one right after the other, stretching out into the darkness like watchful eyes. I walked between them, the rhythmic click of my shoes echoing just a little too loudly in the emptiness. It was past midnight in early October, cooler than I expected, the wind carrying that metallic hint of approaching winter. I'd been walking this path for years, the same route from my apartment on the edge of town, through the quiet residential neighborhood, over the small old railroad tracks, and then down a long straight path beside a wooded lot, before finally reaching the bus stop where I'd catch the last ride home. On most nights, it felt safe enough. I was used to it. But on this particular night, everything felt just a little off. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not just quiet in the normal sense, but like the street had been muted. Even the distant hum of the highway seemed to have fallen asleep. The only sound was the tapping of my shoes and the crisp rustle of leaves blowing in the gutters. I told myself I was imagining it. I told myself the quiet didn't mean anything. but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I rounded a corner, leaving one streetlight behind me and heading into the long straight stretch beside the wooded lot. The woods themselves were dark. I'd walked this path tens of times. The trees pressed close to the sidewalk, black masses in the night that offered no shapes, only the promise of something hiding. I pulled my jacket tighter. My phone in my hand glowed dimly. I checked the screen. 12:17 a.m. I calculated I'd get to the bus stop in 6, maybe 7 minutes if I kept up my pace. Easy. Routine. But as I took another step, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. Movement. I stopped. My breath caught. I listened. Nothing. I told myself it was a squirrel or a stray cat, something harmless. I started walking again, but slower. I tilted my head toward the trees, scanning the darkness. Then I heard it. A rustle of branches, a soft crack. It was behind me, in the woods. I quickened my pace. The streetlights ahead felt farther than they should. The sidewalks seemed to slope downward a little more. My pulse began to pound. I tried to think rationally. "You're fine," I said out loud, though I hardly heard my own voice. "It's just the night playing tricks." But my fingers curled tighter around my phone. I stopped again. This time I heard it clearly. Footsteps. Not on the sidewalk. Somebody walking just inside the line of trees, parallel to me. I heard a soft crunch of leaves and twigs as if someone's boots were following the edge of the woods, matching my speed. I turned my head fast, shining my phone's flashlight toward the trees. The beam flickered and glowed over rotted leaves and gnarled roots, but nothing. No shape. No figure. "Hello?" I called. My voice broke. I expected silence, but suddenly the footsteps stopped. Everything froze. The wind stopped. The world paused. I stood still, rigid, waiting. 5 seconds passed, or maybe 10. Then the footsteps started again. Slightly faster, catching up to me, moving in the same direction. My heart hammered in my chest. I forced myself to walk again, faster. My shoes slapped hard on the concrete now. In my mind, I ran through options. Run and risk slipping in the gloom. Turn around and face whoever it was. Crazy thought. Call someone. My phone was in my hand, but here in the crunching night, it felt useless. I glanced over my shoulder. Darkness. Nothing. But I knew someone was there. I could hear them. The steps matched mine. They might be 5, 10 feet behind me. I broke into a jog. The night air turned colder. My jacket flapped. The flashlight beam danced ahead, catching shapes in the sidewalk's cracks. I reached the next streetlight and stopped, gasping for air. The footsteps behind me stopped too. I looked back. Nothing. I told myself I was safe. But I wasn't. I sensed the shifting, the threat. I dashed to the next lamppost. The light illuminated the path in the woods on my right. I glanced into the forest edge. For a fraction of a second, I swear I saw a figure, tall and thin, stepping out from the woods just beyond the tree line. The figure had no face I could make out, only the glint of something metallic, maybe the reflection of a phone or an earring or a knife. I squinted. It vanished. Just like that. The world swallowed it back into black. I swallowed hard and kept going, faster. My breath came in ragged bursts. I made it to the end of the wooded lot. The sidewalk veered left, and I turned into the final stretch, 2 blocks to the bus stop. I glanced back again. Nothing. My phone showed 12:22 a.m., 5 minutes from the bus stop. Just keep moving. But the footsteps returned, closer this time. I could almost feel the breath of the person behind me, the presence of something following. My mind screamed, "Run." I hesitated, then sprinted. My heart battered my ribs, my legs pumped. I passed another streetlight and felt a drop of sweat run down my back despite the cold air. I dared to look back. Still nothing. I heard a voice then, soft, like a whisper in the wind. "Hey." The word floated. I skidded to a stop, frozen. My phone dropped into my pocket. I stood there, paralyzed. The voice came again. "Hey, can you help me?" It was muffled, distant, yet near. The accent sounded American, unhurried. I spun around, searched the dark. There was nothing. Only trees, shadows, and the faint glow of the next lamp. I shouted, "I'm sorry, I don't have time." Then I took off again, running hard. I didn't stop until I saw the shelter of the bus stop bench and the old sign lit by a clean white light. I reached it, panting. I looked behind. Nothing but darkness, roads, and trees. I grabbed my phone, pressed the bus app. It told me the next bus arrived in 6 minutes. I studied the woods. My imagination? Maybe. But I didn't feel safe. I sat on the bench and kept looking both ways. The road was empty. Car headlights nowhere. The silence pressed heavy. I debated staying longer, but shivered. I stood up when the bus headlights finally showed. I got on, took a seat by the window. I watched the path recede behind us. Every lamp we left behind snapped off in my mind like a door closing. As the bus pulled into the main road, I exhaled hard, still trembling. I got off at my stop near my apartment building. The street was dark, but the building's front lights glowed softly. I hurried inside and into the elevator. I pressed the button for my floor. My hands shook. I locked my door behind me and leaned against it, breathing hard. I told myself, it's done. I'm safe. But the next morning, when I uploaded the footage on my phone from the walk, I saw something. A shadow stood at the tree line, just beyond the sidewalk. The flashlight in my phone flickered at the exact moment the figure crossed a narrow branch's gap. It wasn't clear, but it was there. A week later, I had to go down that sidewalk again. I delayed as long as possible, and when I did, I walked in the opposite direction, from downtown toward a lit street instead of the wooded lot. My walk felt edgy. Every dark tree, every dumpster, every parked car was suspicious. I checked over my shoulder constantly. Then I found out that a neighborhood watch bulletin had gone out 3 nights prior to my first walk. They reported someone seen lurking in the wooded lot by the path. A tall man, skinny, wearing a dark hoodie. He didn't approach people, but followed them for stretches and then disappeared into the trees. No one was hurt yet. I hadn't been the only one. I felt relief and dread. Relief that I wasn't crazy. Dread that it was real. Over the next month, I changed my route entirely. I avoided the wooded lot path, even during daytime. I asked the apartment staff to walk me to the building at night. I installed a camera at the entry. I stayed close to light. My sleep was restless. In my dreams, I was back on that sidewalk, alone, the trees closing in, the figure emerging, whispering, "Help me." Then one night, I decided to walk again, forced myself to. I needed to reclaim normal. I set off at 11 p.m., down the old route, my phone flashlight on full brightness, my earbuds removed so I could hear everything. The path was still quiet, the streetlights still flickered. I reached the wooded lot section. I felt the cold drop. I kept moving. Midway, I heard it, the faint crunch of leaves behind me. My heart jumped. I ignored it and walked faster. The footsteps got closer. I could hear 2 voices then, one whispering to the other, muffled. I turned to look. 2 figures stood at the tree line, watching me. I froze, their faces in shadow. One of them stepped forward, tall and thin, hoodie up, hands in pockets. The other shorter, rotating a dark object in his hand. I couldn't see clearly. They remained still. I held my phone up, flashlight beam weakly illuminating them, but they were still a good 15 feet away. I turned and ran. My foot caught on a root. I nearly fell. Panic exploded through me. I scrambled upright, sprinting, lungs burning. I heard laughter behind me. Cold, short. I didn't stop until I reached the bus stop again. I didn't turn to see if they followed. I just got on that bus and locked eyes out the window at the empty lot behind. I called the police the next day. I described the time, the route, the 2 figures. They said they'd patrol that lot. They told me to avoid walking alone there. I told them I avoided it already, but I told them about the first night too, the rustling, the steps. They noted it, took my statement. Still, months later, I walked home late because I had to. I chose a different path, the main roads, lit storefronts, busier, even at late hours, some headlights, some life, but I never felt comfortable again on quiet sidewalks. On one particular night, I walked home after a party, earbuds in maybe, a mistake. I stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the light. I felt something brush past me, so quick I thought it was a mistake. I pulled out an earbud, turned slowly, and a figure dashed across the street in front of me. Hoodie, dark jeans, shadowy face. They sprinted past the storefronts to the sidewalk on the other side, disappeared into the darkness. The streetlights flared. I blinked. No one behind me. My pulse soared. I hurried across when the light changed. That incident triggered something deep: fear, vigilance, hyper-awareness. I realized that walking alone at night wasn't just about the dark and the silence. It was about how quickly things change. One moment you're safe, the next someone notices you, someone watches, and sometimes they follow. I moved apartments 6 months later to a building with 24-hour security and a lit path straight from my car to the door. I still walk outside at night occasionally, but always with company or a ride. I don't use the wooded lot path ever. The memory of that night still visits me in random moments. I'll be outside, maybe locking the car, glancing at a hedge or tree, and for a moment I'll feel the eyes again. When I tell people this story, they say, "Oh, I'm so sorry you went through that." I tell them I'm okay now, but only because I changed. I stay in busy places. I keep friends close. I keep my phone ready. I don't look away from the dark because one night, walking alone, everything felt safe until it wasn't. I learned that the world doesn't owe you safety just because you're used to the path. It can shift and fast. I drive past the old route sometimes. I avoid the wooded lot. But in the car, I glance over. I see the tree line. I imagine someone there watching, maybe not ever again following me, but watching, waiting. And I remember how loud the world gets when you are alone in the night, and how quiet it gets just before something happens. I don't take those nights for granted anymore. Story the end. The streetlights flickered intermittently as I walked down the cracked sidewalk, my breath visible in the cold November air. It was past midnight, and the city had thinned to ghostly quiet. I had just left a late shift at the diner, the one tucked between a rundown gas station and a shuttered convenience store on the east side of town. The walk home wasn't far, maybe a little over a mile, but the isolation always made it feel longer. My headphones were in, music playing softly, but I kept one earbud out, a habit I had cultivated over years of walking this route alone. You never know when something could happen, I told myself. At first, everything seemed normal. The occasional car passed by, headlights cutting through the darkness. The hum of traffic from the distant highway was a constant reminder that life existed beyond these empty streets. I kept my pace steady, arms crossed to keep warm, eyes scanning the periphery for any movement. I noticed him near the corner of Maple and Ninth before I fully realized what I was seeing. A man standing perfectly still under a flickering streetlight, wearing a dark hoodie that obscured his face. At first, I thought he was waiting for someone, maybe a cab, but there was something off about the way he shifted slightly, almost like he was tracking my movements without actually moving. I tried to ignore him, keeping my head down and focusing on my steps, but then I heard the soft crunch of shoes behind me. I didn't speed up. Instinctively, I slowed down, watching my shadow stretch unnaturally on the pavement. The sound kept pace with me. "Hey," I said, my voice quieter than I intended. No reply. I turned slightly, just enough to glance over my shoulder. The man under the streetlight had moved closer, and another figure had appeared behind him, coming out of the shadows of an alleyway. Both of them were silent, their presence suddenly oppressive. My heart began to race, and the warmth of adrenaline replaced the cold. I started walking faster, but every turn of my head confirmed my worst fear. They were following me. I considered calling someone, but my phone was in my pocket, buried under my jacket. Fumbling to get it out, I noticed another figure emerging from a driveway, dressed similarly, hood up. The street I thought was safe was now a corridor of shadows, each one shifting and alive. "Leave me alone," I yelled, but the night swallowed my words. I could hear them behind me now, closer, their steps echoing unnaturally in the emptiness. I dared a glance back. One of them raised a hand. It wasn't a wave. It was a slow, deliberate motion, like a predator testing its prey. Panic surged, and I broke into a run. My shoes slapped against the cracked pavement, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Every streetlight I passed seemed to flicker, as if the night itself was conspiring to hide them. I turned into an alley to cut through to my street, praying it would shorten the distance. The alley was darker, narrower, and smelled of wet leaves and trash. My foot caught on a loose brick, and I stumbled, scraping my knee. Pain flared, but I didn't stop. The sounds behind me, footsteps, slow at first, then quickening, were relentless. I didn't dare look back again. Finally, I burst out of the alley onto my street. My neighborhood was quiet, the houses dark, windows like empty eyes staring back at me. I could see my apartment building at the end, its lights a faint promise of safety. Relief surged, but it was short-lived. One of them had cut ahead, standing in the middle of the street, blocking my path. I skidded to a stop, heart hammering, trying to calculate what to do. My mind raced through every self-defense class, every story I'd ever heard about attacks on people walking alone at night. The figure didn't move, but lifted its head slightly, revealing a pale, emotionless face. I recognized nothing human in its eyes, just a void that reflected my fear back at me. Instinct took over. I swung my bag, not thinking, just swinging toward the figure. It didn't flinch, it just stayed there, calm, watching. I turned and ran in the opposite direction toward a neighbor's house with lights on. I pounded on their door, gasping for breath. A middle-aged woman opened it, startled. What's wrong? Please, I gasped. Someone. They were following me. I think they... My voice caught. I didn't even know what I thought they were capable of. Her eyes widened. Inside. Now. She pulled me in, shutting the door quickly. I pressed my back against the door, trying to slow my heartbeat. Through the window, I saw them. All three of them standing on the sidewalk, just watching. They didn't move. Not toward the house, not away, just there. And then, as suddenly as they appeared, they vanished into the darkness. The police came after I called them. They searched, but of course there was no trace. Nothing. No footprints, no abandoned car, no sign anyone had been there. They asked if I was sure about what I saw. I didn't know how to explain it. My hands shook as I recounted every detail. Weeks went by, and I tried to convince myself it was some kind of hallucination, the product of fatigue and fear. But every time I walked that street, even in daylight, I felt it. The weight of unseen eyes, the way shadows lingered just a fraction too long. One night, I took a different route home, cutting through the park to avoid the street where it happened. The park was mostly empty, save for a jogger or two. But as I crossed the far end near the chain-link fence, I saw something that made me freeze. 3 dark figures standing perfectly still behind the trees, observing. I blinked. They didn't move. I turned sharply, running across the grass, not daring to look back until I was safely on the lit streets. After that, I stopped walking alone at night entirely. I started taking cabs, sometimes even driving, even if it was out of my way. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in the corner of my eye reminds me that what I experienced wasn't random. It wasn't a coincidence. Months later, I learned of similar incidents in other parts of the city. People walking home, vanishing without a trace, or reporting encounters with figures that seemed wrong, like something out of a nightmare. None of them were connected in any logical way. No gang, no serial offender. Just there, waiting, watching. Even now, when I'm in my apartment, I can't shake the feeling that someone is outside, somewhere. It's in the quiet hum of the refrigerator, the soft scratching of my keys as I set them down. I know I'll never walk alone at night again. I don't even like being in my backyard after dark. But the thing that terrifies me most, I know they're patient. They wait. They don't need to rush. And when you think you're safe, when you think you've escaped, they are still out there, somewhere in the shadows, waiting for the next person foolish enough to walk alone at night. Story the end. I was coming home late from a friend's birthday party in Chicago around 1:30 a.m. The streets downtown were quiet, the kind of quiet that makes every distant sound sharper, like a car door slamming or the echo of a stray cat. I lived about a 20-minute walk from the train station, and I usually liked walking to clear my head. But that night, the empty streets already felt heavy. The first stretch along State Street was lined with shuttered stores. A few neon signs flickered, their light weak, casting long shadows across the cracked sidewalks. I could hear my own footsteps echoing, uneven and nervous. I had my headphones in, but the music didn't help. It just made me aware of how silent everything else was. As I turned onto a side street, I noticed movement at the corner. A man, tall, wearing a dark hoodie, was standing completely still. I hesitated. The city isn't always safe late at night, and instinctively, I pulled my hoodie tighter and kept walking. The man didn't move. I kept my pace, but my heart picked up. I had to keep reminding myself maybe he was waiting for someone, maybe just taking a break from walking. I passed him. That's when I heard it, the soft but distinct sound of footsteps behind me. I stopped abruptly. The sound stopped too. My heart raced. I told myself it was my imagination. I started walking again, a little faster, keeping my eyes on the ground. But the footsteps resumed. They were matching my pace, echoing in perfect rhythm with mine. I turned sharply down a darker alley to see if I could lose whoever it was. The alley smelled of damp trash and old concrete. As I ran, I noticed a shadow flitting along the wall. A second figure? I froze. Then the footsteps accelerated behind me. I bolted out of the alley onto a better lit street, gasping for air. Ahead, A convenience store was still open. I ran inside, sliding the door open just as it chimed. A young man behind the counter looked up in surprise. "Are you okay?" he asked. I could barely speak, but I managed. "Someone was following me." He nodded and locked the door. I leaned against the counter, shaking. After 10 minutes, I felt safe enough to leave. I took a cab the rest of the way home that night. I thought that was the end of it, but the sense of being watched stayed with me. A few nights later, I had to walk again. This time, I made sure to stick to the main streets, even if it meant a longer route. It was colder, wind whipping around corners. I kept my phone out, ready to call anyone if I felt in danger. Halfway through, I noticed something strange. A figure standing under a flickering streetlight, far ahead, but clearly waiting. I tried to avoid looking directly, keeping my head down, but then I heard it. Footsteps, fast, coming from behind me. I didn't dare turn. My heart pounded so loudly I thought they could hear it too. I broke into a sprint, turning down side streets, twisting through intersections until I reached a lit, 24-hour gas station. Inside, I called a friend, shaking and barely able to speak. "Someone's following me," I said. "I don't know what to do." My friend told me to stay put. The cashier kept glancing outside. Eventually, the streets seemed empty again. But the memory of those steps, that presence, stayed with me. Weeks went by, but the feeling never left. I started taking cabs late at night, avoiding my usual walking route. One night, I thought I was safe, walking home with a group of friends. We parted ways at the corner of my block. I watched them disappear into their own streets, and I started the last stretch alone. That's when I noticed a shadow moving behind a fence, a shape stepping out just a little too deliberately. I froze, heart racing. The figure followed my pace as I walked faster. I dared not run. I held my keys in my hand like a weapon, ears straining for any sound. It stayed behind me, always just far enough that I couldn't see a face. Finally, I reached the lights of my apartment building. I darted inside, slamming the door and locking it. My hands shook uncontrollably. Later, I called the police to report someone following me, but they told me they couldn't do much without a description. Since that night, I never walk alone at night. Even now, years later, whenever I pass an empty street or hear footsteps behind me, I tense. I can still feel the presence of that hooded figure, following silently, watching, never touching, but always there. Story the end. I was coming home from my late shift at the diner, the streets empty and the neon sign behind me flickering off and on like a heartbeat. It was past 1:30 a.m. and the cold bit through my jacket despite the hood I pulled up. I always took the same route, a shortcut through a narrow alley that cut 5 minutes off the walk. I knew the area well. Nothing had ever happened before. But that night, everything felt off. The alley smelled damp, mixed with garbage and something faintly metallic. I glanced behind me as I stepped onto the cracked concrete. Empty street. Good. I told myself I was being paranoid. My footsteps echoed between the walls, the sound bouncing back at me oddly. Then I heard a second echo, lighter, mismatched. I stopped. Footsteps, not mine. I strained my eyes. The alley was long and dark, a few flickering bulbs overhead. At the far end, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall, thin, wearing a long dark coat and a hood that obscured their face. My stomach sank. I could hear nothing except the irregular tapping of their shoes on the pavement behind mine. I quickened my pace. The figure did too. My breath puffed in the cold air. I rounded a dumpster, thinking maybe I could cut through the parking lot nearby and lose them, but the figure mirrored every turn I made, always maintaining that silent, stalking distance. I reached a streetlight and dared a glance back. They weren't walking. They were gliding, almost floating a step faster than I could. My heart raced. My keys were clenched in my fist, ready. I considered calling 911, but my phone was dead, of course. Why would it be fully charged tonight of all nights? I ran. The sounds of my shoes pounding against the pavement were deafening in my ears, but so were the other steps, perfectly synchronized, always just behind. I darted down a side street, hoping for anyone to be awake, but the street was empty. Houses dark, cars parked, silent. I thought I saw them close the distance, the shadow stretching unnaturally. Then I felt it, a breeze, or maybe a brush against my arm. I spun, but nothing was there. Panic made my legs feel heavy, yet I ran harder, sprinting toward the convenience store at the corner. Light. Safety. I pushed through the door and slammed it behind me, gasping. The clerk looked up groggily, and I stammered something about someone following me. He just shook his head and went back to stacking shelves. I realized the figure hadn't followed me inside. Relief and fear collided. I stayed until dawn, drinking coffee and shaking. When I finally walked home, the streets seemed normal again, but my instincts told me otherwise. I could feel eyes following me from the shadows. Weeks later, I was walking the same route home from work. I had learned to avoid the alley, sticking to the main streets. But that night, mist had rolled in, curling around the streetlights, making them dim and flickering. A figure appeared at the end of the block, standing still. I froze. They lifted a hand slowly, pointing at me. My blood ran cold. I turned and ran the rest of the way home, every shadow looking like them. When I checked my phone, I saw a photo I hadn't taken. Me, walking down the street alone, lit by a lamppost. Behind me, in the darkness, that same figure, hood up, watching. No face visible. The police shrugged. Cameras were down for maintenance, no fingerprints, no DNA, no leads, just a series of photographs and memories of being followed. I moved to another city after that, but sometimes I see someone in the crowd with the same posture, the same hood, always observing. And I know, no matter where I go, some people or something never really stops following you when you're walking alone at night. Story the end. The night air was heavy and still, like it was holding its breath. I had just left my friend's apartment after a late dinner, walking the few miles home because the bus schedule had stopped running. The streets were empty, the kind of emptiness that feels wrong, like the world had gone on pause without warning. My phone was tucked into my pocket, music playing softly in my earbuds, but I kept one ear free, half listening to the city that should have been alive but wasn't. I passed the corner store, its neon sign buzzing faintly, flickering like it was about to die. The door was locked. The lot behind it was dark, and I could see shadows stretching across the cracked pavement. I passed without looking too closely, trying to keep my pace steady. But then I heard it, a shuffle, light, almost casual, behind me. I froze. My mind told me it was nothing, a stray cat, maybe, or leaves caught in the wind. But it didn't sound like the wind. It was deliberate. I turned my head. Nothing. The street was empty. I took a breath, stepped forward. The shuffle came again, and now I realized it was keeping pace with me. My stomach twisted. I quickened my steps, the sound of my shoes on the concrete loud and hollow. I glanced over my shoulder, and for a split second, I thought I saw someone standing across the street, just beyond the faint light of the street lamp. They didn't move, just stared. I told myself I was imagining things, but the feeling of being watched pressed against me like a physical weight. I reached the park, my usual shortcut, and immediately regretted it. The path through the park was lined with trees, their branches clawing at the dim streetlights. The shadows were thick, pooling along the sidewalk in unnatural shapes. I kept moving, brisk now, my ears straining. Then I heard it again, the shuffle of feet, slow, deliberate, keeping pace. Closer. Panic hit. I spun around. Nothing. I tried calling out, but my voice felt weak, swallowed by the night. My hands shook as I pulled my phone out, shining the flashlight toward the tree line. For a brief second, I saw a figure, tall, thin, and still. I blinked, and it was gone. I ran. My lungs burned. The path seemed to stretch endlessly, each step taking me further into the darkness, with the sound of feet behind me following, relentless. I reached the edge of the park and saw the main street ahead. Relief washed over me. I was almost there, but then the footsteps stopped. The silence was worse than the noise. My heart pounded. I turned to glance back at the tree line and saw another figure emerge, moving toward me at a slow, deliberate pace. Hoodie up, hands hidden. I froze, and it froze. For a heartbeat, we just stared at each other, two shadows in the dim glow of the streetlights. I bolted. Adrenaline surged, pain in my side as I stumbled over a cracked sidewalk. I could hear it behind me again, slower now, but always there. I didn't stop until I reached the brightly lit convenience store at the corner of my street. I burst inside, gasping, the clerk looking up at me like I'd lost my mind. I stayed until my hands stopped shaking, waiting for the bus, refusing to step back outside. Later, when I checked my phone, there were small, almost imperceptible scratches on the case, like fingernails had brushed it. I didn't tell anyone, not at first. But a few nights later, my neighbor mentioned she had seen a man lingering near the park path, watching the streets from the shadows. I wasn't the only one. After that, I avoided walking alone at night completely. Every time I had no choice, I called a friend or took a ride. The memory stayed with me. The shuffle of footsteps behind me, the sudden presence of something watching, and the realization that the night can feel empty and safe and then shift in an instant. Months later, I drove past that park just to see if I was imagining things. The path was dark, quiet. I slowed the car, scanning the tree line. For a moment, I thought I saw a shadow flicker moving against the trees, watching. My hands tightened on the wheel. I drove off. The thought that someone or something might have been waiting there for me that night still gnawed at me. The night is quiet, too quiet, and sometimes you realize that alone, you are never truly alone. Story the end. It was just past 1 a.m. when I started my walk home from my friend's place. We'd been watching movies and talking about old high school memories, and I hadn't realized how late it had gotten. He offered me a ride, but I told him I'd walk. It was only about 15 minutes through a quiet part of town, and I'd done it countless times before. It was early fall in northern Illinois, the kind of night where you can smell the cold coming when the air feels heavy and expectant. The moon hung low, and a faint mist hovered over the road. I lived on the edge of town, where the streetlights got thinner and the houses sat farther apart. My route took me down Meadow Lane, a narrow road lined with old oaks that cast long shadows across the cracked pavement. I liked the walk usually. It gave me time to clear my head. But that night, something about it felt off right from the start. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Usually, you could hear the distant hum of traffic from the highway or a train passing through the valley. But not that night. The air felt muffled, like the world had turned the volume down. I stuffed my hands into my jacket pockets and kept walking, the gravel crunching beneath my boots. When I reached the corner of Meadow and Pine, I saw him for the first time. A tall figure standing under the streetlight about 50 yards ahead. He wasn't moving, just standing there. His back to me, head tilted slightly downward. I slowed, squinting, trying to make out more details. He was wearing something dark, maybe a coat or a hoodie, and something about his stillness didn't feel right. People don't stand that still unless something's wrong. I crossed to the other side of the street, not wanting to pass too close. As I did, the figure turned slightly, just enough that I could see the pale outline of his face, but it was blank, completely expressionless. Then, without warning, the streetlight above him flickered out, plunging him into darkness. My heart started racing. I picked up my pace, forcing myself not to look back. My apartment was less than 10 minutes away. I told myself I was overreacting, that it was just some guy, maybe waiting for a ride. But when I reached the next block, I heard footsteps behind me. They were faint, deliberate, slow. I turned around quickly, but there was nothing there, just the long empty road, the mist, and the flickering glow of the remaining streetlights. I kept walking, faster this time. My mouth was dry, and I could feel the adrenaline building in my chest. Then, ahead of me, maybe 30 yards away, I saw another figure, or maybe the same one, standing under another light, same posture, same stillness. This time, he faced me. I stopped dead in my tracks. I couldn't see his features clearly, but something about his head, it seemed wrong, slightly tilted in a way that didn't look natural. I blinked, trying to focus, but before I could take another step, the light above him went out again. I turned and ran. My breath came in ragged bursts as my shoes slapped the pavement. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if he was following me, but I could hear it. The unmistakable rhythm of footsteps, faster now, keeping pace. I cut across a side street, thinking I could lose him, but when I turned the corner, there he was again, standing in the middle of the road, closer than before. His body seemed to shimmer in the dim light, like heat rising off asphalt. I stumbled backward, tripping on the curb, landing hard on the sidewalk. Pain shot up my arm, but I scrambled to my feet and ran again. My apartment was close now. I could see the glowing porch light at the end of the block. But when I reached the parking lot outside my building, I realized something that made my blood run cold. Every single light was out. I stopped, chest heaving, staring at the building. The entire block was dark, like the power had been cut. My trembling fingers fumbled for my phone. The screen lit up, and I saw the reflection of something behind me. I spun around. He was standing at the edge of the parking lot, his head tilted again, his face completely white. No eyes, no mouth, just a pale, featureless face. I screamed and bolted toward the door, yanking it open and slamming it behind me. The hallway was dimly lit by the emergency lights. I didn't stop until I reached my apartment on the third floor. I locked the door, slid the chain into place, and collapsed onto the couch, trying to steady my breathing. After a minute, I forced myself to peek out the window. The street below was empty. The lights had come back on, all of them. Everything looked normal again, as if nothing had happened. I sat there until dawn, lights on, phone in hand. When the sun finally came up, I told myself it had to be exhaustion or stress. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the darkness had played tricks on me. For a while, I believed that. But 2 nights later, I woke up to the sound of tapping, soft, rhythmic, tap, tap, tap. It was coming from my window. I froze, every nerve in my body on edge. The blinds were closed, but I could see the faint outline of a hand pressing against the glass. 5 long fingers. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The tapping stopped. I crept closer, every step heavy with dread. Slowly, I pulled the blinds back. The window was empty, nothing there. But on the glass, smeared in condensation, were 3 words written by a finger. I see you. I stumbled back, heart pounding. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, the writing was gone. Not smudged, gone, like it had never been there. The officer was polite, but I could tell he didn't believe me. You probably fell asleep and dreamed it, he said. Happens more often than you'd think. But it wasn't a dream. I know it wasn't. Over the next few weeks, strange things started happening. I'd wake up to find the front door unlocked, though I was sure I'd locked it. Lights flickering for no reason. My phone's battery draining overnight, even when it wasn't in use. Once, when I came home from work, there was dirt on my floor, like footprints that led from the door to my bedroom and back again. I bought cameras, motion lights, alarms, everything I could think of. But nothing ever showed up on the footage. Just static. Then, one night in early November, I came home late again. I'd been staying at my friend's place, trying to avoid being alone. But I couldn't stay there forever. As I turned onto Meadow Lane, my stomach dropped. Every streetlight on the block was out. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I drove past. For a moment, I thought I saw movement in the shadows between the trees. I blinked, and it was gone. When I reached my building, I sat in the car for a long time, staring at the window of my apartment. The lights were off, but behind the curtain, I could see the faintest silhouette of someone standing there. I didn't go inside. I called a friend, begged them to let me stay. I moved out 2 weeks later. It's been months now. I live 2 states away in a different city in a different apartment, but sometimes when I'm walking home late from work, I catch myself glancing over my shoulder. And every now and then I swear I see a tall, dark figure standing under a flickering light in the distance. He never moves. He just watches. Story the end. I was 19 when it happened, working late at a diner just off Route 23 in southern Ohio. It was one of those middle-of-nowhere places that stayed open until midnight to catch the last truckers rolling through. The neon sign buzzed like a wasp, and the smell of fryer oil clung to everything. My shift ended around 11:45 p.m., and since my old Toyota was in the shop, I had to walk home about 2.5 miles down a quiet stretch of road that curved through woods and cornfields. It wasn't the first time I'd done it, but that night the air felt heavier. The sky was a flat gray-black, the moon buried behind clouds. The road shimmered faintly from a drizzle earlier that evening. I remember thinking the silence was strange. No crickets, no wind, not even a car passing. I tied my jacket tighter and started walking, boots crunching on wet gravel. The first mile was nothing. I knew every bend, every leaning mailbox, every yard light glowing from a farmhouse set far back from the road. My phone was nearly dead, so I kept it in my pocket to save the little charge left. Halfway through the second mile, I passed the old hollow stretch where the woods thickened on both sides. That's when I heard it, a faint snap behind me like someone stepping on a stick. I stopped and turned. Nothing. The road curved behind me into darkness. I waited, listened. The only sound was my own breathing. I laughed nervously to myself, told my brain to stop being dramatic, and kept walking. But after 10 steps, I heard another crunch. Closer. I spun around fast this time, scanning the tree line. Still nothing. My pulse thudded in my ears. I started walking again, faster now, trying not to look back every few seconds. The road stretched on endlessly, and I could feel eyes on me, though the night looked empty. Then I saw it. About 50 yards back, a figure. Standing right in the middle of the road. Not walking, just standing there, head tilted slightly to one side. It was too dark to make out details, but I saw enough to know it wasn't a trick of the light. Tall, thin, wearing something light-colored that caught the dull reflection from the road. I froze. My first thought was that it might be a drunk guy from the bar down the road or a farmer heading home late. But something was off. He wasn't moving, just standing, facing me, too still for too long. I forced my voice to sound steady. "Hey, you okay?" No answer, not even a twitch. The silence felt endless. My mouth went dry. I took a slow step backward, then another. The figure didn't move until I turned. Then, behind me, I heard rapid footsteps on wet gravel. I ran. I didn't think, I just ran. My heart pounded so loud it drowned everything else out. I didn't look back, couldn't look back. My lungs burned. When I reached the intersection where the woods broke into open field, I finally risked a glance over my shoulder. The road behind me was empty. I slowed down, bent over, gasping for air. My stomach twisted with adrenaline. I kept moving, but slower, telling myself I was safe now. Maybe it was some local messing with me. Maybe my mind had filled in what wasn't there. Then I saw the light from an approaching car. Relief flooded me. I waved my arms, but as it neared, the headlights flickered, then dimmed. The car slowed beside me. The driver's window rolled down halfway. I stepped closer, cautious but desperate for human contact. Inside sat a man, middle-aged, pale, wearing a dark baseball cap. His face was unreadable in the shadows. "You out here alone?" he asked. His voice was flat, expressionless. "Yeah, just walking home." He stared at me for a moment too long. "You shouldn't be walking this road at night." "I know," I said, trying to smile. "Car's in the shop." He didn't respond right away. Then he said, "Get in. I'll take you." Every instinct screamed no. Something about his voice, it wasn't friendly. It was like he was repeating a line he'd said too many times. "I appreciate it," I said, "but I'm almost home." He didn't argue. Just looked at me again, eyes flat as glass. Then the window rolled up and the car drove off slowly, disappearing around the curve. For a moment I was relieved. But that feeling evaporated when I noticed something moving in the trees to my left, white fabric slipping between the trunks. The figure again. I bolted down the last stretch toward home, not caring how loud I was or whether anyone saw. When I reached my house, I nearly fell trying to get the key into the lock. I slammed the door behind me, locked it twice, and stood with my back pressed against it. My heart pounded like it wanted out of my chest. I went to the window and peeked through the blinds. Nothing. The yard was empty, the road quiet. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I found footprints in the mud along the side of the house. They led from the edge of the woods all the way up to my back porch, then stopped. I showed my dad, who shrugged it off. "Could be deer prints or boots from the neighbor," he said, but I knew they weren't there the night before. 3 nights later, I was woken up by a tapping on the window. Not gentle, sharp, deliberate. I sat up, every muscle tense. I listened. Another tap, then silence. I grabbed the flashlight from my nightstand and aimed it through the glass. The beam hit something white for half a second, then nothing, just darkness. I didn't sleep again after that. Over the next few weeks, small things kept happening. My dog would bark furiously at nothing outside. I'd find muddy footprints near the back steps, even when it hadn't rained. Once, when I came home from work, my front door was unlocked, even though I knew I'd locked it that morning. I started driving to work with the doors locked, double-checking every window before bed. But every night when I stepped outside to take the trash or get the mail late, I felt that same presence, the same eyes watching from somewhere just beyond the streetlight's reach. The last time I saw him was in December. It was snowing hard, the kind that muffles every sound. I was closing up the diner early because of the storm. As I walked toward the bus stop under the flickering streetlight, I felt that old chill crawl up my spine. The world was quiet, too quiet. When I looked down the road, there he was. Same height, same tilt of the head, but now the coat looked wrong, too thin for the cold, hanging limp. He didn't move, didn't seem to breathe. I blinked, and he was closer. No sound, no footsteps, just closer. I turned and ran toward the diner, heart in my throat, fumbling for the keys. When I looked back again, he was right across the street, standing in the glow of the neon sign. The wind blew snow across his face, and for the first time, I saw it clearly. Pale, hollow eyes, mouth slightly open, like he was whispering something I couldn't hear. I got inside, locked the door, and called the police. By the time they arrived, the road was empty again, only footprints in the snow leading from the woods to the front of the diner and then stopping mid-path as if he'd vanished into thin air. They found no one. I quit that job a week later and moved 2 towns over. For months, I tried to convince myself it was all in my head. But sometimes when I drive late at night, I see a figure walking along the shoulder of the road, white coat glowing faintly in the headlights, always alone, always facing me as I pass. And every single time, I keep my eyes straight ahead. Because the one time I tried to look back, I swore he was standing in the middle of the road behind my car, tilting his head the same way he did that first night. Story the end. The night was unusually still, the kind of still that presses against your ears and makes every small sound feel amplified. I had stayed late at work and decided to walk home. It was only about 2 miles, and the streets were usually safe. My office was downtown, and my apartment was on the edge of a residential neighborhood, the kind of streets lined with modest houses, dim streetlights, and the occasional barking dog. Normally I liked the quiet, but that night it felt oppressive. I started down the familiar route, earbuds in, music playing low. The sidewalks were empty. Streetlights flickered as I passed, one cutting out entirely for a moment, leaving me in near darkness. I shrugged it off. I'd walked this path countless times. As I turned onto the side street that cut through the park, I felt a prickling along the back of my neck. Something didn't feel right. I slowed my pace. The park was dark, trees casting long shadows across the path. Usually there were joggers, late-night walkers, or at least the distant hum of traffic. Tonight, nothing. Just the crunch of my shoes against the gravel. Then I heard it, a soft rustle from behind the trees. I froze. "Hello," I called, voice shaking more than I expected. Silence. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, a branch snapping, a stray animal. I kept walking, faster now. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Light, deliberate, echoing softly on the gravel path behind me. I stopped and spun around. Nothing. I tried to run, but my legs felt heavy, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The footsteps continued, matching my pace. I didn't dare look back again. My phone was in my hand, but the battery was low. I flicked on the flashlight, sweeping it over the trees, the path, the benches, but saw nothing. Then I felt it. The presence. Someone was following me, just beyond the edge of the light. My imagination screamed at me, but I knew the sound of the steps wasn't my mind playing tricks. They were there, behind me, keeping pace. I reached the far end of the park, where the path opened onto a wider, better-lit street. Relief hit me, but it was short-lived. From the corner of my eye, I saw a figure emerge from the shadow of a tree line. Hoodie up, hands in pockets, moving slowly, watching me. My breath caught. I ran. I sprinted toward the streetlights, toward a busy avenue I knew had late-night traffic. The figure didn't chase immediately, but I could feel eyes on my back, tracking every step. My mind raced through possibilities, crossing the street, running into open businesses, even screaming, but fear anchored me in motion, not thought. I finally reached the corner diner, still open, and burst inside, gasping for air. The patrons looked up, confused, but I didn't care. I stayed there until I calmed down, watching the path outside. The street was empty. No one. But the shadowy feeling remained, a lingering chill. The next morning, I checked the security footage from my building's cameras. There, just for a moment, a dark figure could be seen moving along the edge of the park, keeping pace with me. Not close enough to identify, but unmistakably there. I changed my route after that. I refused to walk that path alone again. Even months later, when I passed near the park, I found myself checking the shadows, imagining someone lurking just out of sight. The memory of that night, the quiet, the footstep, the shadow, never fully left me. I learned something that night. Walking alone isn't just about being careful, it's about realizing how quickly normal can turn into threat and how easily something or someone can appear where you least expect. Story, the end. It was the middle of October, a cool Thursday night in a small town outside Columbus. I had stayed late at work, later than I should have. By the time I stepped outside, the office parking lot was empty except for my car and the faint orange glow from the distant highway lights. But my car wouldn't start. Dead battery. I could have called for a tow or an Uber, but I didn't want to wait an hour. Home was just a 40-minute walk, and the air was crisp, the moon bright. I told myself it would be fine. I'd walked home before. The first 10 minutes were peaceful. The hum of traffic faded behind me, replaced by the rhythmic sound of my shoes hitting the pavement. Streetlights lined most of the way, old, spaced far apart, humming faintly. Every third one flickered. The town was asleep, windows dark, only the occasional barking dog breaking the silence. I cut through Elm Street, a narrow residential road lined with trees that cast long, thin shadows. The leaves rustled lightly above me, the wind carrying the smell of wet earth. I passed an old playground I used to visit as a kid. The swings creaked slightly even though no one was there. When I reached the end of Elm, I had two choices: continue down the main road or take the back trail through the woods. The trail cut off 15 minutes, but it was unlit and rarely used. Normally I avoided it after dark, but I was tired, and the thought of getting home sooner won out. The entrance to the trail was marked by an old metal sign half buried in weeds. The moment I stepped onto the dirt path, the air changed. It was colder here, quieter. The canopy of trees blocked out most of the moonlight. My footsteps sounded louder, crunching leaves and snapping twigs. About 5 minutes in, I heard a sound behind me, leaves shifting, faint but deliberate. I stopped, listening. The forest went still. I waited a few seconds, then shook it off. Probably an animal, a raccoon or a deer. I kept walking. Then I heard it again, a slow, steady rhythm. Footsteps, matching mine. I stopped again, silence. This time I turned on my phone's flashlight and pointed it behind me. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees and tangled brush. I told myself I was overreacting. People walk their dogs here sometimes. Maybe someone else had decided to take the shortcut. I kept going. My pace quickened. The footsteps followed. They weren't right behind me, but close enough that I could tell they were real. They paused when I did. Started when I started. My pulse thudded in my ears. I finally turned and called out, "Hey, who's there?" No answer. I stood still for a long moment, scanning the dark. I thought I saw movement, something pale shifting between the trees. I took a step forward, squinting, and the flashlight flickered. The beam caught a glimpse of what looked like a person standing half hidden behind a tree, facing me. I froze. "Hello?" I said again, my voice trembling. No response, just silence. Then the figure stepped back slowly into the dark and disappeared. That was enough for me. I started running. Branches whipped against my arms as I sprinted, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't dare look back. The sound of leaves crunching behind me quickened, heavier, faster. Someone or something was following. When the trail finally opened to the road, I bolted out, nearly stumbling onto the asphalt. A car passed in the distance, its headlights flashing for just a second. I turned back toward the trail entrance. Nothing. No one there. I laughed nervously to myself, the sound hollow. "You're fine," I whispered. "You're fine." I walked the next few blocks quickly, checking behind me every few seconds. I was about 10 minutes from home when I noticed something strange, a shadow stretching out ahead of me that didn't match my movements. I slowed. The shadow stayed still. Then when I started walking again, it moved, half a beat behind, longer than mine, like someone walking just out of sight. I turned. The sidewalk was empty. My hands were shaking now. I gripped my phone tighter, ready to call 911. I glanced at the battery, 12%. I decided to keep moving. If I stayed in the open under the streetlights, I'd be fine. 2 blocks later, I reached the bridge that crossed the river. It was old and narrow, with only a single streetlight at the center. Halfway across, I stopped to catch my breath. The water below shimmered faintly under the moonlight. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Coming from behind me, I turned my flashlight toward the far end of the bridge. For a split second, I saw someone, tall, wearing a hood, head tilted slightly as if watching me. The light flickered. When it came back on, the figure was gone. The air around me felt colder. My throat went dry. I ran. When I reached my street, I could see my house in the distance. Lights still on, porch glowing softly. Relief flooded through me. I slowed just enough to breathe, glancing behind one last time. That's when I saw it. Across the street, standing perfectly still under a flickering streetlight, was the same figure. Tall, motionless, head tilted to the side. I couldn't make out a face. I stood frozen. Then slowly it lifted one arm and pointed directly at me. I ran. I sprinted to my porch, nearly dropping my keys as I jammed them into the lock. When I got inside, I slammed the door shut and turned every lock I had. My chest burned. My hands shook as I turned off the lights and peeked through the curtains. The street was empty. I watched for almost an hour, waiting for movement. There was none. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I collapsed on the couch. Around 3 a.m., I woke to a noise. 3 soft knocks on my front door. I didn't move. The knocks came again. Slow. Rhythmic. Then a whisper, so quiet I almost thought I imagined it. You shouldn't have looked back. I stayed frozen until sunrise. When I finally opened the door, the street was empty again. Only 3 long scratches were carved into the wood near the handle. I called the police, told them someone had been following me. They took a report, looked around, found nothing. That night, I installed a camera on the porch. The next morning, I checked the footage. At 3:02 a.m., the camera caught movement. Something tall standing just beyond the light, watching. The figure moved closer until it stood directly in front of the door, unmoving, for over 5 minutes. Then it stepped back into the dark and vanished. I still live in that house. I still have the footage. And sometimes when I take the trash out late at night, I swear I can feel someone standing just beyond the trees, watching. Story the end. I walked the back roads of a small Midwestern town under the dim glow of a single street lamp, the one that flickered as I passed and made me stir with apprehension. My boots crunched on the frost-stiffened gravel, the night air stiff with the cold and carrying the faint scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. I had left the main road 2 miles ago, choosing an old shortcut I'd used as a teenager and forgotten about until tonight. It felt foolish now, but there was no going back for a cab, and I couldn't call anyone without risking waking someone up and embarrassing myself. I hadn't meant to walk so late. My car had broken down outside the diner 3 blocks back. I'd sat in the driver's seat a few minutes, fuming, before the cold pushed me out. The road around the diner was deserted, the kind of place where the streetlights seemed redundant. I had seen movement, a shadow at the window. But when I looked again, it was gone. I shook it off and started walking. The shortcut seemed fine, one long, straight lane through low-density houses, some abandoned, most with lights off. The further I went, the fewer signs of life I saw. Halfway through, I passed a house with curtains drawn tight. A single upstairs window had a faint glow, but nothing else suggested someone was home. I heard a faint creak of a tree branch and thought I might have heard whispering. I stopped, looked around. Nothing. The air seemed to grow still and colder. My breath came out in white puffs. I started walking again, faster now. The street lamp ahead flickered again and then blacked out. I found myself swallowed by darkness, save for the pale moon that drifted behind clouds. I froze. In that moment, the silence around me felt heavy, oppressive. The crunching of my boots was loud, too loud. I wondered if someone was watching. My heart beat fast. I stood there for a long moment before shifting off the path onto the little strip of grass beside it. I fumbled for my phone, no signal. I cursed softly. The road behind me looked just as dark. I headed on. As I walked, I tried to quiet my mind with rational thoughts. It's just some houses, some trees. Maybe I saw something. But the rational thoughts didn't stop the feeling growing in my gut. Someone or something was there. I couldn't see it, but I felt it. I lengthened my stride, the cold now penetrating my jacket, and I kept scanning the shadows. Then I heard footsteps, just behind me. 2 quick steps. I stopped. They stopped. My pulse hammered. I didn't turn. I was too afraid what I'd see. I kept walking. The footsteps resumed. Again, 2 steps, then silence, then 2 more steps. They weren't in rhythm with mine. They were just behind. Close enough that I dared not slow down. I considered breaking into a jog, but the path ahead was uncertain and dark. I kept walking, faster. The footsteps matched me in time, then lagged a beat, then matched again. I pretended not to hear them, even though every fiber of me wanted to run. My breath came out loud in my ears. My throat felt dry. To distract myself, I told myself the sounds must be something mundane, an animal maybe, or loose gravel. But then I heard a voice, barely audible, behind me. A whisper. I paused again, heart thudding. It said, "Hey." Soft, too soft. I said nothing. The voice said, "Hey, are you okay?" I forced myself to keep moving. I didn't ask the question. I didn't stop. The darkness around me suddenly felt more than empty space. It felt full of watching shapes. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, the screen blank. I pressed the lock button. It flickered a message. One new voicemail. I opened it with trembling fingers. It was from my brother. He asked if I'd made it home safe. I told myself I wouldn't reply until I was inside. I looked up again. The road looked endless. Then the footsteps behind me quickened slightly. 2 steps, pause, 2 steps. My breathing hitched. I turned my head just a little. From the corner, I caught a dark figure stepping off the road into the grass beside the trees. It was just a shape, tall and thin, and I could not see a face. I felt my skin crawl. I did not cry out. I broke into a jog. The gravel shifted under my feet in loud protest. I heard the figure behind me drop into a run. I dared not look back fully. The footsteps got louder and kept pace. I passed the old church, its windows boarded up, but for one where a faint glimmer of glass glowed under moonlight. My key fob was in my jacket pocket, and the panic made my hands stutter as I pressed to unlock. But there was no car. I wasn't at my car. I still had nearly half a mile to go to the main street. The figure kept pace, a shadow matching my pace. I headed toward the main road lights. The sound of traffic seemed farther than I'd hoped. The figure veered into the trees on my right and reappeared ahead of me. My mind shrieked. It had moved ahead. I gasped and slowed, but the shadow moved out onto the path again, stepping in front of me. My chest felt squeezed. I skidded to a stop. The figure stood maybe 10 feet ahead, backlit by the moon through thinning clouds. I could see ragged clothes, long arms hanging low, gloved hands maybe dirty. Its head tilted slightly. I wanted to speak, to ask, "Why are you here? Are you following me?" But no words came. It said nothing. Heart in lockdown, I half turned and ran. The shadow bolted after me. My boots pounded the asphalt, the breath burned in my lungs. The main road's streetlights came into view. I sprinted for them. I reached the nearest lamp, houses with lights on. I saw cars parked, a figure at a window. I raised my hand as I passed. The shadow was on my heels, but once I entered the well-lit zone, it stopped a few steps behind, in the darkness of the grass. I didn't stop. I ran until the lights of the diner appeared. I threw myself through the glass door, the bell above ringing. Inside was warm. The lone waitress looked up. "Hi," I gasped. Could I use your phone, please?" She nodded quietly, handed me the receiver. I dialed my brother. He answered within seconds. I told him I was safe, but to come get me in 5 minutes because I refused to walk anymore tonight. He said he'd be there. I hung up and sat down. The waitress brought me a coffee. As I sat, I looked out the window. Outside lay the path I had just traversed. I scanned the edge of the parking lot. No one. Nothing distinct. But the hair on the back of my neck remained tightly raised. I told myself once again it was over. The waitress asked if I'd like anything else. I shook my head. After a time, the doorbell rang. I looked up. A tall figure in a dark coat, hat pulled low, gloves on, stepped inside. The diner fell silent. The figure looked around slowly, deliberately, then walked to the counter. My heart dropped into the coffee cup. The figure's face obscured in shadow, but the gloves? I didn't like it. I thought, maybe it's someone else. But the shadow loomed. It ordered something muffled. The waitress nodded. The figure then turned toward me, head lifting. I caught the eye. The eyes were black, deep. The figure paused, looked at me. I looked away. Then the figure turned to leave, doors swinging shut, bell ringing again. I exhaled. My brother arrived moments later, and I didn't look back. Later, in the safety of home, I tried to rationalize it, a random person, odd but not dangerous. But the memory burned. The walking path felt forever altered. The knowledge that I was accompanied, unseen, kept me vigilant. Weeks later, I drove past that same road. The street lamp still blinked. I slowed down. The grass verge beside the road was still overgrown. I looked to the tree line where I glimpsed that figure. A silhouette, perhaps. Or a trick of the moon. One night I got a voicemail. I wasn't surprised. It was from a local sheriff department. They asked if I could come in. My blood ran cold. In the records they had, a body found 2 years prior, halfway down that path in the grass beside the trees. The victim was female, walking alone at night before the lamp went out. The description matched mine, tall, guesses of gloves. The figure I saw could have been the perpetrator or maybe someone who was there that night, an echo. I kept thinking I walked alone at night. I looked over my shoulder. The footsteps, the whisper. Was it warning me or watching me? Was I spared by chance or by something else? Each time I hear the distant crack of a twig in a parking lot or see a shadow in the corner of a highway rest area, my mind drifts back to that night on the back road. I feel the dread, my heart pounding, the brush of cold air as someone strides behind me. I realize now that walking alone at night isn't only about fear of being seen, it's about what might not be seen. Once I told a friend about it. He said I should never walk alone again at night. I said I won't. But I also know what I saw wasn't thrilling or dramatic. It was real. And that matters. I think about the person I was that night, confident, independent, assuming I was in control. The truth is, I lost control the moment I took that shortcut, the moment the footsteps started, the moment I heard the whisper. The figure in the dark made sure I knew I was not alone. Now I drive everywhere. I won't trust the back roads late at night anymore. Every once in a while, I avoid the shortcut and take a longer route. The lamp still flickers, the grass still hides shadows, and I still remember the way the dark felt heavy, as if it held its breath until I passed. I sometimes wonder, if I had turned around, if I had begged for help, if I had screamed, would it have changed anything? Or was I part of something older, something that had happened before and would happen again? The memory of the whisper, "Hey, are you okay?" makes me wonder, was it genuine or was it cruel invitation? People tell me I'm lucky. Maybe I am. But sometimes I don't feel lucky. I feel haunted. Not by a ghost in the supernatural sense, but by the awareness. That night, in that darkness, someone was there. And when I stopped for a moment, frozen in place, the figure stayed a little longer before withdrawing. They say the best horror is the kind that doesn't vanish. And this one didn't vanish. It stays with me. The nights when I'm alone, I check every reflection, every view down a dark path. I sense someone else's gaze. I strain to hear the faintest sound behind me. I suppose the thing that terrifies me most is not the figure itself, but the certainty it can still walk beside anyone. Walking alone at night is a gamble. I won once. I might not the next time. So I don't take it anymore. Story. The end. I walked faster. I had to. The street lamp ahead had flickered, and I genuinely thought I saw someone standing beneath it. It cast a long shadow across the cracked cement, and I couldn't tell if the figure was leaning against the post or just ghosting through the daytime memory of it. The neighborhood was strangely silent. Even the usual rustle of leaves in the gutters had died down. I had left the library at around 11 to 6 p.m. on a Tuesday. My car had died days ago, so I was walking back to my apartment in the small town of Millfield, Illinois. The sidewalks here weren't well maintained. The cracks twined like an old dead man's veins. My phone battery was at 12%. Coaching myself silently, I told myself, just stay calm. Keep your head up. Don't let anything surprise you. I'd walked this route dozens of times, but tonight, something felt wrong. I passed the old Elmwood house, the one with the boarded-up windows and the burnt door. It looked even more menacing now. The front yard was overtaken by tall grass and broken tree limbs. When I walked by its squeaky iron gate, I felt a sudden gust of wind from behind me. The air chilled, my breath condensed, though the night was only cool, not freezing. I glanced back. Nothing. Just the dim glow of the street lamp at the corner, and maybe a figure? It hopped into shadow before I could focus. I swallowed hard and quickened my pace. I told myself it was just my imagination. I passed the little convenience store, the 24/7 sign dimmed for the night, and I could swear that a window upstairs had flickered with light for a second. But when I looked up, nothing but darkness and the old building's red brick. My phone buzzed, advertising something stupid, and I cursed under my breath. Halfway down Maple Street, I noticed the streetlights were farther apart now. There was one ahead, but the one behind me had no light at all. The darkness behind grew heavy. The shadows felt alive. I tried not to think about it. I remembered. Keep breathing, keep walking, don't look back. Then I heard a rustle. Very soft, like fabric rubbing against something. Maybe a coat, maybe wind blowing a tarp. I froze. The sound seemed close, just a few feet behind me. My heart hammered. I slowed to a stop and turned. There was nothing. The sidewalk lay empty. The road glimmered faintly in the lamp ahead. A few yards behind, a tall figure draped in something dark, maybe a coat, maybe hair blowing. I couldn't be sure. I started walking again, faster this time, glancing over my shoulder now and then. The feeling of being watched grew. My neck prickled. Maybe I should have called someone, but I didn't want my shaky voice betraying me. I thought of calling my roommate Jen, but when I reached into my pocket, I discovered my phone had dropped to 8%, and I hadn't turned on low power. Great. I approached the final block before my apartment building, an old brick row building that used to be housing for factory workers in the 1950s. I always felt safe there, but tonight it looked like a fortress of loneliness. Moonlight filtered weakly through a few clouds. I could see my building's front door, the light of the lobby, a warm yellow promise. Suddenly I heard a footstep. One footstep. Soft, but in rhythm with mine. I stopped. So did the footstep behind me. My breath caught in my chest. Slowly I turned. A silhouette. Tall, lanky, maybe 5 inches taller than me. Its arms looked too long. It held something, or maybe its hands just hung low. The streetlight caught something in its hand, glinting silver. It looked like a phone or a small mirror or maybe a blade. My mind flinched at the possibility of a blade. I took a step backwards. My heel clicked against the crack in the pavement. The figure didn't walk forward. It just stayed. It didn't say a word. The silence pressed on me like water. I made a decision. I was going to run. I sort of leapt forward, ignoring the fear, focusing on home. My sneakers slapped the sidewalk. The footstep behind me grew louder, not matching mine. 2, then one more, then a scrape. A tire? No. A dragging sound. I bolted. The lobby door came into view. I reached into my backpack, pulling out the key I always carried on a heavy ring. My fingers fumbled. The key rattled. I turned around again. The figure was closer. The silver glint bounced as it took a step. My heart roared. I slotted the key, turned, yanked the door open, and ran inside, slamming it shut. I heard the lock click behind me. I leaned against it, chest heaving, watching through the glass window of the door. The figure stopped on the porch outside for a moment. Then it dissolved into the darkness. In the lobby, I found the security camera blinking green. I looked at it, wondered if it had caught something. I didn't call the police. I didn't want to make a scene. I jogged to my apartment, locked the door, and sat on the floor, phone in hand, checking messages, trying to calm my breathing. I decided to stay up until morning. I left a chair under the door handle, old trick. I pulled blankets over my shoulders. But sleep was impossible. Around 3:13 a.m., my phone buzzed with a text. Looking forward to your car. No number attached. My mind froze. I don't own a car anymore. Who had sent that? And looking forward to your car? Why? My stomach twisted. I reached for the phone again, 8% battery remaining. I debated calling 911, but the text scared me more than calling. I realized whoever sent it knew I walked. They knew about the broken car. Maybe they'd been watching. I looked out the window. The street was empty, no one around, but my building's front door light flickered. I watched as the glass door slowly opened. I gasped. The tall figure from earlier stood there, under the dim porch light, still holding that silver glint. I couldn't tell if it was a phone, just shining. I reached under the desk and grabbed a baseball bat I kept for emergencies. The figure lifted its arm, just a subtle motion, maybe a wave, maybe pointing, then backed into the shadow and vanished. My phone buzzed again. See you soon. The message came from the same anonymous number. My hands shook so violently I dropped the bat. The thud echoed. The porch light extinguished with a brief flicker. The entire front of the building went dark for a heartbeat. Then the lobby light came back on, stronger than before. I didn't sleep at all. At dawn, I forced myself out of the apartment and walked to the lobby. The door had no signs of damage. The camera blinked as usual. I went upstairs, opened the door carefully. My roommate Jen was gone for the weekend. The apartment was silent. I turned on lights and looked around, nothing disturbed. But the hair on my arms still stood upright. I debated filing a police report, but there was no crime yet, just creepy texts and shadows. I told Jen when she returned. She insisted we call the police together. But on second thought, I said maybe we just change locks, install a security system. She agreed. Still, why me? Why my broken down car? Did the anonymous sender pick my number by random? Or had they been stalking me for days? Weeks? The idea that someone could watch me walking home regularly made my skin crawl. I decided, for a while, I'll walk a different route. Maybe go to the gym on campus later at night so I'm not alone. A week passed. Everything seemed fine. I told myself the figure never returned. The texts stopped. The chills subsided. At least I hoped they did. Then last Friday night, I got another text. Car fixed tonight? I nearly dropped my phone again. I looked up the sender. Unknown. I shrugged. No. I ran through memories. I hadn't told anyone about the car repair schedule, unless Jen or another friend knew. But no one knew they were monitoring my repair situation. I looked out the window again. The street was dead, but then a black sedan idled slowly at the intersection across from our building. The driver's window was down, but it was too far, too dark to clearly see them. They flicked a hand at me, or maybe it was the breeze. Then the car drove off. No headlights, just taillights disappearing. I locked my door, put the chair under the handle again. I slept with my phone on low voltage mode, fully charged this time. I changed the apartment lock. I installed a security camera in the hallway facing our front door. That night, I awakened to a quiet click. I sat up immediately. From the hallway camera feed, I saw something creeping into view. The front door opened just a crack, maybe 6 inches. The dark figure slipped inside, long coat trailing. The camera feed glitched for a moment, static. Then I heard the door click shut. My bedroom door was swift to unlock. I held my breath until I heard nothing else. Then my phone buzzed. Finally in. The message sent itself, came in the dead of night shrink of time. My blood turned cold. Someone was in my building. Someone had just entered our apartment. I didn't move. I texted Jen, "Call police." Her reply, "On it." Instantly. My hand hovered over the bat, but I didn't want to trigger anything. Sirens finally came. The police arrived in 2 cars. They searched each apartment. Ours was untouched, but the inner hallway showed shoe prints, fresh. Long size, roughly 11 or 12, our front door, a small piece of broken glass. I shivered. They found a discarded phone outside in the bushes, screen smashed. They dusted for prints. They asked me questions. "Did you know anyone who might want to scare you?" I shook my head. "No enemies. Just want to sleep again." They told me they'd patrol for a few nights and asked if I needed temporary relocation. I told them yes. The next 2 nights, I stayed at Jen's. I barely slept. On the 3rd night, I finally returned home. I walked up to our apartment. It felt different. The hallways smelled stale, like someone had been living there but not moving. I unlocked the door with Jen's help and flicked on lights. Everything looked normal. I turned on the hallway security camera feed on my phone. I scanned the footage from last night. The figure had been visible in the shadows, waiting by the stairwell. But the door to our apt remained closed, so it must have been waiting for me, watching. The police thought the intruder got scared off when the sirens came and didn't actually break in. But how long had they been staking out the place? That night, I decided I would stay alert. I slept with a broom by my bed. I kept the lights on. I avoided walking anywhere after dark. Then 2 nights ago, I was awakened by my phone buzzing again. "See you walk." Simple. The words spelled out like print. No punctuation. No more. I looked out the window toward Maple Street. Nothing. But across the street, a man stood under a lamp, exactly where I used to see that tall figure. He stood perfectly still, facing my building. I held the flashlight on my phone and flashed it at him. He did not move. After the 9th flash, he walked away slowly, out of sight. I texted the police. They said they'd send a patrol car by around midnight. That night, I waited until I heard the patrol car engine rumble past. Then I locked the apartment door and sat in the living room with the bat. I turned off all lights except the lamp by the couch. I told Jen to keep her phone line open. We stayed quiet. Every few minutes, I checked the camera feed. I logged the time. At 2:47 a.m., a shape appeared outside the window. I knew that street lamp across the road had gone out, so the area was darker than ever. Through the window blind, I saw the silhouette move sideways. Then the motion vanished. The patrol car idled outside the building. I heard a muffled thump. I jumped up and ran to the window. I saw nothing, but the hedge beneath the window was disturbed. A branch bent inward. Someone had crawled under. My throat constricted. I called the police. Again, they came within minutes. They searched, but found no one. The officers told me, "You're the only one who saw someone." It could be trespassing. Could be someone retreating once they realize the cops show up. We'll leave the lights on outside overnight. I nodded, but the truth was I felt alone. I stayed in our apartment. Jen moved out for the weekend. Last night I almost convinced myself it was over. Then I heard a knock on my door at 3:02 a.m. Soft, slow, the kind of knock you dismiss as someone forgetting their key. But the building was quiet. Everybody slept. I crept to the peephole. I saw nothing. The hallway light was flickering. I didn't open it. Instead, I slid the camera into live view. I saw the door's lock turn slightly from the outside. I jumped back. Then the handle turned. I dropped the phone. The handle clicked. The door opened. I heard the slow creak and a voice. Soft, whispered from outside, "I'm waiting for you." The glass panel in the door let me see a figure standing just beyond, the tall, lanky shape, coat swirling, face hidden. The silver glint in its hand caught the corridor light. I froze. My mind hammered. Then it spoke again. "We meet." The voice thick, like someone smiling behind it. The door creaked inward a few inches. I pressed my back against the wall. My bat lay on the floor behind the couch. I didn't dare reach for it. The figure stepped inside. The corridor light flickered and then went out. Pitch black. My phone screen lit up the room faintly. The figure's eyes seemed to reflect the light. Maybe lenses, maybe nothing. The coat parted. I saw something shimmering on the chest. Maybe a badge? No, it was a mirror or a phone. It raised the silver glint higher. I squinted. That's when I screamed, because I realized the object in its hand was my phone. My phone, the one I thought I still held. And in a hush, I heard from the phone the sound of my own voice from an earlier clip, me walking. The figure turned the phone toward me. The screen displayed me. "Lev, why don't you run now?" it asked, softly. My heartbeat exploded. I lunged forward, swinging the bat wildly. It knocked against the figure's forearm. The object flew out of the coat. I grabbed it. It was my phone. We struggled. The figure's coat ripped. I heard fabric tearing. Leather, maybe. The corridor light flickered back on and the figure was still there, or partially. It pulled a mask over its face, something black. I hit the bat again. The figure staggered. The lock to the door clicked shut behind it. The figure bolted out of the door, slamming it behind. I heard a muffled crash in the hallway between our door and the stairs. I sprinted to the door, locked it from the inside. I called the police. My voice shattered. Within minutes, they arrived. The hallway showed our struggle. The doorframe was scratched, our lock tampered, footprints in the foyer, and the figure had smashed out the lobby camera's front glass. I looked at the broken piece on the floor. The intruder had disabled the building's external camera. The police filed a report. They searched the neighborhood. They found the figure's coat tossed in an alley, but it was missing the mask and the object, my phone, was still in my possession. They recovered partial fingerprints. The next day I left Millfield. I rented a hotel downtown and planned to stay a few nights. I told Jen to stay at her parents' and not come back until I said so. I changed all my passwords and canceled the old apartment lease. I packed my bag with essentials and left just before sunset. Even as I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. I thought I saw that tall lump of a figure standing by the front porch of my former building. It raised the silver glint once, then dropped it. I rubbed my eyes. Now, safe in the hotel, I still hear it. The footstep behind me in the dark, the soft knock at the door, the phone buzzing with the anonymous number. "See you walk, car fixed tonight, looking forward to your car, finally in, we meet." I keep the phone off. I thought it was over, but it's not. Tonight, I will stare out the hotel window at the empty parking lot. I will lock my room from the inside. I will call the front desk if I hear anything, and I will not walk alone at night again. Story the end. I walked out of the bar around midnight, my footsteps echoing on the wet pavement of the empty street. The city lights had dimmed and hardened into a grim palette of yellow and gray. The street lamps flickered like thin candles, helpless against an ocean of darkness. I pulled my coat tighter around me against the chill, shrugging the nearly empty beer bottle in my free hand. I had been alone in that bar for hours, trying to shake the kind of tiredness that clings to you, sticky and silent, and now I felt like I was leaving something behind that I couldn't name. The street was deserted. Most storefronts had their metal gates drawn, adverts peeling like old bandages. At intersections, traffic lights alternated between red and green, but there were no cars waiting. I crossed roads without looking, as if the human element had drained out of this part of town. I felt like the only living thing out here. A stray cat darted across my path, its eyes glowing pale in the gloom. I stopped for a second, watching it weave between shadows, then hurried on. My cell phone was in my inner coat pocket. I guess the battery was nearly dead. Damn thing always went out when you needed it most. I thought about calling someone, but who exactly? I had no one I felt like calling at this hour. The air smelled of rain and something else, something older and fouler, a kind of metallic musk and wet concrete. As I walked, I found myself turning down alleys, not by design, but by some sort of unconscious pull. One narrow lane between a shuttered laundromat and a closed-off storage warehouse saw the darkness deepen. The pavement was cracked, and there were dark stains that I wouldn't look at too hard. I considered going back, but something made me continue. Maybe stubbornness, maybe the vague belief that there was nothing to fear because nothing even existed out here. After 100 feet, the alley ended at a rusting gate, half openwards, creaking softly in the breeze. I paused. The alley had a strange feel, like someone had walked through recently, maybe gone down its length, left footprints in the grime. I looked over my shoulder and saw nothing. Still, I could have sworn I heard something, a faint scrape, maybe the sound of metal against metal. My pulse ticked faster. I told myself it was nothing. I turned and emerged back onto the larger street. The wind picked up, not just a breeze, but a shifting of something bigger, a hollow hush that seemed to move in rhythm with the street lamps. Overhead, one lamp flickered off and plunged its corner of the sidewalk into darker shadow. I walked past it quickly, watching the darkness swallow the edges of my vision. The road ahead sloped downward toward the riverfront district, unused warehouses, docks, massive cranes that silhouetted like skeletal arms against clouded sky. A faint light glowed at the end of the dock, 2 lamps perched on rusted poles, painting pale reflections on the water. I decided to go that way. The openness of the docks might reduce the claustrophobia of the alleys. As I approached, I passed an old shipping container yard. Some containers were stacked 10 high, their colors faded into muddy rust. I heard the creak of metal freight as if the containers shifted in the wind. The sound startled me. I glanced up and saw one container slightly misaligned, its door hanging open a crack. I slowed. It felt dumb to walk into someone else's rust box, but something drew me. Not curiosity, just that same pull I'd felt earlier. I found myself looking inside. Nothing but darkness and old wooden crates. When I stepped back, my foot hit something soft and squishy on the ground. I recoiled, looked down. A dark puddle. Black and thick, like oil mixed with something else. I nearly tripped. My throat tightened. I told myself, keep moving. I left the container yard and came out onto the dock proper. The wind was colder here, coming off the river, slicing through my coat. I could hear the water lapping against the piles of wood and metal supports. The lamps cast long shadows of the crane arms and ships, floating like phantoms on the surface. I walked along the edge of the dock, the sound of footsteps and water mingling. I stopped at one point and looked out over the water. A big old freight ship moored far away, its upper decks darkened, windows lifeless like eyes. The dock planks were worn and uneven. I remembered stories about docks, how they're places where things disappear, vanish into water and darkness. I wondered if I felt that fear because the familiar was gone. Somewhere behind me I heard a shout, a threshing sound of boards maybe, and a breath. I spun around. No one. The shipping yard was silent. The street behind was a dull ribbon of light. I put a hand to my ear. The wind had died down, leaving a stillness so vast it was oppressive. I resumed walking. I told myself again, there's nothing here. Just you. Keep calm. My phone buzzed. I jumped. Saw on the screen, low battery. I turned it off to conserve power, shoved it into my pocket. Yana, Suzanne's friend. No sense in being distracted. The silence pressed in. I felt watched. Then footsteps, soft, behind me. I couldn't tell how far. I froze mid-step, heart hammering so loud I feared it would echo across the water. I held my breath. The footsteps stopped. I waited. Nothing. I took a cautious step forward. Another. The sound resumed. One steady pace, not trying to be quiet, just walking. Not walking with me, behind me. Same rhythm as mine. I glanced over my shoulder. The darkness beyond the pool of lamplight seemed to be moving. I strained to see, but the glare of the lamps made the periphery too dark. The person, yes, it must be a person, was a figure tall and thin, coat long, hands hanging at sides, hat or hood overhead, face impossible to see. They walked at a slight distance. I couldn't see their expression or weapon or anything, but I could see them. Adrenaline flooded me. I debated running. My mind shouted, "Run!" But I stayed still. The figure stopped too at the edge of the light. I held my breath. The figure raised a hand, pointed. My pulse jumped. My muscles locked. The hand pointed at me. Then the figure stepped backward into darkness and vanished. I watched. Nothing. My knees gave slightly. I took a deep breath, forced myself to move along the dock again, but faster now. I did not check behind. I just walked. My footfalls quickened. I reached the next set of planks, angled more precariously, and I stumbled, caught myself. In the brief motion, I thought I heard a whisper, a dry hiss through the wind. I refused to stop. I crossed a set of railroad tracks embedded in the dock and moved toward a gate that would lead to the street back. But then I realized the gate at the end of the dock was locked. A chain and padlock rusted shut. I hadn't noticed earlier. Now I was in this open dock area, but I had no direct way out that I could see. I backed away, turning to retrace my footsteps to head back the way I came. But standing between two shipping containers ahead was the figure again. Same stance. The light behind made an outline of their head, but the features were lost in shadow. I froze. The figure made that hand gesture again, one slender finger pointing at me. Then they turned and ran. To the side, between containers, slipping into darkness. I heard metal scrape. A sliding container door, maybe? My breath lodged in my throat. I didn't wait. I sprinted. I ignored the uneven boards, the slick patches of rain. I crashed through the gate that led to the street. The lock was old, the chain weak, and I forced it aside. The noise of metal dragging echoed, and I risked a glance back. No one followed. I ran up the road away from the docks. My lungs burned. My legs shook. I didn't look back again. I turned onto a main road. Lights brighter now, more cars though few. I found a bus stop and collapsed onto the bench. I coughed once. I didn't know what hit me more, fear or relief. I looked at my watch, close to 1 o'clock. A city bus idled nearby, doors open. I climbed on, sat at the back, windows fogged. I tried to steady my breathing. The bus lurched forward. The driver offered no glance. I tried to tell myself, you probably imagined the figure, a drunk, a vagrant, a shadow. But I couldn't shake the memory of the pointed finger, the silent warning. When the bus stopped at a more populated street, I got off and hailed a cab. At home, I locked every door, triple-checked the windows. I showered long and hot. The steam filled the bathroom. My back to the wall, I watched the curtain move slightly. I told myself the bathroom was safe. I tried to sleep, but sleep didn't come. I stared at the ceiling, sweat on my skin mixed with remnants of the cold dock wind. Eventually, I dozed off. I woke with a start. The phone rang. The time, 3:17 a.m. I reached for it. Caller ID, unknown. My thumb hovered but didn't press. The call ended. My pulse hammered. I looked out the window. It was dark and empty. I told myself no one outside. I tried to go back to sleep. A noise. At the window, a soft tap, then another. I stayed frozen in bed. Tap, tap. The curtain moved. I flicked the light on. The window was closed. But outside, pressed against the glass, was the shape of a hand. Pale. The palm flat, fingers splayed. The silhouette vanished when I screamed and turned fully toward the glass. My heart thundered. I bolted from bed, grabbed the frame of the sliding door that led to the balcony. I threw it open. Nothing on the balcony. No footprints, no handprints, no water drops. Only darkness and the city's muffled hum. I forced myself to look out, but saw nothing. Nothing at all. I closed the door, locked it. I descended 15 minutes later to the lobby for some water. I passed the CCTV screen near the concierge desk, showing the night vision feed of the building's front entrance. I paused and stared. On the screen, I saw my building's sliding glass door close. Then the figure stood right outside the glass, leaning its face in. The face was pale, almost featureless, except dark sockets where the eyes should be. The camera flickered. The figure pressed a hand into the glass and stood there for a long beat. Then it walked off left, out of the frame. I raised a question to the concierge, but the desk was empty. The monitor flicked to the live feed of the parking area. My knees turned to liquid. I backed away quietly and went back to my apartment. I dropped onto the sofa fully dressed and sat there, phone in hand, wondering what to do. The sun would come soon. But I couldn't wait that long. I texted a friend. Something's wrong. I'll stay at your place tomorrow. No response yet. My fingers shook. I checked Every door, every lock. I kept the lights on. Morning came sluggishly. When I ventured out for coffee, I hesitated near the entrance of my building. I looked at the glass door and tried to see if there were any smudges or prints. I found nothing visible. The CCTV was offline for parts of the night. Not me, the whole system. I asked building management. They said they'd had a power surge. The backup kicked in, but recording had gaps. I asked if I could view previous night's footage. They said the archive was corrupted during the surge. I walked off quickly. I tried to pass it off as fear making me see things. At work, I sat in my cubicle trying to act normal. But I was jumpy. Every footstep down the hallway sounded like someone following, every squeaky chair like a whisper in the dark. After work, I decided to avoid going home. I took a late dinner with a colleague, then returned late at night with her in a taxi. She insisted on seeing me inside the building. The cab dropped us. Her eyes darted at the entrance. "You okay?" she asked. I nodded. She walked me to the door. I locked it behind me. She nodded and left. I watched her disappear into the dark street. Inside, I turned on every light. I left a fan running for ambient noise. I lay in bed at 2 a.m. again, television low, the glow from the screen faint. Sleep was reluctant. Around 4 a.m., I again heard the tap at the window. My heart seized. I sat up slowly. The curtain shifted, the hand shape again. I jerked upright, reached for the lamp, flicked it on. The balcony door was closed as I had locked it. I pushed aside the curtain and looked out. No one. But on the glass was a smear of moisture, a palm print. I touched it, cold. I pressed my palm over it. No sensation except cold glass. The print remained. I called my friend. No answer. I left a voicemail. "Something's very wrong. I'm staying somewhere else tomorrow night." I sat on the floor against the headboard, knees pulled up. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, someone stood at the foot of the bed. I froze. The figure, tall and thin, dressed in black, hood up, face blank. It stared. I swear it stared. Its hands hung at its sides. I couldn't move. My chest heaved. Time paused. It made no noise. Then it raised one hand, slowly pointing at me. My brain reeled. The finger extended. I tried to scream, but nothing came. My throat locked. My eyes wide, I watched as it turned away without another gesture and walked out of the room. I sat there until the sun peeked through the curtains, pale gray morning light creeping in. Then the figure was gone. I got up trembling, switched off the TV, locked all the doors, and left the apartment. I didn't look back. I told the building manager I was moving out. I packed that day. Weeks passed. I rented a place in a quieter neighborhood. The sun felt warmer there, the windows open to light, not docks and steel. I tried to breathe. I told myself I was safe. Then one night I went out to dinner solo. Walking back through a quiet street, I glanced at a puddle on the sidewalk. Something reflected behind me, a figure. I turned. Nothing. I exhaled, but the reflection stayed. I turned to face a wall of brick. The puddle reflected the lamppost behind me and the dark outline of a person standing in that lamplight. My heart froze. I spun around. No one. The puddle still showed the person. I looked again. The figure stood there, motionless, and I realized the reflection was not mine. It was someone else's shadow on the pavement. I didn't wait. I ran home, slammed my door, locked it. I got a ride out the next morning. I've not walked alone at night since. Story the end. It was past 10 when I left the diner on 5th and Maple, the bright neon sign grazing my jacket lapel as I walked away. The street behind me glowed in steady humming pink and violet, but ahead it trailed off into the dull gray nothing of closed storefronts and dim windows. I looked up at the moon, full and pale, reflected in a pane high above, and thought maybe I would just walk the 2 miles home, cut through the old railroad overpass and along the nearly deserted street past the cemetery. I figured it would only take 30 or 40 minutes. At first, I tried to keep my phone ready in my hand, just in case. I typed a quick message. "Hey, running late." I didn't send it. Why bother? It felt like giving away my one small anchor. I told myself I was invincible. But that faith is fragile when the night stretches long. The sidewalks were cracked, thin ribbons between blocks of shuttered stores. The streetlights flickered sporadically. One would burn steady yellow, the next buzz until it died, the next glowed weak and lean. So by the time I reached the railroad overpass, the yellow cast had gone from warm to jaundiced. Up above, the overpass arched, the structure rusting, rivets showing like pitted teeth against the sky. I paused there, made myself look up in the darkness beyond the tracks. I could hear the faint hum of city life behind me, cars, faraway voices, but ahead, only the gnawing draft of wind around those metal beams. I pressed on, boots clacking on concrete. Under the overpass, I kept my head down, hands in the pockets of my jacket. Every few steps, I glanced upward at the underside of the bridge, unspeaking forms in shadow, the odor of rust and damp. My phone felt heavier in my pocket. When I cleared the overpass, the street curved, the lines of old houses close to the sidewalk, dim porches, windows shuttered. The grass verges were overgrown, the streetlights further apart. I thought, no cars, no one about, just me and the night. My breath felt loud. I glanced behind just in time to catch something drift across the street. A dark shape, maybe a person, maybe not. It melted into shadow by the time I focused. I told myself it was nothing, just a pedestrian returning home, or a drifter passing through. I picked up the pace. As I walked under a solitary streetlight, a cat darted out from a yard, dashed across the road. The cat's eyes caught the light and glowed eerily green. I jumped, suppressed a laugh at my own skittishness. It reminded me I was alone. I tightened my scarf and checked my phone again. Clock, 10:35 p.m. Good. I still had time. Still progress. I passed the cemetery fence, a low chain link enclosing a plot of mossy headstones tilted at angles, names worn away by years. I could see the outlines of stones in the pale moonlight. I stopped for a moment and scanned, felt the urge to glance inside. A gust of wind rattled the chain link, the fence casting a patterned shadow across the sidewalk. I felt goosebumps. I let my eyes linger on the headstones, names I couldn't read, but I could sense the attendance of countless lost. I looked away and walked on. Halfway down the block, a car passed slowly, its headlights off, or so it seemed. They glided past with windows black, the red tail lights glowing dim. I looked up, saw only two narrow lights, paused, thinking maybe it would pull up behind me. But it turned off onto a side street and disappeared. I resumed walking, slower, deliberately. My heart was a bit louder now. There was a house on the left whose porch light flickered and then went out. I saw someone inside, probably, though I couldn't make out details. The window curtain moved. I glanced at the person, whoever they were, maybe watching me. I felt the chill of being observed. I crossed to the other side of the street, trying to put more distance between me and that house. The sidewalk was less even now, cracked slabs mingled with weeds. I heard a dog bark somewhere off in the darkness, muffled, distant, and uneasy. As I approached a stretch where no houses were lit, just darkness, a tall hedge lined the right side of the path, thick and overgrown. I passed under another streetlight. Its bulb sputtered, dimming until its glow looked sickly orange before it went out completely. The only light now came from the moon and the faint glow of my phone screen. I glanced at the screen, battery down to 27%. Not good. Then I heard something. Soft, slow, a footstep behind me. I froze. I whipped my head around, but the sidewalk was empty. No sound now except the wind and my own heartbeat. I took a deep breath, told myself I was being paranoid. I turned back forward and started walking again, faster this time. The footsteps again, not immediately, but soon. Once, twice, behind me, slow, steady, matching my pace. I tried to think maybe someone else walking their dog perhaps, but there were no dogs, no lights, no other silhouettes. I stopped again, listened. The footsteps paused, then resumed when I started to walk again. They were now maybe 5 or 6 paces behind. I felt my pulse pound in my ears. I held my phone out, shone the flashlight ahead. The beam skimmed the dark hedges and cracked pavement. Nothing. But the beam caught a figure in the far distance, just past where the path curved left. It looked tall, lanky, maybe someone standing still. I shone the light again. The figure was gone. I turned on the flashlight again and pointed ahead. My breath came in short bursts. I stopped walking and looked behind me. Nothing. Just darkness. I turned forward and swallowed hard. My phone's glow felt inadequate, but I flicked it off the flashlight mode and pocketed the device. I decided, no more looking behind. Move on, get home. I started walking rapidly. The sidewalk ended and merged into the street for a block. I stayed to the side, keeping alert. The street was empty. My shadow elongated behind me under a streetlight, twisting and isolinear. As I crossed an intersection, I decided to turn right down a lit side street, maybe less direct but safer. I changed course. That turn placed me in an alley-like stretch. The houses were few, mostly set back, the yards dark. A dead tree leaned over the sidewalk. I passed under overhanging branches that scraped the air occasionally like whispers. I looked up. The branches cast spidery patterns of black lines against the sky. I shivered. Then I heard a creak, soft, behind me. I froze mid-step. The branches rustled, though no wind seemed strong. I looked behind. A shadow moved at the far end of the alley. I squinted. Then it stopped. Then one of the branches creaked again. My pulse jumped. I started walking, faster. When I reached the end of the alley, I turned left onto a well-lit street. The houses here glowed from inside, curtains drawn, but the lights on. I breathed easier. I assumed I was safe now, halfway home. The phone battery dropped to 21%. I cursed softly. I told myself I should call someone and say I'll drive instead next time. Then I heard shouting. Distant but clear. Male voice. Raised. Angry. I looked left and right, but no cars, no people. The yelling sounded from behind the row of houses to the right. The voice had urgency, something like, "Come back here," followed by panting. I paused. Should I call? I debated. My phone was nearly dead, flashlight still on in my mind, though not engaged. The streetlight flickered overhead. I heard a footstep again. A heavy one. I turned to look back. Just in time to catch a glimpse of what looked like the shape of someone stepping out of a driveway into the street behind me. I couldn't clearly see. I pointed the phone backward, turned on the flashlight. The beam caught nothing. The person must have melted into shadow, or perhaps they turned back. My heart leapt. I started walking quickly, no longer trying to be calm. I turned off that street when I reached a small park, a patch of grass buffeted by wind, a couple of benches, a lone basketball hoop without net. The path through the park intercepts the block I live on. I entered. The lights in the park were dim and spaced far apart. Motionless silhouettes of benches and trees cast gray shadows. I considered detouring around the park, but that would add time, and I didn't want more street. The park seemed shorter, direct. So I entered. Every step I heard crunch of gravel where the path changed materials. I glanced at the benches. One seemed to hold someone slumped, though it might be the shape of a backpack left behind. I pointed the phone's camera ahead, but battery warning came up. Low battery. 10%. I gulped. I tucked the phone away. Halfway through the park, I heard footsteps again, this time echoing, though vague. It sounded like someone pursuing, though perhaps a cat pacing. But no mew. The darkness around each tree seemed alive with lean forms. The wind made a branch scrape across a window pane of the nearby community center building. I hurried. As I neared the exit of the park, I heard a voice, soft, though close. "Hey!" I froze. My heart thudded. I turned toward the sound. No one visible. The bench behind me was empty, yet the voice had come from there. I exhaled, telling myself, it's nothing. I walked the final stretch, speed up, until the street lamps of my block came into view. Brighter, frequent. I felt relief. But then, at the last lamp, the streetlights ahead flickered off one by one until I entered a stretch in shadow. 3 houses dark, no porch lights, only moon. I slowed again. I looked at the house on the left-hand side, windows black, though the curtains parted slightly. I thought I saw a figure stand at the window. I started walking faster. Suddenly something slammed, something behind a fence on the right, metal gate banging. I jumped. My ears rang. My foot faltered, phone in hand. I turned and flicked the torch. There was nothing. Just the dark shape of a gate, dented, swinging slightly. I tsked at myself. It's just rust, just wind. But then the phone buzzed. Low battery, power saving. I pressed the button. The phone slid out of my hand and fell down. My hand reflexively reached for it. Damn! It hit pavement. I stopped. I bent down to pick it up. As I did, there was a sudden large crack of wood. Something behind the fence, like a branch snapping or a board giving way. Instinct made me stand up. The phone in hand, I walked, maybe sprinted, until I entered the last lit stretch, the houses with porch lights and cars parked. My house was 2 blocks ahead. I exhaled. I unlocked my front door quickly. The click of the lock sounded loud. Inside light went on. I leaned against the door for a second, phone in hand, heart pounding. I told myself I was safe, but the door's light made the hallway shadow behind me look deeper. I shivered again. Then I heard it. The front door of the house across the street creaked open. I looked through the blinds. A tall figure appeared in the open doorway, wearing dark clothes, hood up. They glanced toward me, then stepped out into the street. I froze. They walked toward a parked car. I could see the reflection of a phone screen in their hand. They seemed to be filming. My throat went dry. I backed away from the window, went upstairs to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I watched from the blinds upstairs as the figure got into the car and drove off, headlights off or dim, moving slowly, turning down a side street, disappearing. I let out a breath I'd been holding. I looked at my phone, still 10% battery. I shut it down. That night, I lay curled on my bed, the curtains drawn tight. I thought about the footsteps, the voice in the park, the gate shaking, the figure at the window across. Each isolated incident could have been coincidence, but together they formed a pattern. Someone following, someone watching. I realized how vulnerable I had been. Sleep came eventually, fitful. I dreamed of walking again. The hedges dark, footsteps behind me, that tall figure turning around and grinning. I woke at midnight to the sound of footsteps outside my bedroom window. I jolted upright. The clock read 12:03 a.m. I held still, breath shallow, listening. Footsteps paced on the walkway outside. Someone crouched, maybe? My window blind rattled faintly as if touched. After a few minutes, the footsteps receded. I lay back, heart still pounding, stared at the ceiling. I told myself it was raccoons, a neighbor, the wind. I pulled covers over my head until morning. The next day, I told a colleague about it. They listened, eyebrows raised. "You ought to report it," they said. Maybe someone's been lurking. I nodded, though I felt absurd, maybe overreacting. But that night, I knew I would not walk home again. Weeks passed, and I avoided the direct route. Each time I passed that cemetery, I felt a tug of fear. I chastised myself for letting it get to me. But the memory lingered, footsteps, voice, figure at the window. Then one evening, I left the office later than usual, around 9. I took a cab part of the way, then walked from a lighted intersection down the final block. The streetlights were mostly on, but 2 were flickering. I walked briskly, cell in hand, earbuds in, music faint. Then I felt the hairs on my neck prickle. Behind me, heavy footstep. I paused my music and took out one earbud. Footstep again. I turned halfway. Nothing. I resumed walking, but kept glancing behind me. As I neared the dark stretch near the houses without porch lights, I saw a silhouette at the far end. My heart thumped. I illuminated the LED flashlight, and the beam caught a hooded figure leaning against a lamppost, head turned toward me. The figure remained still. I slowed, balanced panic and caution. I diverted to the opposite side of the street and increased pace. The figure didn't move. Halfway down the block, I heard the figure speak. "Going home?" The voice low, muffled by the hood. I stopped. "Yes," I said, voice unsteady. The figure didn't answer. I walked faster. When I reached the next lamppost, the figure was gone. I looked at the path ahead. It was now in deeper shadow. I tried dialing 911, but the phone wouldn't respond. The screen flickered, then went blank. Dead. I ran the remaining steps to my door. Inside, I locked up. I realized then how close I'd come to confrontation. After a while, I called the police anyway to report the incident. They said they'd patrol the area. That night, I didn't sleep. The house across the street had someone pacing outside. The gate rattled. I kept lights on. 2 nights later, the local news reported a man had been found in the cemetery grounds, third person in 2 weeks, caught on surveillance camera near the area I'd walked through. The report said he vanished when police approached. No arrest yet. A witness heard footsteps and a voice similar to mine being asked the same question in the park. I gulped when I read that. My blood felt cold. I reported the figure at my window too, describing the car with no headlights. The police said someone matching the description had been seen driving slowly in the neighborhood. They advised me to change my routine, keep lights on, check security cameras. I installed a camera at my front door. Walking alone at night had seemed no big deal before. Now I knew differently. The hush of empty streets, the intermittent lighting, the unpredictable figures in shadow, these weren't just backdrop, they were risk. I began avoiding late walk-home routes. I arranged for rides or let taxis stop at my front door. Still, I dreamed of that night. The overpass, the hedges, that tall figure leaning on the lamppost. I couldn't forget the voice. Going home? Simple but loaded. And the footsteps behind me in the park, and the gate banging, the figure across from my house watching, the battery dying. All of them stitched together to form one dark experience of vulnerability. Finally, I decided to move apartments to a building with security, cameras, and always someone at the desk. I packed, left the old place behind. Before I locked the door for the last time, I looked up the street I used to walk. Empty, quiet, lit by the yellow streetlights. I thought of the night I had walked there, the rusting overpass, the cemetery fence, the footsteps. I exhaled. I told myself I was done with walking alone at night. I was done with those streets. Story the end. The night was bitterly cold, the kind that seeps through the layers of your jacket and settles into your bones. I had stayed late at the library, working on a paper, and decided to walk home rather than wait for the last bus. My apartment was only about 3 miles away, and I thought the walk would clear my head. I always took the same route. Past the quiet shops, down the narrow streets behind the high school, and then along the old canal path that cut through the neighborhood. It was a shortcut I had used for years, but that night it felt different. The streetlights flickered as I walked, casting long, distorted shadows on the cracked sidewalks. I kept my headphones in, music low, but I left one ear free so I could hear the sounds of the night. At first, everything was normal, the distant hum of traffic, the rustle of leaves, the occasional barking dog. But as I turned onto the canal path, silence fell over everything. The hum disappeared. The dogs stopped barking. Even the wind seemed to die down. I slowed my pace, the hairs on my neck standing on end. I remember seeing the first movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow shifting between the trees lining the canal. I told myself it was just a raccoon, or maybe a stray cat. But the shadow moved in a way that didn't seem natural. It mirrored me, staying just behind the line of trees as I walked. My heart started to pound. I tried to quicken my pace. My shoes crunched against the gravel path, the sound echoing in the unnatural quiet. And then I heard it. The softest sound, a step, then another, matching mine, keeping pace. My stomach lurched. I glanced over my shoulder. There was nothing there, just darkness and the faint outline of the trees. I started to run, not daring to look back again. The wind hit my face, my breath came in ragged gasps, and the path seemed to stretch on endlessly. I reached the small bridge over the canal, the only part of the path with a light overhead. I slowed, trying to catch my breath, shining my phone's flashlight toward the tree line. For a brief second, I saw a figure, a tall, thin silhouette with a hood pulled over its head. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me. Then it stepped back into the shadows, disappearing completely. I ran the last few blocks to the main street, my hands shaking, lungs burning. I didn't stop until I reached the familiar glow of my apartment building. Inside, I locked the door behind me and sank against it, trying to calm myself. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Even in the safety of my apartment, the memory of the shadow lingered. The next day, I told a coworker about it. She looked worried and told me that a few other people had reported seeing someone lurking along the canal path at night, always disappearing when approached. No one knew who it was or what they wanted, but the neighborhood had started avoiding that route after dark. I never walked home alone at night again. Even months later, if I had no choice, I called a friend or took a cab. The memory of that night, the quiet, the footsteps, the shadow that followed me, stayed with me. A constant reminder that some paths aren't safe when the world sleeps. And sometimes when I pass by that canal during the day, I can't help but glance at the tree line, half expecting to see that shadow waiting just beyond sight, remembering that it once followed someone who thought they were alone. Story the end. I stepped out of my apartment around 11:30 p.m., the streets quiet except for the occasional hum of distant traffic. I had been out late at a friend's birthday dinner, and now I wanted nothing more than to walk home and clear my head. The night was cold, and a thin drizzle made the sidewalks slick. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, phone in hand, earbuds tucked in, playing soft music to distract from the silence. The neighborhood was usually lively, but tonight it felt abandoned. Streetlights flickered intermittently, pools of yellow light breaking up stretches of darkness. I passed a row of closed shops and a small laundromat, its windows fogged over, the hum of machines long gone. My footsteps echoed oddly against the brick facades. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, then fell silent. As I turned a corner onto a narrower street, I noticed a shadow move in the corner of my eye. I froze, thinking it might be another pedestrian, but the street was empty. The shadow didn't move like a person. It lingered, shifting slightly as if breathing. I shook my head and kept walking, convincing myself it was just a trick of the light. The rain began to pick up, pattering against the hood of my jacket. I quickened my pace. The street led to a small park I sometimes cut through, a shortcut I usually avoided at night. The gates were open, creaking softly in the wind. I hesitated for a second at the entrance, but the shortcut would save me 10 minutes. Inside the park was a maze of paths glistening with rainwater. The swings swayed slowly, squeaking, though no one was there. A faint smell of wet leaves and earth filled the air. As I walked, I heard something. A rustle, faint but distinct. My heart rate quickened. I stopped. Silence, then the rustle again, closer. I spun around. Nothing. I tried to convince myself I was imagining it, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. I started walking faster. The paths curved, the trees closing in overhead, branches scraping against each other in the wind. Every so often I thought I saw movement in the shadows, figures darting just beyond my vision. I tried not to look, not to acknowledge them, but the instinct to glance over my shoulder was overwhelming. Each time I did, the shadows seemed to retreat, melting into the darkness. Then I heard it clearly. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, behind me. Not random, they matched my pace almost exactly. I froze, listening. The steps stopped. My pulse thundered in my ears. I whispered to myself, "It's just someone walking, nothing more." But I knew the difference. The rhythm of those steps was too intentional, too steady. I started moving again, deliberately slow, hoping the figure would lose interest. The footsteps resumed immediately. Panic set in. I began to run, zigzagging along the paths. The park was dark, the rain making the ground slippery. My jacket clung to me, heavy with water, my breath coming in ragged bursts. The footsteps followed, never speeding up, never slowing. I burst out of the park and onto a side street. The city lights were faint but present, and I could see buildings again. I ran toward a convenience store, hoping someone inside would notice me, call the police, anything. I reached the door, but it was locked. Only one light flickered above the entrance. My phone buzzed. No signal. I cursed under my breath. I ran down the street, the sound of footsteps still behind me, now closer, sharper, echoing off the walls. My mind raced. Hide? Keep running? Every instinct screamed to flee, but the city was unfamiliar in the dark, and I wasn't sure which way to go. I spotted a well-lit gas station up ahead. Salvation. I sprinted toward it. Inside the gas station, I leaned against the counter, soaked, breathing hard. The clerk looked at me like I was insane. "Everything okay?" he asked. I shook my head, unable to form words. Someone's following me," I managed. He nodded slowly, unconcerned, probably thinking I was just panicked from the rain or a little drunk. I stayed there for what felt like hours. The rain had stopped. I watched the street outside. Nothing moved. I debated calling a cab to get home, but the memory of the footsteps stayed with me. Eventually, a customer left, and I decided to risk it. I stepped outside. Silence. The air smelled of wet asphalt, faint gasoline. I started walking briskly, staying in the light. Every few steps, I glanced behind me. No one. The street seemed empty, normal. I slowed a little, thinking the worst was over. That's when I saw it. A figure standing halfway down the street. Dark coat, hood up, face obscured, standing perfectly still, staring at me. I froze. The figure didn't move, didn't advance. Just stood there, pointing, or at least I thought so. The gesture was subtle, almost imperceptible in the dim light. My stomach churned. I turned and ran, faster than before, toward my apartment. Behind me, the faint sound of footsteps resumed, always following, but never quite catching up. I reached my building, fumbled with my keys, and slammed the door behind me. Locked every lock, drew the blinds. Heart pounding, I sat on the floor, back against the door, trying to convince myself I was safe. The phone buzzed with a notification. Someone was outside, near the streetlight across from my building. I didn't look. Sleep didn't come. Every shadow seemed alive. Every noise echoed like the footsteps in the park. I stayed awake all night, flashlight by my side, waiting for dawn. When morning finally came, I peeked outside. Nothing. Just the quiet street. Weeks later, I passed that park again in the afternoon. Sunlight, families, joggers, normal. But I felt that pull in the back of my mind, the memory of being followed, of the figure pointing. I never walked that path at night again. Not after that. Story the end. It was nearly 11 when I left my friend's apartment on the east side of town. The night had settled in like a thick blanket, the kind that muffles sound and dulls vision. I had told myself I'd just walk home. It was only 3 miles, a shortcut through industrial streets, past an old abandoned warehouse, and alongside the river. The streetlights were sporadic, some flickering, some completely out, leaving pools of darkness that seemed to swallow the sidewalks whole. The first block was uneventful. My boots clicked against the uneven pavement, the sound echoing lightly against the empty buildings. I kept my phone in my hand, flashlight mode on, more for comfort than necessity. Halfway down the street, I passed a row of closed shops, their windows dusty and opaque, and I thought I saw movement in one of them. A shadow flickered. I stopped, squinted, and then laughed at myself. Probably just a curtain moving in the wind. As I moved past, I noticed something odd. A man standing across the street, partially hidden by a telephone pole. He wasn't moving. I froze. My first thought was that he was waiting for someone. Maybe he didn't even see me. But instinct made my steps quicker. I kept my eyes forward, trying not to glance back, though every instinct screamed at me to do so. The air felt heavier as I approached the old warehouse. Its windows were boarded, the metal siding rusted and jagged. I remembered the stories kids told about that place when we were teenagers, about strange sounds, figures appearing in windows, and the occasional police report of someone trespassing. I tried to shake the memory. The shortcut through here was faster, and I wanted to get home. Halfway along the warehouse, my phone buzzed. A text from a friend I hadn't seen in months. "Hey, thought you'd be home by now." I didn't reply, just slipped the phone into my pocket. Then I heard it, the faintest scrape of metal behind me. A dragging sound, slow and deliberate. My heart thumped painfully in my chest. I turned my flashlight behind me. Nothing. Just the warehouse wall. I started walking faster. The dragging sound followed. Step, drag. Not consistent, but persistent. I tried to convince myself it was debris, a stray piece of metal shifting in the wind. But the pattern was too regular, too deliberate. I dared not run. Running felt like it would give the wrong impression, like announcing fear. So I walked briskly, trying to appear casual. As I neared the back of the warehouse, I saw a figure leaning against a support beam. Tall, thin, hood pulled low over the face, hands tucked in pockets. I stopped. The figure didn't move. My mind raced. Could I outrun them? Could I fight if needed? The rational voice told me to stay calm. The other voice, the primal one, told me to run. I moved past the figure slowly, keeping my light on them. They didn't flinch, didn't speak. As I passed, I caught a glimpse of their eyes, dark, deep, unblinking. My breath hitched. I forced myself to keep moving. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement behind a stack of pallets. Another figure, crouched, watching. Panic surged. My legs broke into a run without my consent. The sound of my boots pounding against the concrete seemed deafening. Behind me, I heard it. Heavy footsteps, quickening, matching my pace. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I turned a corner and ran along the riverwalk. The path was narrow, bordered by water on one side and a chain-link fence on the other. The fog had begun to settle, making it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The footsteps behind me were louder now, closer. I could hear ragged breathing. My hands shook as I gripped my phone, checking the map for shortcuts. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my shoulder. I screamed, spinning around. No one, just the fog curling around the metal railing. My chest heaving, I sprinted the rest of the way, nearly slipping on the damp concrete. I reached the bridge that led to my street, the familiar glow of my neighborhood ahead. Relief washed over me, but it was shallow. As I crossed the bridge, I slowed to catch my breath. My phone buzzed again. Another text, same friend. "You there?" My thumbs fumbled over the screen. Before I could reply, I noticed movement in the shadows beneath the bridge. A figure crouched low, eyes reflecting the faint streetlight. I froze. The figure didn't move, just watched. I swallowed hard and kept walking, faster this time, avoiding the shadows entirely. The rest of the walk was quiet, but the feeling of being watched never left me. Every dark alley, every rustle of leaves, every distant sound made my pulse spike. I made it home, locked the door, and double-checked the windows. Weeks later, I learned that there had been a string of assaults in that area. The victims all described a tall figure, hooded, often appearing near abandoned warehouses and the Riverwalk. None had been caught. None knew why the figure followed them or what they intended. Even now, I don't walk alone at night. I take taxis, ride with friends, or avoid the streets entirely. The memory of that night, the dragging steps, the figure against the warehouse, the crouched watcher under the bridge, still lingers. I still feel it when I hear footsteps behind me or when shadows stretch across my path. And I know that darkness isn't just absence of light. Sometimes it's presence. Story the end. I was driving back from my sister's place late one Friday night, sometime past 1 a.m. The highway was nearly empty, just me and the occasional truck rolling past in the opposite direction. I'd had 2 beers earlier in the evening, nothing to make me drunk, but enough to make me feel a little heavy, a little slow. I kept the window cracked open to let the cold air slap me awake. My apartment was about 4 miles from where I exited the interstate, but the road leading there was mostly rural. No lights, just a thin ribbon of asphalt winding through woods and open fields. My car's gas light had been on for about 10 minutes. I'd ignored it, thinking I could make it home, but about halfway down that back road, the engine began to sputter. I cursed aloud, slapped the steering wheel, and pulled over onto the shoulder. The car coughed once and died completely. I sat there for a second, watching the empty road stretch ahead into total darkness. My phone had 1 bar of signal, just enough to load the map. The nearest gas station was 2 miles away. It wasn't far, but the woods around this part of town always made me uneasy. There were stories, people going missing, weird lights, rumors about a hermit who lived in the trees. Small town nonsense, I'd always thought. But sitting there alone, my headlights cutting 2 weak cones into the misty air, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I took the flashlight from the glove compartment and decided to walk. I locked the car, zipped my jacket, and started along the edge of the road. The night was damp and cold, the kind of chill that crept under your clothes. Crickets chirped in the brush, and somewhere far off, a dog barked twice, then stopped. For a while, it wasn't so bad. The gravel crunched under my shoes, and the yellow lines on the road kept me company. I could see the faint orange glow of what I assumed was the gas station far ahead. My breath fogged in front of me, swirling in the beam of the flashlight. Then I noticed something strange. The sound of my footsteps wasn't alone anymore. At first, I thought it was just an echo. This stretch of road had trees on both sides, and sound could bounce oddly in the stillness. But after a few minutes, the rhythm became unmistakable. When I stopped walking, the other steps kept going for 2 beats, then stopped, as if someone had taken just a moment too long to notice me pausing. I turned around, shining the flashlight down the empty road. Nothing, just asphalt, mist, and trees. My pulse quickened. "Hello?" I called, trying to sound casual. My voice cracked on the second syllable. No response. I started walking again, faster this time. The footsteps followed, light, steady, keeping perfect pace. I glanced over my shoulder every few seconds, but the darkness behind me was complete. The beam of my flashlight could barely cut through the mist now. I told myself it could be an animal, a deer maybe, or even my imagination. Then I heard breathing. It was faint, but close, too close. A slow, steady exhale that seemed to come from right behind my left shoulder. I whipped around, shining the light directly into the space behind me. For a split second, I thought I saw something. Movement, maybe, or a shape just beyond the reach of the light. Then it was gone. "Who's there?" I shouted, louder this time. The sound of my voice disappeared into the trees. I started walking faster, almost jogging now. The mist thickened, curling around my legs and turning the world into shifting shades of gray. I kept my flashlight aimed at the road ahead, too scared to look anywhere else. The footsteps kept following, matching my pace exactly. Every so often, I'd catch a faint glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow darting between trees, too fast to focus on. Then I noticed something worse. The woods had gone silent. No crickets, no wind, no distant dogs, just my breath, my footsteps, and the steady crunch behind me. I broke into a run. My flashlight bounced wildly, throwing light in all directions. The road curved sharply to the left, and for a moment, I lost sight of everything ahead. When I rounded the bend, I saw a small wooden bridge crossing over a narrow creek. It wasn't much, but I remembered it from when I'd driven this road before. The gas station should have been just past it. Halfway across the bridge, the footsteps stopped. I didn't notice right away. I was still running, still focused on the faint orange glow ahead. When I realized, I slowed down, panting hard, and turned around. The mist behind me seemed thicker now, pressing in like a wall. Then, out of that gray fog, something stepped onto the bridge. At first, I thought it was a person, a tall figure, wearing what looked like a long coat or robe. The light from my flashlight caught its shape, but the face was wrong. It wasn't clear, like smoke caught in human form. It moved closer, its feet scraping wood, but the sound didn't match its steps. I could hear the echo of multiple footsteps, not just one. I froze. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't move. The figure tilted its head slightly like it was studying me. Then it spoke. The voice was neither male nor female, just a hollow whisper that carried through the mist. "Why did you leave your lights on?" My mouth went dry. I turned back toward the road. Sure enough, through the fog, I could see the faint red glow of my car's taillights, miles away where I'd left it. They were still on. But I'd locked the car. I was sure I had. I didn't wait to think. I ran. The bridge rattled beneath me, and I didn't dare look back. I just kept my eyes on the glow of the gas station sign ahead, the word "open" flickering weakly in the mist. By the time I reached the door, I was gasping for air. The man behind the counter, middle-aged, heavy-set, with tired eyes, looked up from his phone. "Everything okay?" he asked. I tried to answer, but my words came out garbled. I must have looked like a lunatic, mud on my pants, eyes wide, flashlight trembling in my hand. I managed to stammer something about someone following me. He frowned and walked to the window, peering out. "Ain't nobody out there," he said after a moment. "Just fog." I turned and looked myself. The road behind was empty, swallowed by gray, but just as I stepped closer to the glass, something flashed in the reflection. A shape behind me, standing by the doorway inside the store. I spun around. No one. Just the humming refrigerator, the rows of snacks, the man at the counter staring at me. "You sure you're all right?" he asked again. I nodded weakly, though I wasn't sure. I bought a small gas can, filled it, and asked if he could drive me back to my car. He agreed, maybe out of pity. We drove back in silence. The mist was thicker than before, wrapping the road like gauze. When we reached the spot where I'd broken down, I could see my car still sitting there, lights off now. "See?" he said. "Ain't nothing here." He waited in the truck while I filled the tank. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see the figure again. The woods were still. When I finished, I turned to thank him, but the truck was gone. No sound, no headlights, no engine noise, just gone. My heart dropped into my stomach. I looked around wildly. The road was empty again. I was alone. I jumped into my car, started it, and hit the gas. The engine roared to life. I sped down the road, desperate to reach the highway. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely keep the wheel straight. When I finally pulled into my apartment parking lot 20 minutes later, I sat there in the car for a long time, breathing, trying to convince myself it was all exhaustion and fog. I went upstairs, locked the door, and showered, scrubbing the cold from my skin. I didn't notice anything strange until I walked past my bedroom window. Outside, across the street, someone was standing on the sidewalk. A tall figure in a long coat. No face, no movement, just there, watching. I turned away, heart racing. When I looked back, it was gone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound in the apartment made me jump. Around 3 a.m., I heard a soft tapping on the window. 3 taps. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Another 3 taps came, slower this time. I forced myself to look. The figure was there again, standing outside on the sidewalk, looking up at my window. But this time, something in its hand glinted in the streetlight. A set of car keys. My car keys. I hadn't left them in the ignition. I know I hadn't. The next morning, I went to the police. They checked the area, took my statement, and filed a report. The officer told me they'd had a few similar calls in the past month, people seeing someone matching that description near the same stretch of road. No one had ever caught them. I stopped driving that route completely. Sold the car a few weeks later. But sometimes, when I'm walking home late at night, I swear I hear footsteps behind me. They stop when I stop. They start when I move again. And once, when I turned around, I thought I saw a tall figure in a long coat standing at the end of the street, watching me through the fog. Story the end. It was just past midnight when I decided to walk home. My car was in the shop, and the buses had stopped running hours earlier. My friend offered to call me a ride, but I told him not to worry. It was only a couple of miles through town. I'd walked that route a dozen times before, even later at night. It wasn't the best part of town, but it wasn't the worst either. I figured I'd make it home in about 30 minutes if I kept a steady pace. The night was still and cold, the kind that makes every sound sharper. The moon was thin, barely visible behind the clouds, and the streetlights cast small islands of pale yellow on the asphalt. Between them were stretches of darkness that felt thicker than they should. I shoved my hands into my jacket pockets and started down Broad Street. Most of the shops were closed, old thrift stores, repair shops, and a diner that had shut down months ago. A flickering "open" sign buzzed faintly in the window of a laundromat, but inside it was empty except for a row of machines spinning silently. The hum of the city felt far away. Halfway down the block, I heard footsteps behind me. They were light, slow, and steady. I turned, expecting to see another late-night walker, maybe someone heading home from work, but the street was empty. I frowned, shrugged, and kept walking. A minute later, the footsteps returned. This time they were closer. I stopped again and looked back. Still nothing. Just the empty sidewalk stretching under the sickly glow of a single flickering streetlight. I told myself it was just an echo, the sound bouncing off the buildings. The rational explanation was always easier to believe. I reached the intersection where Broad met Carter Avenue. The crosswalk sign blinked red, and I waited for the light to change. That's when I saw it. Across the street, standing just at the edge of the darkness, was a figure, tall, still, and facing my direction. I couldn't make out any features, just the outline of someone standing perfectly motionless. The light changed. I crossed quickly, my pulse rising. When I reached the other side, I looked back. The figure was gone. My chest tightened, but I forced a laugh. "You're just tired," I told myself. "Stop acting like a kid." I walked faster now, cutting through a side street that would take me behind the post office. It was quieter there. No traffic, just rows of old brick buildings and dumpsters. The air smelled faintly of metal and wet concrete. About halfway through the alley, I heard the sound again. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, scraping against the pavement. I turned sharply, phone in hand, ready to shine the flashlight. Nothing. Only a trash can tipped on its side, rolling slightly in the breeze. "Okay," I muttered, trying to convince myself. "You're fine." I started walking again. The sound started too, step for step, perfectly in sync with mine. When I stopped, it stopped. I could feel sweat forming at the back of my neck despite the cold air. My fingers trembled as I turned on the flashlight and swung it around. That's when I saw it. At the far end of the alley, half hidden behind a dumpster, a head slowly leaned out. Just enough to show part of a face, pale, eyes too wide, mouth slightly open. Then it ducked back. I froze. Every muscle screamed at me to move, but I couldn't. I just stood there, heart hammering, breath sharp and shallow. Finally, I turned and bolted toward the other end of the alley. I didn't dare look back. I didn't need to. The footsteps behind me made it clear whoever it was had started running too. I burst out onto Maple Street and nearly stumbled. There were no cars, no people, just the empty hum of a city asleep. I ran toward the nearest light, my lungs burning. When I finally stopped, I risked a glance behind me. The alley was empty again. I stood there, shaking, trying to catch my breath. My phone buzzed in my pocket, my friend texting to ask if I made it home. I typed back, "Almost." Some weirdos following me, I think. Then, almost immediately, the screen froze. Then went black. Dead battery. I cursed under my breath and shoved it into my pocket. I started walking again, keeping to the middle of the street where I could see everything. The houses here were old and close together, most of them dark, except for one porch light glowing dimly at the far end. As I passed a house on the left, I heard something rattle, a chain-link fence shaking. I stopped. The sound came again, harder this time, like someone had grabbed it. I turned toward the noise. Behind the fence, in the narrow yard, something moved, a shadow stepping backward into the deeper dark. That was enough. I started running again. I didn't care how it looked. My footsteps echoed down the street. I could hear another pair behind me, matching my speed, sometimes closer, sometimes further. I didn't dare turn around. When I reached my block, I saw the familiar shape of my apartment building, a squat 3-story complex with yellowed windows. Relief hit me so hard I nearly tripped. I sprinted to the front door, fumbled with my keys, and got inside, slamming the door behind me. I pressed my back to it, chest heaving. For a minute, everything was silent except my breathing. Then came a soft sound, a slow drag of something along the front door, like nails or metal scraping wood. I held my breath. The scraping stopped. Then 3 quiet knocks. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. After a long pause, there was nothing but silence. I stayed like that for what felt like an hour before finally creeping to the window. I pulled the curtain aside just enough to see the street. Empty. I told myself again it was over, that whoever it was had left. But sleep didn't come easily that night. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind outside made me flinch. The next morning, when I finally worked up the nerve to check the door, I found 3 small marks near the handle, deep scratches in the paint, as though someone had dragged a key or a knife across it. That evening, my neighbor knocked on my door. She looked pale. "Did you hear anything weird last night?" she asked. "Like someone walking around outside?" I hesitated. "Yeah. Why?" She nodded toward her own door. "Because when I went out this morning, there were footprints on my porch, bare feet, and they led right up to your door." I didn't walk home after that. I still live in that building, but I drive everywhere now. Sometimes late at night when the city is quiet, I think I hear those footsteps again outside my window. Slow, steady, waiting. Story the end. It was just after 1 a.m. when I left the bar. I hadn't planned on walking home. It was late, cold, and my phone battery was dead. But my ride had canceled last minute, and the taxis were all tied up because of a college football game downtown. My apartment was barely a mile away, and I told myself it would be fine. It wasn't the first time I'd walked alone that late. The air was crisp, the streets empty, and I figured if I stuck to the main road, I'd be safe. At first, everything was quiet. A few cars passed here and there, their headlights washing over the pavement, then vanishing into the dark. I walked with my hands shoved deep in my pockets, my breath fogging in front of me. The streetlights buzzed faintly, one of them flickering on and off in the distance like it was struggling to stay alive. The world felt suspended. No wind, no voices, no movement. Just me. I crossed the intersection near the old gas station. The windows were boarded up, the sign rusted, the lot swallowed in shadows. I picked up my pace, feeling that uneasy pressure that comes when you're too alone. Then I heard it. A soft metallic clink behind me, like a loose chain or a key hitting concrete. I stopped, turned, scanned the empty road. Nothing. I started walking again, a little faster now. The sound came again. Clink, scrape, clink. I turned my head slightly, just enough to see the edge of movement in the corner of my eye. A figure, maybe 50 feet behind me. I told myself it was another pedestrian, someone heading home, nothing to worry about. But when I crossed the next intersection, I looked back again. The figure had stopped too. That was when the fear set in, quiet but sharp, crawling up the back of my neck. I kept walking, forcing myself not to run, trying to keep my breathing even. My footsteps echoed in rhythm with the flickering streetlights. After another block, curiosity or stupidity got the best of me. I turned around fully. The person was closer now. Hooded, tall. They stopped the instant I looked back, like they wanted me to know they were there, but not enough to be seen clearly. I couldn't make out a face, only the shape, unmoving, just watching. I turned forward again, heart hammering, and began to walk faster. I was half a block from the corner that turned toward my apartment, where the streetlights were brighter. I just had to make it that far. But every few steps I could hear it again, the faint sound of shoes scuffing pavement, deliberate and steady, always keeping distance but never far. At the corner, I broke into a run. My breath came in sharp bursts, the slap of my sneakers against the concrete deafening. I could hear the footsteps pick up behind me, faster now, chasing. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I could feel the presence closing in. I reached the next block and darted across the street toward a row of small houses. Lights glowed in a few windows. I stopped in front of one, pretending to fish for keys in my pocket, praying whoever it was would think I lived there. The footsteps slowed. I turned slightly. Nothing. The street behind me was empty again, the flickering light overhead buzzing like a swarm of insects. For a few seconds, I thought I was safe. Then, from the side of the street, I saw movement, someone stepping out from behind a parked van, the same figure, still hooded, still silent. That broke me. I sprinted down the street toward my real apartment. I fumbled for the keys, hands shaking so hard I dropped them twice before getting the door open. I slammed it shut, locked it, backed away. My entire body trembled. Through the peephole, the street looked empty, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the old building made me jump. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard something outside. Faint, slow footsteps on the sidewalk, pacing back and forth. I froze by the window, peering through the blinds, but saw only shadows and the dim glow of the streetlight. The next morning, I told the landlord about it, half embarrassed, half terrified. He frowned and said I wasn't the first to mention something like that. Over the past few weeks, tenants had reported seeing a tall man in a hood wandering the neighborhood at night, never talking, never approaching, just following from a distance until the person reached a house or went inside. Then he would disappear. I started driving to and from work after that. I avoided walking anywhere after dark. But a few nights later, I woke up around 2:30 to the faint sound of gravel crunching outside my window. Slow, deliberate. I crept to the blinds and peeked out. Someone was standing under the streetlight across from my building. Tall, still, head tilted slightly upward, as if looking directly at my window. The light flickered once, twice, then went out completely. When it came back on, the figure was gone. I moved out 2 weeks later. Story the end. The night pressed in like an ocean of dark velvet, void of stars. I was walking through the outskirts of the small American town I called home. Meadow Ridge, a place so quiet, it often felt like you were the only person alive. The streetlights were few and far between, each one flickering weakly, casting long shadows on cracked sidewalks. My name is Jake Wells, 28 years old, and for reasons I couldn't fully explain at the time, I had agreed to walk home after a late shift at the diner rather than call for a ride. Looking back, the choice seems foolish. I left the diner at 11:47 p.m. The autumn air was crisp, each breath visible for a moment in the yellow haloed glow of the lingering street lamp near the parking lot. I buttoned my jacket and started down Maple Street, the road that would take me past a stretch of abandoned houses, an old playground with rusted swings, and then into the few blocks of older residential homes where I lived. It felt normal at first, the quiet hum of distant traffic, the occasional car sliding past, but something about it felt off, an exaggeration of nothing. I shook my head and tried to ignore the feeling, telling myself that the late hour just made everything seem a little odd. About 15 minutes in, I passed the old Anderson house on the corner, boarded windows, peeling paint. A single light glowed faintly in an upstairs window. In the shadow of a tree, the light flickered. My skin crawled for no discernible reason. I walked a little quicker. As I stepped closer to the playground, the swings creaked softly, moved by nothing I could see. I stopped, heart skipping a beat. That playground used to belong to the neighborhood kids. Now it was nothing but memory and rust. I forced a laugh. Just the wind, I told myself, and resumed walking. Halfway through the park path, I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate. I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing, just empty darkness. I quickened my pace. The path curved, and the partial glow of one street lamp came into view ahead. The footsteps behind me quickened too. I turned sharply onto the sidewalk leading away from the park, and I silenced my breath, listening. Nothing. No footsteps. Had it been my mind? Then I felt the weight of eyes on the back of my neck. I refused to look back again. I kept walking. The houses on my route grew older, closer together, but fewer signs of life. Lights in windows gone out, curtains drawn tight. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. 12:05. I told someone I'd arrived soon. I sent the message to my friend Megan, home in 5, then put the phone away, partly to reassure myself, partly because the screen glare would make me an easier target. Silly thought, but uneasy in the best case. I reached the corner of Hawthorne and Elm where there was no lamppost, just darkness. I paused for a moment, my shadow elongated across the asphalt, the trees feeding above me like skeletal fingers. As I restarted walking, I felt something shift in the darkness behind me. A shape. I didn't turn. I told myself I imagined it. Then a voice. Just a whisper. So soft I could barely make it out. Jake. It came from behind. My blood chilled. I turned around slowly. I had to, though every part of me screamed to run. There was nothing, just shadows and the rustle of leaves. I swallowed hard and started moving again, and then I heard it a second time, clearer. Jake Wells. I broke into a jog. I didn't look back. The silhouette of my house was finally visible ahead, the porch lights on, the front door a beacon. I ran those last few meters and slammed the door shut, locking it. I leaned against it, panting, listening. Silence. Inside the house, I flipped on every light, locked the windows, sat on the couch trembling. My phone buzzed with replies. Megan, you okay? I typed back, yeah, just weird night, and stared at the ceiling. I tried to forget it the next day, but memory kept surfacing. At work, I saw every clock tick slowly. When I laid down that night, I checked locks 3 times. I told myself that the mind plays tricks and maybe I was tired. Maybe the darkness made things seem worse than they were. Then Wednesday night came. Rain in the forecast. I had closed at the diner again. I glanced out the back kitchen window. Empty parking lot, one overhead light. At 11:30 p.m., I walked the same round Maple Street, the glistening pavement reflecting street lamps in long strings. The cold air sharper now. Rain had started, first as drizzle, then a steady spray. I passed the Anderson house again. That upstairs window light was gone. Good, I was glad. I kept walking. The park path was more eerie than ever, the metal of the swings slick, the benches soaked. I heard a kick behind me, rolling something. I turned and nearly slipped. A small branch skidded across the concrete. My own footsteps echoed. I sped up. I glanced over my shoulder briefly and thought I saw a figure in a hooded jacket, standing under the lamp at the end of the park path, just beyond the tree line. The figure didn't move as I looked, just watched. My stomach twisted. I marched on, not stopping this time. Halfway down Elm Street, my shoes splashed in a puddle. I turned the collar of my jacket up and rubbed my hands. That whisper from last night came again. Softer. Jake? I froze. The rain masked it, but I heard it. I stood still for a moment, listening. Nothing except rain and the distant hum of a truck. I started walking again. Faster. Then footsteps behind me. Heavy, deliberate, matching the pace I had set. Or faster. I forced myself not to run. If I ran, I'd lose composure, call attention. I turned a corner to 5th Street, a narrower residential lane with no streetlights, save one flickering bulb above a garage. The rain drowned everything else out. Suddenly there was a sound like a door slamming shut behind me. I jerked around. No house lights. Nothing. I dropped my phone. It shattered as it hit the sidewalk. My heart leapt. I pulled it up, screen cracked, time still displayed, 12:17 a.m. Then a scratching noise on the fence to my right, a long board creaking. I stopped and turned. A tall figure in the shadows between 2 houses stood just beyond the fence. The hood was up, the face invisible. I impulsively stepped backward into traffic. A car swerved and honked. I made a motion of apology and kept moving. My home was just 1 more block away. I sprinted that last stretch. I didn't look back. As I reached the porch, I slammed the door shut and bolted it. My body shook. I could taste fear in my mouth, bitter and cold. That night, I barely slept. When I did, I dreamed of the figure, not one, but multiple. Figures standing in the dark outside my window, watching me. Friday came. I couldn't keep doing this. I made plans to ask for a ride home, but the diner's owner, Mr. Harper, insisted, "You're fine, Jake. It's just a 15-minute walk." I reluctantly agreed, but asked someone to alert me if my shift ran late. But later that evening, the diner stayed busy, late orders, midnight guests. I was exhausted. Finally, at 12:05 a.m., I locked the door behind me and started my walk. I felt sick. The rain had stopped, but the night was humid, heavy. About halfway through, when I reached the park path once again, I saw the swings moving on their own. Not from wind, movement too abrupt, too smooth. I stopped. The figure emerged from the tree line, walking toward the swings, hood down this time. I saw a face, or rather, the shadow of one. They stopped there, reached out a hand, and grabbed one of the swing chains, giving it a single push. The swing swung slowly back and forth, and as I watched, the figure looked toward me. I ducked behind a tree, heart pounding so hard I thought it'd burst. When I peeked out, the figure was gone. The swing still swaying gently in the darkness. I crawled off the path and ran, running past the houses, the fences, hearing nothing but my ragged breath and the pounding of my shoes on wet pavement. I dove into my house again, locked everything. I called Megan and left a message. "Don't call me tonight." I sat in the darkness of my living room, flickering lights overhead, remnants of what had nearly broken me. I thought, this can't be real. It couldn't, but I knew it was. Over the next few days, I avoided going out at night, but work forced me again. Sunday night, I was done around midnight, walked out into a cloudy sky, streetlights flickering. The usual route, but I took a detour through Pine Alley. Longer, yes, but narrower and devoid of houses. Fewer lights. I rationalized that I wanted to be away from the houses where someone might follow. Halfway through Pine Alley, I slipped and fell. My ankle twisted. Sharp pain. I gritted my teeth and crawled off the path, clutching my ankle. I had to finish the walk. I stood, limped, every step slow. The air seemed to hum. I heard a low moan, far away. Jake, it came again. My ankle gave a fresh bolt of pain. I looked up. At the alley entrance, a pale figure stood under the orange lamp. The figure pushed the hood back and looked straight at me. The face, too pale, too thin, eyes black hollows in the dark. I staggered backwards. The figure raised one hand, slowly pointed. Jake Wells. It said the full name. My blood froze. I turned and limped away. My ankle couldn't bear the weight. I forced myself ahead, each step heavy. The figure collapsed under the lamp and disappeared into shadow. I didn't stop. I didn't look back until I saw the front porch light of my house. I fell inside, collapsed on the floor by the door, locked it, wept. That night I slept with the lights on. In the morning, I saw the bruise forming around my ankle, swollen. I decided Monday night I'd call off walking for a while, but Monday night around 10:30, I got a call from the diner. "We need you late again." My heart sank. By 11:50 p.m., I was on Maple Street again. I cursed myself for being there. I held a flashlight from my phone, dim but better than none. The playground came into view. The swings moved again. I heard something scuttle behind a fence. I stopped, and the flashlight's beam briefly caught a figure perched on a fence post. The figure looked like a silhouette. When the light steadied, it was gone. I climbed the last block toward my house. The street seemed longer than ever. A car passed, headlights glaring, but no one was inside. The car rolled slowly up ahead, stopped, lights off, engine running. I didn't want to be caught near it. I ducked into the darkness of a driveway, huddled. The car sat. Then a door opened. The footsteps approached me through the rain-damp air. I froze. The flashlight flickered once and died. I was in complete darkness. The footsteps stopped. I heard breathing. Heavy. Labored. I looked up and my eyes adjusted just enough to see a hand pressing against the car window, fogging it. The window lowered a fraction and a face emerged. Pale, thin, hollow-eyed. "You shouldn't be out here." The voice soft, calm, final. My scream seemed locked in my throat. The flashlight flickered dead. I bolted. The car was behind me, as I could hear it start up. I ran turning corners, lit street ahead, car headlights behind flashing. I reached my house, slipped on the wet porch, fell, rolled inside, locked the door. I panting on the floor, tears and rain mixing. I did what any sane person would. I got my gun. Not something I ever thought I'd do. But when you see something you cannot rationalize, you do what you must. I got it from my father's old safe in the basement. A .38 revolver, dusty. I loaded it, gripped it as best as I could, held it near me. I still walked to work Wednesday night, but at midnight I asked for a ride. The car followed me home, lights bright, engine on. We arrived, I thanked the driver and waited inside until he left. But that didn't end it. Thursday night I stayed inside until 1 a.m., lights on, blinds closed. I watched the yard, windows lit up, a knock at 2 a.m. Soft. Not loud enough to startle, but certain. I held the gun. I moved toward the window. I peered through the blinds. I saw the figure standing under the street lamp across the road. Hood up, pale face, watching. I raised the gun and yelled, "Stay back!" The figure didn't move. The hood came down. The face turned toward me. Hollow eyes glowed. It smiled, slowly, then melted into the darkness. The next day I reported it to police. They came, they looked around, took pictures, nothing. No footprints, no car tracks. They said maybe someone was messing with lights. Maybe it was pranksters. But I knew it wasn't that. Something had touched the edge of my life and backed away when I cut the light on. Weeks passed. I still walked sometimes, but never alone at night. I stayed out at friends' houses, took rides. Gradually, the sightings stopped. The figure wasn't under the street lamp again. The car wasn't parked. The voice didn't whisper my name. But I changed. I looked at shadows differently now. Light became not just comfort, but defense. I slept with the blinds closed, doors locked, gun under the bed. The house felt safe, but only because I'd stocked it with fear. And sometimes when I drive past that stretch of Maple Street, I look at the playground. The swing's still there, creaking in the wind. I pass the Anderson house and see no light. I walk past the alley down Fifth and Pine and think of that figure, so pale and thin, whispering my name in the dark. Every time I walk home at night now, if I walk at all, I keep my phone ready, my thumb on the call button. I don't pretend anymore that walking at midnight through old neighborhoods is safe. I know better, because once you've seen something beyond reason, you can't unsee it. Story the end. It was early December, the kind of night where the cold cuts straight through your clothes. I had just gotten off work at the diner on Route 9, where I picked up extra shifts before Christmas. My car was still in the shop, so I walked home, something I'd done before, but never this late. The last customer had left after midnight, and by the time I clocked out, it was close to 1:30 a.m. The walk wasn't long, maybe 45 minutes, but it was lonely. The diner sat on the edge of town, and most of the road back to my apartment ran along an old industrial stretch lined with warehouses and storage units. Half the streetlights didn't work, and the ones that did buzzed and flickered like dying insects. I wrapped my jacket tighter and started walking, my breath puffing white in the cold air. The first 20 minutes were fine. My footsteps echoed off the empty pavement, and every now and then a car passed in the distance. The air smelled faintly of burnt oil and damp concrete. I pulled out my phone and tried to call my roommate, but the signal was bad. Static. No answer. Then I noticed something strange. Ahead of me, maybe 100 yards away, someone was walking too. Same direction, same slow pace. I hadn't seen anyone else when I left the diner. I squinted, trying to make out the shape. It looked like a man, tall, with a hood pulled over his head. I thought about calling out, but something in my chest tightened. Instead, I slowed down a little. The man did too. The sound of his footsteps carried back to me, steady and deliberate. Step, step, step. I crossed to the other side of the street, pretending to check my phone. The man crossed too. My stomach dropped. Okay, I muttered to myself, forcing a laugh. Coincidence, but deep down I knew it wasn't. The road curved near an old brick factory, long abandoned. The broken windows glimmered faintly in the moonlight. I glanced back. The man had closed the distance between us, maybe 50 yards now. I could see his outline more clearly. His head was tilted down, hands buried in the pockets of a long coat. I walked faster. The sound of footsteps behind me quickened to match. I turned down a side street, hoping to lose him. It was even darker there. No lights, just the faint glow of the moon reflecting off wet asphalt. My heart pounded. I risked a glance back. He was there. Same pace, same distance. Always just far enough that I couldn't see his face. I reached into my pocket for my phone, but it slipped from my shaking hand and clattered to the ground. I snatched it up quickly. The screen lit my face, and in that moment of light I saw something move. A flicker of reflection from his eyes. He was closer now. I took off running. My breath came in short gasps, my shoes slapping the wet pavement. I darted past shuttered stores and rusted mailboxes, turned down another street, and didn't look back until I reached the edge of the neighborhood. My lungs burned. I leaned against a lamppost, trying to catch my breath. Nothing. The street behind me was empty. I let out a shaky laugh, half in relief, half in disbelief. Jesus, I whispered. You're losing it. The houses ahead were dark, except for one with a porch light still on. I kept walking, slower this time. My building was only a few blocks away. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Not behind me this time, across the street in the shadows between two houses. I stopped. The sound stopped. I squinted into the dark. There was movement, something shifting just out of sight, a shape ducking behind a tree. Hey, I called out, my voice cracking. Who's there? No answer, just the sound of the wind moving through dead leaves. I turned and walked faster, my eyes darting between the houses. I could feel it, the sensation of being watched. My neck prickled. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of a branch sounded like footsteps. When I finally reached my street, I broke into a run. I didn't care how crazy I looked. My apartment building came into view, the flickering porch light my only focus. I sprinted up the steps, fumbled with my keys, and stumbled inside. I slammed the door behind me, locked it, then looked out the small front window. Empty. I stood there for a full minute, shaking, listening to the sound of my own heartbeat. I told myself I'd imagined it, just paranoia. Then, from the hallway behind me, the floor creaked. I froze. I lived alone. Slowly, I turned toward the sound. The hallway was dark, only the faint streetlight spilling through the curtains. My breath came shallow. I took a single step forward, another creak. I reached for the light switch, flipped it on. Nothing there. I laughed nervously, but it didn't sound right. I checked the bathroom, the kitchen, the closet, all empty. Still, something felt off. The air felt thick, like someone had just exhaled near my ear. I decided to sleep on the couch where I could see the front door. I left the light on and pulled a blanket around me. The hum of the refrigerator was the only sound. Sometime around 3 a.m., I woke up to a faint tapping. 3 slow taps against the living room window. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up, heart hammering. The blinds were drawn. I couldn't see out. Tap, tap, tap. I reached for my phone with trembling hands and turned on the flashlight. I took one deep breath and yanked the blinds open. There was no one there, just my reflection staring back at me. Then I noticed something, a set of wet footprints leading away from the window toward the street, bare footprints. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I told my landlord. He checked the security cameras outside. Most of the footage was clear until around 2:55 a.m. The moment before the tapping started, the screen went to static for exactly 5 minutes. When the feed came back, there was nothing. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, strange things keep happening. My porch light turns on by itself. I'll find footprints in the frost outside my door, even when it hasn't snowed. And sometimes, when I'm walking home late, I still hear those same steady footsteps behind me. I never see anyone when I turn around, but I know he's there. Story the end. It was a quiet night in late March, one of those evenings when the air feels colder than it should. The wind carried that sharp, metallic smell of rain, even though the sky was clear. I had stayed late at my friend Jake's place helping him move furniture. By the time we were done, it was after 1 a.m. He offered me a ride home, but his gas tank was practically empty, and I told him not to worry. I only lived about 1.5 miles away. A short walk, I figured. I'd done it before. The neighborhood was small, just outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Rows of narrow streets, old houses, a few streetlights that buzzed and flickered when the wind blew. Most people were asleep. I zipped my jacket, shoved my hands in my pockets, and started down Maple Avenue. The only sounds were the rhythmic crunch of my shoes and the soft hum of distant traffic. After a few blocks, I noticed how empty everything felt. No dogs barking, no cars, just silence. I kept telling myself it was fine, just a late night in a quiet town. When I turned onto Birch Street, I saw her. At first, she looked like any normal person, a woman walking ahead of me, maybe 100 feet away. She had long hair and wore a pale gray coat that fluttered slightly in the wind. I thought it was nice not to be the only one out there. I didn't want to scare her by walking too close, so I slowed my pace a little, keeping my distance. But something about her gait was strange. Her steps were uneven, almost like she was limping or dragging one foot behind her. I thought maybe she was injured or drunk. I kept watching as I walked. The closer I got, the stranger it seemed. She wasn't walking toward anywhere. She was pacing, back and forth, right in the middle of the road. I hesitated. Maybe she needed help. "Hey," I called out, my voice echoing faintly. "Are you okay?" She stopped moving. For a long moment, she just stood there, facing away from me. The back of her coat rippled in the wind. Then she started walking again, but this time toward me. I froze. She moved slowly, deliberately, her head still tilted down. I could hear her footsteps now, an uneven, dragging sound. The wind picked up, rustling the trees. I took a step backward. "Ma'am, are you all right?" No answer. She kept coming. I turned and started walking faster, glancing over my shoulder. She was closer now, the faint light catching her face, or what I thought was her face. Her head was angled strangely low, chin nearly to her chest. I couldn't make out her features, but her hair looked damp, sticking to the sides of her neck. Something about it didn't feel right. I crossed to the other side of the street. She did too. My pulse jumped. I walked faster. She matched me. That was when she started whispering. At first, it was too soft to make out. Just a faint hiss carried by the wind. Then it grew louder, a voice cracked and raspy, repeating something over and over. "Don't go home." I stopped dead in my tracks. My breath caught in my throat. "What?" Her head twitched upward slightly, and I swear I saw the faintest glint of her eyes, completely black. That was it. I ran. I sprinted down Birch Street, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. My keys clanged in my pocket. My shoes slapped the pavement. I didn't look back until I reached the corner of Main. She was gone. The street behind me was empty, silent. I bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. My mind raced. Had I imagined it? Maybe it was a prank. Maybe she ducked behind one of the houses. I told myself to calm down. I was almost home. But as I turned onto my street, I saw movement again, at the far end near the old streetlight. A figure. The same gray coat, the same tilted head. She was standing perfectly still, facing me. My skin went cold. I backed up slowly, watching her. The streetlight flickered once, twice, and then went out. When it came back on, she was gone again. I ran the rest of the way home. I slammed the door behind me, locked it, and collapsed onto the couch, shaking. I turned on every light in the house. For nearly an hour, I sat there listening, waiting for something. Nothing came. Finally, exhaustion pulled me under. I must have fallen asleep because when I opened my eyes again, it was almost 4 a.m. The room was dark. The clock on the wall ticked softly. Then came the knock. 3 slow knocks on the front door. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't move. I couldn't. The house was silent except for that slow, rhythmic sound. I wanted to tell myself it was the wind, or maybe a neighbor, but I knew it wasn't. After a long pause, I heard it again, this time softer, closer. It wasn't coming from the front door anymore. It was coming from the window beside me. I turned my head slowly. Through the thin curtain, I saw a shape standing just outside. The faint outline of a face pressed against the glass. Pale skin. Black eyes. I scrambled backward, heart hammering, fumbling for my phone. I dialed 911, whispering, "Someone's outside my house." The operator told me to stay on the line. I moved toward the hallway, keeping my eyes on the window. The face was still there, motionless, watching. Then, right as I heard the distant sound of sirens, the figure turned slowly and walked away. When the police arrived, they searched the area but found nothing. No footprints in the yard, no sign anyone had been there. I showed them the smudge on the window. A faint handprint, long and thin, pressed into the glass from the outside. The officer said it was probably condensation. I knew it wasn't. For the next few nights, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the house made me jump. I left the lights on, curtains drawn tight. I didn't walk home late again. A week later, Jake called me. He sounded shaken. "Man, this is going to sound weird," he said, "but last night I was driving home from work and I saw this woman walking down Maple. Long hair, gray coat. I slowed down to see if she needed help, but when I rolled down the window, she just stared at me. Her eyes were completely black. Then she smiled and said, 'He went home anyway.'" My stomach turned to ice. Jake swore he wasn't joking. That night, I stayed up until sunrise, every light on, listening. Around 3:15 a.m., I heard it again. 3 soft knocks. Knock, knock, knock. This time it came from the back door. Story the end. It was late, past midnight, when I left my friend's apartment. I had stayed longer than I meant to, laughing and talking, losing track of time. The streets were quiet, almost unnaturally so, and a thin fog had settled over the sidewalks, muffling sound and making streetlights glow like halos. I shrugged on my jacket and started walking the 2 miles home, earbuds in, music low, just enough to keep my pace steady. The first few blocks were normal. Empty, but normal. A stray dog barked somewhere in the distance. A car passed every 10 minutes. I passed the convenience store near the corner, its lights flickering as usual. I turned down the narrow residential street that cut through the park. That was when I noticed the silence. The distant sounds, the hum of traffic, the barking, the wind, had vanished completely. The world felt suspended, like someone had muted it. I kept walking, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Then I heard it, a soft shuffle coming from behind the line of trees bordering the path. I stopped. My footsteps had been loud against the cracked pavement, but this sound wasn't mine. Deliberate, slow, echoing slightly. I told myself it was a raccoon or a stray cat, but my gut screamed otherwise. I started walking again, faster now. The sound continued, keeping pace with me. I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing. But when I turned fully, a shadow moved just beyond the tree line, tall and thin, disappearing as soon as I looked directly at it. My pulse jumped. I broke into a run. My sneakers pounded against the gravel path. The fog made it hard to see, and the streetlights flickered in a disorienting rhythm. I could hear the footsteps behind me, faster now, echoing in the fog. I dared not look back. The park path twisted slightly, and each corner I rounded seemed to stretch on forever. Then I heard a whisper, low and almost casual, "Hey, wait!" My blood ran cold. The sound came from behind the trees, from the shadow I had seen. I ran harder, branches scratching my jacket, breath burning in my lungs. The fog swirled around me. I reached the end of the park path and turned onto the main street, lights suddenly bright and reassuring. I didn't stop until I saw a lit coffee shop with someone inside. I dashed toward it, safe for the moment, and leaned against the glass, trying to catch my breath. When I looked back at the park, the shadow was gone, but I knew it had followed me for at least half the path. I walked the rest of the way home along busy streets, lights on every corner, cars passing steadily. I avoided the park path entirely after that night. Weeks later, I heard from a neighbor that several people had reported seeing a tall, hooded figure along that same path, always appearing behind walkers at night, never speaking, never approaching, just following. It was a presence more than a person, a reminder that the night has eyes, even when the streets are empty. I never walked alone at night again, and sometimes when I drive past that park during the day, I still glance at the tree line, half expecting to see that shadow lurking, waiting for the quiet to return. Story the end.